Chapter 1. The grave was substandard. The storm was forecast to be a record breaker. Little more than a shallow bowl gouged out of unyielding earth. The grave had been dug for Millicent Gunn, age 18, short brown hair, delicate build, 5 feet 4 inches tall, reported missing a week ago. The grave was long enough to accommodate her height. Its depth, or lack thereof, could be remedied in the spring when the ground began to thaw. If scavengers didn't dispose of the body before then, Ben Tierney shifted his gaze from the new grave to the others nearby, 4 of them. Forest debris and vegetative decay provided natural camouflage, yet each lent subtle variations to the rugged topography if one knew what to look for. A dead tree had fallen across one, concealing it entirely except to someone with a discerning eye like Tierney. He took one last look into the empty, shallow grave, then picked up the shovel at his feet and backed away. As he did, he noticed the dark imprints left by his boots in the white carpet of sleet. They didn't concern him overmuch. If the meteorologists were calling it right, the footprints would soon be covered by several inches of frozen precipitation. When the ground thawed, the prints would be absorbed into the mud. In any case, he didn't stop to worry about them. He had to get off the mountain now. He'd left his car on the road a couple 100 yards from the summit and the makeshift graveyard. Although he was now moving downhill, there was no path to follow through the dense woods. Thick ground cover gave him limited traction, but the terrain was uneven and hazardous, made even more so by the blowing precipitation that hampered his vision. Though he was in a hurry, he was forced to pick his way carefully to avoid a misstep. Weathermen had been predicting this storm for days. A confluence of several systems had the potential of creating one of the worst winter storms in recent memory. People in its projected path were being advised to take precautions, stock provisions, and rethink travel plans. Only a fool would have ventured onto the mountain today, or someone with pressing business to take care of, like Tierney. The cold drizzle that had been falling since early afternoon had turned into freezing rain mixed with sleet. Pellets of it stung his face like pinpricks as he thrashed through the forest. He hunched his shoulders, bringing his collar up to his ears, which were already numb from cold. The wind velocity had increased noticeably. Trees were taking a beating, their naked branches clacking together like rhythm sticks in the fierce wind. It stripped needles off the evergreens and whipped them about. One struck his cheek like a blow dart. 25 miles an hour out of the northwest, he thought, with that part of his brain that automatically registered the current status of his surroundings. He knew these things: wind velocity, time, temperature, direction, instinctually, as though he had a built-in weather vane, clock, thermometer, and GPS constantly feeding pertinent information to his subconscious. It was an innate talent that he had developed into a skill which had been finely tuned by spending much of his adult life outdoors. He didn't have to think consciously about this ever-changing environmental data, but frequently relied on his ability to grasp it immediately when it was needed. He was relying on it now because it wouldn't do to be caught on the summit of Cleary Peak, the second highest in North Carolina after Mount Mitchell, carrying a shovel and running away from 4 old graves and one freshly dug. The local police weren't exactly reputed for their dogged investigations and crime-solving success. In fact, the department was a local joke. The chief was a has-been, big-city detective who'd been ousted from the department on which he'd served. Chief Dutch Burton now led a band of inept small-town officers, yokels, outfitted in spiffy uniforms with shiny badges, who had been hard-pressed to catch the culprit spray-painting obscenities on the trash receptacles behind the Texaco station. Now they were focused on the 5 unsolved missing persons cases. Despite their insufficiencies, Cleary's finest had deduced that having 5 women vanish from one small community within 2.5 years was in all probability more than a coincidence. In a metropolis, that statistic would have been trumped by others even scarier. But here in this mountainous, sparsely populated area, the disappearances of 5 women were staggering. Further, it was a generally held opinion that the missing women had met with foul play, so finding human remains, not the women themselves, was the task facing the authorities. Suspicion would fall on a man carrying a shovel through the woods like Tierney. Up till now, he had flown under the radar of Police Chief Burton's curiosity. It was crucial to keep it that way. In pace with his footsteps, he clicked off the vital statistics of the women buried in the graves on the summit. Carolyn Maddox, a 26-year-old who had a deep bosom, beautiful black hair, and large brown eyes, reported missing last October. A single mom and sole supporter of a diabetic child, she had cleaned rooms at one of the guest lodges in town. Life had been a cheerless, nonstop cycle of toil and exhaustion. Carolyn Maddox was getting plenty of peace and rest now, as was Laureen Elliott, single, blonde, and overweight. She had worked as a nurse at a medical clinic. Betsy Calhoun, a widowed homemaker, had been older than the others. Tori Lambert, the youngest of them, had also been the first, the prettiest, and the only one not a resident of Cleary. Tierney picked up his speed, trying to outrun his haunting thoughts as well as the weather. Ice was beginning to coat tree limbs like sleeves. Boulders were becoming glazed with it. The steep, curving road down to Cleary would soon become unnavigable, and it was imperative that he get off this goddamn mountain. Fortunately, his built-in compass didn't fail him, and he emerged from the woods no more than 20 feet from where he'd entered it. He wasn't surprised to see that his car was already coated with a thin layer of ice and sleet. As he approached it, he was breathing hard, emitting bursts of vapor into the cold air. His descent from the summit had been arduous, or perhaps his labored breathing and rapid heart rate were caused by anxiety, or frustration, or regret. He placed the shovel in the trunk of his car. Peeling off the latex gloves he'd been wearing, he tossed them into the trunk as well, then shut the lid. He got into the car and quickly closed the door, welcoming shelter from the biting wind. Shivering, he blew on his hands and vigorously rubbed them together in the hope of restoring circulation to his fingertips. The latex gloves had been necessary, but they hadn't provided any protection against the cold. He took a pair of cashmere-lined leather gloves from a coat pocket and pulled them on. He turned the ignition key. Nothing happened. He pumped the accelerator and tried again. The motor didn't even growl. After several more unsuccessful tries, he leaned back against the seat and stared at the gauges on the dashboard as though expecting them to communicate what he was doing wrong. He cranked the key one more time, but the engine remained as dead and silent as the women crudely buried nearby. Shit! He thumped both gloved fists against the steering wheel and stared straight ahead, although there was nothing to look at. A sheet of ice had completely obscured the windshield. "Tierney," he muttered, "you're screwed." Chapter 2. The wind has picked up, and there's icy stuff falling out there, Dutch Burton remarked as he let the drape fall back into place over the window. "We'd better start down soon. I need to empty these few shelves, then I'll be done." Lilly took several hardcover editions from the built-in bookcase and placed them in a packing box. "You always enjoyed reading when we came up here. That's when I had time to catch up on the latest bestsellers. Nothing to distract me here. Except me, I guess," he said. "I remember pestering you until you put your book aside and paid attention to me." She glanced up at Dutch from where she sat on the floor and smiled, but she didn't pursue his fond recollection of how they'd spent their leisure time in the mountain retreat. Initially, they had come here on weekends and holidays to escape their hectic schedules in Atlanta. Later, they'd come here simply to escape. She was packing what remained of her personal belongings to take with her when she left today. She wouldn't be coming back. Neither would Dutch. This would be the last page written, an epilogue, actually, of their life together. She had hoped to make their final farewell as unsentimental as possible. He seemed determined to stroll down memory lane. Whether his recollections of times past were designed to make him feel better or to make her feel worse, she didn't want to engage in them. Their good times together had been so eclipsed by their bad ones that any memory reopened wounds. She steered the topic back to pragmatic matters. "I made copies of all the closing documents. They're in that envelope, along with a check for your half of the sale." He looked down at the manila envelope, but left it lying on the oak coffee table where she had placed it. "It's not right, my getting half. Dutch, we've been through this." She folded down the 4 sections of the box top to seal it, wishing she could close the argument as easily. "You paid for this cabin," he said. "We purchased it together, but your salary made that possible. We couldn't have afforded it on mine." She pushed the box along the floor to the door, then stood up and faced him. "We were married when we bought it, married when we shared it, married when we made love in it, Dutch. Married when you served me my morning coffee wearing nothing but a smile and that Afghan," he said, motioning in the general direction of the knitted throw on the back of the armchair. "Please don't do this." "That's my line, Lilly." He took a step closer to her. "Don't do this. It's already done. It's been done for 6 months. You could undo it. You could accept it. I'll never accept it. That's your choice." She paused, took a breath, brought the volume down. "That's always your choice, Dutch. You refuse to accept change, and because you can't, you never get over anything." "I don't want to get over you," he argued. "You'll have to." She turned away from him, pulled an empty box nearer the bookcase, and began filling it with books, although taking less care with them than before. She was now in a hurry to leave before she was forced to say more hurtful things in order to convince him that their marriage was finally and forever over. Several minutes of tense silence were broken only by the soughing of the wind through the trees surrounding the cabin. Branches knocked against the eaves with increasing frequency and force. She wished he would leave ahead of her, preferred he not be there when she left the cabin. Knowing that it would be for the last time, he might have an emotional meltdown. She'd been through such scenes before and didn't want to experience another. Their leave-taking didn't have to be bitter and ugly. But Dutch was making it so by resurrecting old quarrels. Although clearly it wasn't his intention, his rehashing of these arguments only underscored how right she'd been to end the marriage. "I think this Louis L'Amour is yours." She held up a book. "Do you want it, or shall I leave it for the new owners? They're getting everything else," he said morosely. "Just as well throw in a paperback book." It was easier to sell the furnishings along with the cabin, she said. The furnishings were bought specifically for this place and wouldn't look right in any other house. Besides, neither of us has extra space. So what would I have done with it? Move it all out only to sell it to someone else? And where would I have stored it in the meantime? It made more sense to include everything in the sell price. That's not the point, Lilly. She knew the point. He didn't want to think of strangers living in the cabin, using their things. Leaving everything intact for someone else to enjoy seemed to him like a sacrilege, a violation of the privacy and intimacy they'd shared in these rooms. "I don't care how sensible it is to sell the whole kit and caboodle, Lilly. Screw sensible. How can you bear to think of other people sleeping in our bed between our sheets?" That had been his reaction when she'd told him her plans for the furnishings. Obviously, her decision still riled him, but it was too late for her to change her mind, even if she were so inclined. Which she wasn't. When the shelves in the bookcase were empty, save for the lone Western novel, she looked around for anything she might have missed. "Those canned goods," she said, pointing to the grocery items she'd placed on the bar that separated the kitchen from the living area. "Do you want to take them with you?" He shook his head. She added them to the last box of books, which was only half full. "I scheduled the utilities to be disconnected since the new owners won't be occupying the cabin until spring." Doubtless, he already knew all this. She was talking to fill the silence, which seemed to become conversely weightier the more of herself she removed from the cabin. "I have some last-minute items in the bathroom to gather up, then I'll be out of here. I'll shut off everything, lock up then, as agreed. Drop off the key at the realtor's office on my way out of town." His misery was evident in his expression, his stance. He nodded but didn't say anything. "You don't have to wait on me, Dutch. I'm sure you have responsibilities in town. They'll keep. With an ice and snowstorm forecast, you'll probably be needed to direct traffic in the supermarket," she said, making light. "You know how everyone stocks up for the siege. Let's say our goodbyes now, and you can get a head start down the mountain. I'll wait on you. We'll leave together. Do what you need to do in there," he said, indicating the bedroom. "I'll load these boxes into your trunk." He hefted the first box and carried it out. Lilly went into the next room. The bed with a nightstand on each side fit compactly against the wall under the sloping ceiling. The only other furnishings were a rocking chair and a bureau, Windows made up the far wall. A closet and small bath were behind the wall, opposite the windows. Earlier, she had drawn the drapes, so the room was gloomy. She checked the closet. The empty hangers on the rod looked forlorn. Nothing had been overlooked in the bureau drawers. She went into the bathroom and collected the toiletries she had used that morning, zipped them into a plastic travel case, and after checking to make certain that she'd left nothing in the medicine chest, returned to the bedroom. She added the bag of toiletries to her suitcase, which lay open on the bed, then closed it just as Dutch rejoined her without preamble of any kind. He said, "If it hadn't been for Amy, we'd still be married." Lilly looked down and slowly shook her head. "Dutch, please, let's not. If not for that, we'd have lasted forever. We don't know that, I do." He reached for her hands. They felt cold in his hot clutch. "I take full responsibility for everything. Our failure was my fault. If I'd have handled things differently, you wouldn't have left me. I see that now, Lilly. I acknowledge the mistakes I made, and they were huge. Stupid, I admit that, but please, give me another chance. Please. We could never go back to the way we were before, Dutch. We're not the same people as when we met, don't you realize that? No one can change what happened, but it changed us." He seized on that. "You're right. People change. I've changed since the divorce. Moving up here, taking this job, it's all been good for me, Lilly. I realize that Cleary is a far cry from Atlanta, but I've got something to build on here, a solid foundation. It's my home, and the people here know me and all my kinfolk. They like me, respect me. That's wonderful, Dutch. I want you to succeed here. I wish that for you with all my heart." She did indeed want him to succeed, not only for his sake, but for hers. Until Dutch had reaffirmed himself as a good cop, especially in his own mind, she would never be entirely free of him. He would remain dependent on her for his self-esteem until he was once again confident about his work and himself. The small community of Cleary afforded him that opportunity. She hoped to God it worked out well. "My career, my life," he said in a rush, "have been given fresh starts, but that won't mean anything if you're not part of it." Before she could stop him, he put his arms around her and pulled her tightly against him. He spoke urgently, directly into her ear. "Say you'll give us another chance." He tried to kiss her, but she turned her head aside. "Dutch, let go of me. Remember how good we used to be together? If you'd ever let down your guard, we'd be right back where we started. We could forget all the bad stuff and return to the way we were. We couldn't keep our hands off each other, remember?" He tried again to kiss her, this time grinding his lips insistently against hers. "Stop it!" She pushed him away. He fell back a step. His breathing was loud in the room. "You still won't let me touch you." She crossed her arms over her middle, hugging herself. "You're not my husband anymore. You'll never forgive me, will you?" He shouted angrily. "You used what happened with Amy as an excuse to divorce me, but that's not what it was about at all, was it? Go, Dutch, leave before I lose control," he sneered. "Before you disgrace yourself?" She held her ground against his mean glare. Then, turning away quickly, he stamped from the room. He grabbed the envelope on the coffee table and snatched his coat and hat off the pegs near the door. Without taking time to put them on, he slammed the door behind himself hard enough to rattle the window panes. Seconds later, she heard his Bronco's engine start and the scattering of gravel beneath its oversized tires as he peeled away. She sank onto the edge of the bed, covering her face with her hands. They were cold and trembling. Now that it was over, she realized that she'd been not only angry and repulsed, but afraid. This Dutch with the hair-trigger temper was not the disarming man she had married. Despite his claims to have made a fresh start, he looked desperate. That desperation translated into frightening, mercurial mood shifts. She was almost ashamed of the relief that washed over her from knowing that she never had to see him again. It was finally over. Dutch Burton was out of her life. Exhausted by the encounter, she lay back on the bed and placed her forearm across her eyes. She was awakened by the sound of sleep pellets striking the tin roof. Go-rounds with Dutch always had left her exhausted. The tense encounters they'd had during the past week, while she was in Cleary to finalize the sale of the cabin, must have taken more of a toll on her than even she had realized. After this last one, her body had kindly shut down her mind for a while and allowed her to sleep. She sat up, rubbing her arms against the chill. The cabin bedroom had grown dark, too dark for her even to read her wristwatch. She got up, went to the window, and pulled back the edge of the drapery. It let in very little light, but enough for her to see her watch. The time surprised her. She'd slept deeply and dreamlessly, but actually not that long as dark as it was. She had expected it to be much later. The low clouds enwrapping the mountaintop had created a premature and eerie darkness. The ground was now covered with an opaque layer of sleet. It continued to fall, intermingled with freezing rain and what meteorologists call snow grains, tiny chips that look more menacing than their lacy cousins. Tree branches were already encased in tubes of ice, which were growing discernibly thicker. A strong wind buffeted the window panes. It had been careless of her to fall asleep. That mistake was going to cost her a harrowing trip down the mountain road. Even after she reached Cleary, weather would probably factor into her long drive back to Atlanta. Having dispatched her business here, she was anxious to get home, return to her routine, get on with her life. Her office would be a bog of backed-up paperwork, email, and projects, all demanding her immediate attention. But rather than dread her return, she looked forward to tackling the tasks waiting on her. Besides being homesick for her work, she was ready to leave Dutch's hometown. She adored Cleary's ambience and the beautiful mountainous terrain surrounding it. But the people here had known Dutch and his family for generations. As long as she was his wife, she'd been warmly received and accepted. Now that she had divorced him, townsfolk had turned noticeably cool toward her. Considering how hostile he'd been when he left the cabin, it was past time for her to leave his territory. Acting hastily, she carried her suitcase into the front room and set it beside the door. Then she gave the cabin one final rapid inspection, checking to see that everything had been turned off and that nothing belonging to her or Dutch had been overlooked. Satisfied that all was in order, she put on her coat and gloves and opened the front door. The wind struck her with a force that stole her breath. As soon as she stepped onto the porch, ice pellets stung her face. She needed to shield her eyes against them, but it was too dark to put on sunglasses. Squinting against the sleet, she carried her suitcase to the car and placed it in the back seat. Back inside the cabin, she quickly used her inhaler. Breathing cold air could bring on an asthma attack. The inhaler would help prevent that. Then, taking no time for even one last nostalgic look around, she pulled the door closed and locked the deadbolt with her key. The interior of her car was as cold as a refrigerator. She started the motor but had to wait for the defroster to warm before she could go anywhere. The windshield was completely iced over, pulling her coat more closely around her. She buried her nose and mouth in the collar and concentrated on breathing evenly. Her teeth were chattering and she couldn't control her shivers. Finally, the air from the car's defroster became warm enough to melt the ice on the windshield into a slush, which her windshield wipers were able to sweep away. They couldn't, however, keep up with the volume of freezing precipitation. Her visibility was sorely limited, but it wasn't going to improve until she reached lower elevations. She had no choice but to start down the winding mountain Laurel Road. It was familiar to her, but she'd never driven it when it was icy. She leaned forward over the steering wheel, peering through the frosted windshield, straining to see beyond the hood ornament. On the switchbacks, she hugged the right shoulder and rocky embankment, knowing that on the opposite side of the road were steep drop-offs. She caught herself holding her breath through the hairpin curves. Inside her gloves, her fingertips were so cold they were numb, but her palms were sweaty as she gripped the steering wheel. Tension made the muscles of her shoulders and neck burn. Her anxious breathing grew more uneven. Hoping to improve her visibility, she rubbed her coat sleeve across the windshield, but all that accomplished was to give her a clearer view of the dizzy swirl of sleet. And then suddenly a human figure leaped from the wooded embankment onto the road directly in her path. Reflexively, she stamped on her brake pedal, remembering too late that braking abruptly was the wrong thing to do on an icy road. The car went into a skid. The figure in her headlights jumped back, trying to get out of the way. Wheels locked. The car slid past him, the back end fishtailing wildly. Lilly felt a bump against her rear fender. With a sinking sensation in her stomach, she realized he'd been struck. That was her last sickening thought before the car crashed into a tree. Chapter 3. Her airbag deployed, smacking her in the face and releasing a choking cloud of powder which filled the car's interior. Instinctively, she held her breath to avoid breathing it. The seatbelt caught her hard across her chest. In a distant part of her mind, the violence of the impact amazed her. This had been a relatively mild collision, but it left her stunned. She took a mental inventory of body parts and determined that she wasn't in pain anywhere, only shaken. But the person she'd hit, my God, batting the deflated airbag out of the way, she released her seatbelt and shoved open the door. As she scrambled out, she lost her footing and pitched forward. The heels of her hands struck the icy pavement hard, as did her right knee. It hurt like hell. Using the side of the car for support, she limped around to the rear. Shielding her eyes against the wind with her hand, she spotted the motionless figure lying face up, head and trunk on the road's narrow shoulder, legs extending into the road. She could tell by the size of his hiking boots that the victim was male. As though skating across the glassy pavement, she made her way to him and crouched down. A watch cap was pulled low over his ears and eyebrows. His eyes were closed. She detected no movement of his chest to indicate breathing. She dug beneath the wool scarf around his neck, beneath the collar of his coat, beneath the turtleneck sweater, and searched for a pulse. Feeling one, she whispered, "Thank God, thank God," but then she noticed the spreading dark stain on the rock beneath his head. She was about to lift his head and search for the source of the bleeding when she remembered that an individual with a head wound shouldn't be moved. Wasn't that a strict rule of emergency aid? There could be a spinal injury which moving could exacerbate or even make fatal. She had no way of determining the extent of his head injury, and that was a visible injury. What injuries might he have sustained that she couldn't see? Internal bleeding, a rib-punctured lung, a ruptured organ, broken bones, and she didn't like the look of the awkward angle at which he was lying as though his back was bowed upward. She must get help, immediately. She stood up and turned back toward her car. She could use her cell phone to call 911. Cell service wasn't always reliable in the mountains, but maybe. His groan halted her. She turned so quickly her feet almost went out from under her. She knelt beside him again. His eyes fluttered open, and he looked up at her. She'd seen eyes like that only once before. Tierney? He opened his mouth to speak, then looked as though he was about to throw up. He clamped his lips together and swallowed several times, containing the urge. He closed his eyes again, then after a few seconds opened them. "I was hit?" She nodded. "By the rear quarter panel, I think." "Are you in pain?" After a few moments' assessment, he said, "Everywhere. The back of your head is bleeding." "I can't tell how bad it is. You fell on a rock. I'm afraid to move you." His teeth had begun to chatter. Either he was cold or he was going into shock. Neither was good. "I've got a blanket in the car. I'll be right back." She stood up, ducked her head against the wind, and labored back to her car, wondering what on earth he'd been thinking to have charged out of the woods like that, straight into the middle of the road. What was he doing up here on foot during a winter storm in the first place? The trunk lid release on the dashboard didn't work, possibly because of damage to the electrical system, or possibly because the lid was frozen shut. She removed the key from the ignition and took it with her to the rear of the car. As she'd feared, the lock was glazed over. She groped her way to the shoulder of the road and picked up the largest rock she could handle, then used it to chip away the ice. In emergency situations like this, people were supposed to experience an adrenaline rush that imbued them with superhuman strength. She felt no such thing. She was panting and exhausted by the time she'd knocked away enough ice to raise the trunk lid. Shoving the packing boxes aside, she found the stadium blanket zipped into its plastic carrying case. She and Dutch had taken it to football games. It was for warding off an autumn chill, not surviving a blizzard, but she supposed it was better than nothing. She returned to the prone figure. He lay as still as death. Her voice rose in panic. "Mr. Tierney?" He opened his eyes. "I'm still alive. I had a hard time getting the trunk open. Sorry it took so long." She spread the blanket over him. "This won't be of much help, I'm afraid. I'll try save the apologies. Do you have a cell phone?" She remembered from the day they'd met that he was a take-charge kind of man. Fine. This wasn't the time to play the feminist card. She fished her cell phone from her coat pocket. It was on. The panel was lighted. She turned it toward him so he could read the message. "No service." "I was afraid of that." He tried to turn his head, winced, and gasped, then clenched his jaw to keep his teeth from chattering. After a moment, he asked, "Can your car be driven?" She shook her head. What she knew about cars was limited, but when the hood looked like a crumpled soda can, it was reasonable to assume that the car was disabled. "Well, we can't stay here." He made an effort to get up, but she pressed her hand against his shoulder. "You could have a broken back, a spinal injury. I don't think you should move. It's a risk. Yeah, but it's either that or freeze to death. I'll take the gamble. Help me up." He extended his right hand, and she clasped it tightly as he struggled to sit up, but he couldn't stay up. Bending forward from the waist, he fell on her heavily. Lilly caught him against her shoulder and held him there while she repositioned the stadium blanket around his shoulders. Then she eased him back until he was in a sitting position. His head remained bent low over his chest. Fresh blood trickled from beneath the tight watch cap, eddied around the front of his earlobe, and dribbled down his jaw. "Tierney?" She lightly smacked his cheek. "Tierney?" He raised his head, but his eyes remained closed. "Fainted, I think. Give me a minute, dizzy as hell." He breathed deeply in through his nose, out through his mouth. After a time, he opened his eyes and nodded. "Better think that together we can get me on my feet? Take all the time you need. Time is what we don't have. Get behind me and put your hands under my arms." She released him cautiously and, when she was certain that he could stay upright, moved behind him. "A backpack?" "Yeah. So, the awkward way you were lying, I thought your back was broken. I landed on the backpack, probably saved me from a serious skull fracture." She eased the straps of the pack off his shoulders so she could lend him better support. "Ready when you are? I think I can stand up," he said. "You're there to break my fall, just in case I start falling backward, okay?" He placed his hands on either side of his hips and levered himself up. Lilly did more than spot him should he fall. She made as great an effort as he, lifting him until he was standing and then supporting him until he said, "Thanks, I think I'm all right." He reached beneath his coat, and when he withdrew his hand, he was holding a cell phone which evidently had been clipped to his belt. He looked down at it and frowned. She read the curse word on his lips. He wasn't getting service either. He motioned toward the wrecked car. "Is there anything in your car we should take back to your cabin?" Lilly looked at him with surprise. "You know about my cabin?" Scott Hamer clenched his teeth against the strain. "Almost there, son. Come on, you can do it." One more. Scott's arms trembled with the effort. Veins bulged to a grotesque extent. Sweat rolled off him and dripped from the weight bench onto the gym mat, making small splats against the rubber. "I can't do one more," he groaned. "Yes, you can. Give me 110%. Weiss Hamer's voice echoed in the high school gymnasium. Except for them, the building was deserted. Everyone else had been allowed to go home more than an hour ago. Scott was required to stay long after classes were dismissed, long after all the other athletes had gone through their after-school workouts as set out by their coach. Scott's father, Wes. "I want to see maximum effort." It felt to Scott like his blood vessels were on the verge of bursting. He blinked sweat from his eyes and expelled several puffs of breath through his mouth, spraying spittle. Tremors of overexertion seized his biceps and triceps. His chest seemed about to explode. But his dad wasn't going to let him stop until he had pressed 425 pounds, more than double Scott's body weight. 5 reps had been the goal set for him today. His dad was big on setting goals. He was even bigger on achieving them. "Stop screwing around, Scott," Wes said impatiently. "I'm not." "Breathe. Send the oxygen into those muscles. You can do this." Scott inhaled deeply, then expelled the air in short pants, demanding the impossible of his arm and chest muscles. "That's it," his dad said. "You raised it another inch. Maybe 2. God, please let it be 2. Give me one more effort. One more push, Scott." Involuntarily, a low growl issued out of his throat as he channeled all his strength into his quivering arms. But he got the weight bar up another inch, enough to lock his elbows for a millisecond before his dad reached over and guided it into the brackets. Scott's arms dropped lifelessly to his sides. His shoulders slumped into the bench. His chest heaved in an attempt to regain his breath. His entire body trembled with fatigue. "Good job. Tomorrow we'll try for 6. Wes passed him a towel before he turned away and moved toward his office where the telephone had begun to ring. "You shower, I'll get this, then start locking up." Scott heard his father answer the phone with a brusque hammer, then ask, "What do you want, Dora?" in the deprecating tone he always used with Scott's mother. Scott sat up and ran the towel over his face and head. He was whipped, absolutely spent. He dreaded even the walk to the locker room. Only the promise of a hot shower got him off the bench. "That was your mother," Wes called to him through the open door of his office. It was a messy space that only the brave dared enter. On the desk were stacks of paperwork, which Wes considered a waste of time and therefore avoided doing for as long as possible. The walls were covered with season schedules for numerous sport teams. A 2-month calendar was filled with his handwritten hieroglyphics, which only he could read. Also taped to the wall was a topographical map of Cleary and the surrounding area. His favorite hunting and fishing spots had been highlighted with a red marker. In framed photos of the last 3 years' football teams, head coach Wes Hamer stood proudly in the center of the front row. "She said it's beginning to sleet," he told Scott. "Get a move on." The pungent odor of the high school locker room was so familiar to Scott, he didn't even notice it. His own stink mingled with the stench of adolescent sweat, dirty socks, jerseys, and jockstraps. The odor was so pervasive it seemed to have soaked into the grout between the tiles in the shower room. Scott turned on the faucets in one of the stalls. As he peeled off his shirt, he looked over his shoulder into the mirror and frowned with disgust at the outbreak of acne on his back. He stepped into the shower and put his back to the spray, then vigorously scrubbed as much of it as he could reach with an antibacterial soap. He was washing his crotch when his dad appeared, carrying a towel. "In case you forgot to pick one up, thanks." Self-consciously, he removed his hand from his private parts and went to work on his armpits. Wes raped the towel over a bar outside the stall, then motioned toward Scott's groin. "You take after your old man," he said around a chuckle. "Nothing to be shy about in that department." Scott hated when his dad tried to get chummy with him by talking about sex, like that was a topic Scott was just dying to discuss with him, like he enjoyed the innuendos and suggestive winks. "You've got more than enough there to keep all your girlfriends happy, Dad." "Just don't make one too happy," Wes said, his smile inverting. "You'd be a real catch for one of these local gals looking to elevate herself. They're not above tricking a guy that goes for any female I ever met. Never trust the girl to take care of birth control," Wes said, shaking his index finger as though this was a new lecture and not one Scott had been routinely subjected to since puberty. Scott turned off the water faucets and reached for the towel, quickly wrapping it around his hips. He headed toward his locker, but his dad wasn't finished yet. He clamped a hand on Scott's wet shoulder and turned him around. "You've got years of hard work ahead before you get to where you're going. I don't want some gal to turn up pregnant and ruin all our plans. That's not going to happen. Make damn sure it doesn't." Then Wes gave him an affectionate push in the general direction of his locker. "Get dressed." 5 minutes later, Wes locked the gymnasium door behind them, securing the building for the night. "Bet anything school's out tomorrow," he remarked. Intermittent sleet was falling, along with a dreary rain that instantly froze on any surface. "Be careful where you step. It's already getting slick." Cautiously, they made their way to the faculty parking lot, where Wes had a premium space reserved for the athletic director of Cleary High School, home of the Fighting Cougars. The windshield wipers labored against the freezing rain on the tempered glass. Scott shivered inside his coat and pushed his fists deep into the flannel-lined pockets. His stomach growled. "I hope Mom's got dinner ready. You can have a snack at the drugstore." Scott turned his head quickly and looked at Wes. Wes kept his eyes on the road. "We're stopping there before we go home." Scott sank lower into his seat, pulled his coat close around him, and moodily stared through the windshield as they moved along Main Street. There were closed signs in most of the store windows. Shopkeepers had left early, before the worst of the weather moved in, but it seemed no one had gone straight home. Traffic was heavy, especially around the grocery market, which was still open and doing a brisk business. All of this registered with Scott, but on a subliminal level until his dad stopped for one of Main Street's 2 traffic lights. He was staring vacantly through the rain-spattered window when his eyes happened to focus on the flyer tacked to the utility pole, "Missing." Beneath that bold headline was a black and white photo of Millicent Gunn, followed by a basic physical description, the date of her disappearance, and a list of telephone numbers to call with any information as to her whereabouts. Scott closed his eyes, thinking about what Millicent had looked like the last time he'd seen her. When he reopened his eyes, the car was once again in motion, the flyer no longer in sight. Chapter 4. "Are you certain we have everything we may need?" Bottled water and non-perishables? Merrily Ritt tried to contain her annoyance. "Yes, William, I double-checked the shopping list you gave me before leaving the market. I even stopped at the hardware store for extra flashlight batteries because the market had already sold out." Her brother peered past her through the wide windows of the drugstore that bore his name. On Main Street, vehicles were reduced to a crawl, not because of road conditions, which were becoming increasingly dicey, but because there was so much traffic. People were anxious to get wherever they were going to wait out the storm. Forecasters are saying this could be a bad one, lasting several days. I listened to the radio and TV too, William. His eyes moved quickly back to his sister. "I didn't mean to imply that you were inefficient, just a little absent-minded sometimes. How about a cup of cocoa on the house?" She glanced outside at the slow-moving stream of cars. "I don't think I'd get home any faster if I left now, so all right, I'd love some cocoa." He ushered her toward the soda fountain at the front of the store and motioned her onto one of the chrome stools at the counter. "Linda, Marilee would like a cup of cocoa." "Extra whipped cream, please," Marilee said, smiling at the woman behind the counter. "Coming right up, Miss Marilee." Linda Wexler had been managing the drugstore soda fountain long before William Ritt bought the business from the previous owner. When he took over, he'd been smart enough to keep Linda in place. She was a local institution, knowing everyone in town who took cream in their coffee and who drank it black. The tuna salad was made fresh by her every morning, and she wouldn't even consider using frozen patties for the hamburgers she cooked to order on a griddle. "Can you believe this mess outside?" she asked as she poured milk into a saucepan to heat for the cocoa. "I remember when we's kids how excited we'd get every time snow was in the forecast, wondering was we going to have school the next day or not. You probably enjoy a free holiday much as your pupils." Marilee smiled at her. "If we have a snow day, I'll probably use it to grade papers." Linda sniffed with disapproval. Waste of a day off. The entrance door opened and the bell above it tinkled. Marilee swiveled around on her stool to see who'd come in. 2 teenage girls rushed inside, giggling and shaking moisture from their hair. They were in Marilee's 3rd period grammar and American literature class. "You girls should be wearing caps," she said to them. "Hi, Miss Ritt," they said virtually in unison. "What are you doing out in this weather? Shouldn't you be getting home?" "We came to rent some videos," one said, "just in case. You know, we don't have school tomorrow." "I hope there are some new releases left," the other girl remarked. "Thank you for reminding me," Marilee said. "I may take 1 or 2 movies home myself." They looked at her strangely, as though it had never occurred to them that Miss Marilee Ritt might actually watch a movie, or that she would do anything other than give tests and grade themes and monitor the hallways during class changes, keeping a keen eye out for unnecessary horseplay. They probably couldn't imagine any kind of life for her outside the corridors of Cleary High School. And until recently, they would have been right. She felt her cheeks turn warm at the reminder of her new pastime and quickly changed the subject. "Get home before the roads get icy," she cautioned her students. "We will," one said. "I have to be home before dark anyway because of Millicent. My folks are freaked out. Mine too," the other said. "Totally. They've got to know where I am, 24/7. She rolled her eyes. "As if I'd get close enough to some creep that he could grab me and carry me off." "I'm sure they're very concerned," Marilee said. "They should be." "My daddy gave me a pistol to keep in my car," the other girl said. "Told me not to hesitate to shoot anybody who tried to mess with me." Marilee murmured, "It's become a frightening situation." Gauging their impatience to get on with their evening, she told them to enjoy the snow day, if indeed they had one, then turned back to the counter just as Linda was serving her cocoa. "Careful, Han. It's hot." Looking after the girls, Linda said, "People have gone plumb nuts." Marilee took a tentative sip of the hot chocolate. "I'm not sure which is more disconcerting. 5 missing women or fathers arming their teenage daughters with pistols." Everyone in Cleary was nervous about the disappearances. People were locking doors that previously had gone unlatched. Women of all ages were warned to be aware of their surroundings when they were out alone and to avoid dark and isolated places. They were advised to trust no one they didn't know well. Since Millicent's disappearance, it had been suggested that husbands and boyfriends meet their partners at their workplaces at the end of the day to escort them home. "I can't rightly blame them, though," Linda said, lowering her voice. "You mark my words, Marilee, that gun girl is as good as dead if she ain't already." It was pessimistic to think that way, but Marilee was prone to agree. "When are you leaving for home, Linda? Whenever that slave-driving brother of yours says I can go? Maybe I can influence him to let you off early. Ain't likely. We've been doing a land office business all afternoon. People figuring it'll be days before they can get out again." A drugstore had occupied the corner of Main and Hemlock streets for as long as Marilee could remember. When she was a little girl and the family had come into town, she'd always looked forward to stopping here. William must have had fond memories of it too, because as soon as he graduated from pharmaceutical school, he'd returned to Cleary and started working here. When his employer decided to retire, William bought the business from him, then immediately borrowed money from the bank for expansion. He bought the vacant building next door and incorporated it into the existing store, enlarging Linda's workspace and adding booths to increase the soda fountain's capacity. He'd also had the foresight to set aside room for video rentals. In addition to the pharmacy, he had the most extensive stock of paperback books and magazines in town. Women shopped here for their cosmetics and greeting cards. Men bought tobacco products. Everyone came to catch up on local gossip. If Cleary had an epicenter, it was Ritz Drug Store, along with prescriptions. William dispensed advice, compliments, congratulations, or condolences, whatever his customers' situations called for. Although Marilee thought the white lab coat he wore in the store was a bit pretentious, his customers seemed not to mind. Of course, there were those who speculated on why both he and Marilee had remained single and continued to share a home. People thought that much togetherness between brother and sister was strange, or worse. She tried not to let people who entertained dirty thoughts like that bother her. The bell above the entrance jangled again. She didn't turn this time, but looked into the mirrored wall behind Linda's workstation and saw Wes Hamer come in with his son, Scott. Linda called out to them, "Hey, Wes, Scott, how are y'all?" Wes returned her greeting, but it was Marilee with whom he was making eye contact in the mirror. He sauntered over, leaned close over her shoulder, and took a whiff of the cocoa. "Damn, that smells good. I'll take one of those too, Linda. It's a hot cocoa kind of day. Hello, Wes." "Scott," Marilee said. Scott acknowledged her with a mumbled Miss Rit. Wes sat down on the stool beside her. His knee nudged hers as he slid his legs beneath the counter. "Mind if I join you?" "Not at all. You ought not to be cussing Wes Hamer," Linda said. "You being a role model for kids and all. What did I say? You said damn. When did you get to be so prissy? I remember a time or two you letting fly with a cuss word." She snorted, but she was grinning. Wes had that effect on women. "You want some cocoa too, hon?" Linda asked Scott, who was standing behind his father, hunched inside his coat, hands in his pockets, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. "Sure, thanks, that'd be great. No whipped cream on his," Wes said. He won't win any points with football scouts if he's got a gut on him. I don't think he's in danger of getting a gut anytime soon, Linda said, but she left off the whipped cream. Wes had that effect on people too. He turned on his stool so that he was facing Marilee. How's Scott coming with American Lit? Very well, he made 82 on the test over Hawthorne. 82, huh? Not bad, not great. But not bad, he said, addressing Scott over his shoulder. Go on back there and speak to those young ladies. They've been all aflutter ever since you walked in. Make sure William knows you're here. Scott ambled off, taking his cocoa with him. Girls won't stay away from that boy, Wes said as he watched Scott make his way down the aisle toward the video section. You can't be surprised, Linda said. He's cute as the dickens. They all seem to think so. Calling the house at all hours and hanging up if he doesn't answer drives Dora nuts. What do you think about his popularity with the ladies? Marilee asked. Wes's gaze swung back to her and he winked. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She looked down into her cup and nervously searched for something to say. Scott is doing well on the extra assignments, too. His writing has improved dramatically. With you tutoring him, how could he keep from learning something? Several weeks into the fall term, Wes had approached her about tutoring Scott on Saturday mornings and Sunday evenings. For her services, he offered to pay her a modest stipend, which she'd tried to reject. He'd insisted. In the end, Marilee had accepted the offered fee and consented to help Scott with his studies, not only because she knew the importance of his scoring high on his college entrance exams, but because few could say no to Wes Hamer and make it stick. I hope you think you're getting your money's worth, she said to him now. If ever I don't think so, you'll be the first to know, Marilee. He grinned at her, his eyes twinkling. Hey, Wes. William called to him from the end of the aisle of baby care products. I've got a free minute. You want to come on back? Wes held Marilee's gaze for several more seconds, then asked Linda to add the 2 cups of cocoa to his account and left them to join William and Scott in the pharmacy section. That's curious, Marilee said, wondering what business the Hamers had with her brother, but Linda was busy filling the order of another customer and didn't hear her. Lilly was still puzzling over how Ben Tierney knew she had a cabin on Cleary Peak when he asked testily, Have you got a better idea? Being buffeted by the strong wind, she had to think about it for only a moment. No, we should go to the cabin. First, let's check out your car. They made it to her car without mishap, although he was wobbly on his feet. She got in on the driver's side. He pushed her suitcase aside and climbed into the back seat because the right half of the dashboard had been jammed into the front passenger seat. Once he had pulled the door closed, he removed his gloves and rested his forehead against the heel of his right hand. Are you going to faint again? Lilly asked. No, we don't have time for it. He lowered his hand and peered at her over the back of the seat, giving her a critical once-over. You're underdressed. Tell me, she said through chattering teeth, what have you got in your suitcase? Anything useful? Nothing warmer than what I've got on. Apparently wanting to judge that for himself, he opened the suitcase on the seat beside him. He rifled through her garments, heedlessly sorting through lingerie, nightgowns, socks, slacks, tops, thermal underwear. No, he tossed her a wool sweater. Put this on over what you're wearing. She removed her coat long enough to pull on the sweater. Let me see your boots. My boots, he repeated impatiently. She pulled up her pants leg and extended her leg far enough for him to see her foot. He frowned. Taking several pairs of socks from the suitcase, he tossed them over the seat at her. Put those in your pocket. Take this too. You can put it on once we get to the cabin. He passed her a thin silk turtleneck that she'd originally bought to wear under ski clothes. Then, startling her, he reached over the seat and took a strand of her hair. Wet. He dropped the strand quickly, but Lilly was glad Emu was thinking about her damp hair and not the fistful of panties he was holding in his other hand. Have you got a cap, a hat of any kind? I didn't plan on being outdoors much during this trip. You've got to have something on your head. He tossed the undies back into the suitcase and pulled the stadium blanket from his shoulders. Lean toward me. She came up on her knees and faced the back seat. He fashioned a hood for her out of the blanket, placing it over her head and folding it across her chest. He buttoned her coat up over it, then patted it into place. There, before you get out of the car, pull this loose fabric up over your nose and mouth. Is there anything in the trunk except a spare tire? The familiar way in which he'd touched her left her surprised and slow to process thought. Her mind raced to catch up with what he'd asked her. I think there's a first aid kit that came with the car. Good. And some food I was taking from the cabin. Even better. He gave the car's interior a cursory glance. Flashlight? Anything in the glove box? Only the instruction manual for the car? Just as well. I doubt we could have gotten anything out of it, bashed in as it is. He made a swipe at the fresh blood trickling down his cheek, then pulled on his gloves. Let's go. Wait, my handbag. I'll need it. She looked around for her purse and discovered that it had been slung down to the passenger side floorboard when the car crashed into the tree. It was difficult, but she managed to reach between the dash and the seat and wrest her bag from beneath the wreckage. Loop the shoulder strap around your neck to keep your arms free. Better balance. She did as he suggested, then reached for the door latch. There, she paused and looked at him apprehensively. Maybe we should just stay put until we can call for help. We could, but nobody's coming up this road tonight, and I doubt we'd survive till morning. Then I guess we don't have a choice, do we? Not really, no. Again, she reached for the door latch, but this time it was he who stopped her by laying a hand on her shoulder. I didn't mean to sound so curt. I understand the need for haste. We've got to get to shelter before it gets worse out here. She bobbed her head in agreement. Their gazes held for a second or two. Then he removed his hand from her shoulder, opened the back door, and got out. Lilly joined him at the rear of the car where he was surveying the contents of the open trunk. He found the first aid kit and told her to put it in her pocket, some of those canned goods, too, and the crackers. He was likewise filling the many pockets of his coat with cans, which must have weighed him down, especially after he retrieved his backpack from where they'd left it lying in the road. Ready? He asked, squinting at her through the blowing frozen precipitation. As much as I'll ever be, using his chin, he motioned for her to precede him. They'd trudged only a few yards when they determined that trying to walk uphill on the road's icy surface would be futile. For every step forward they took, they slipped back 3. Tierney nudged her toward the road's shoulder. It was narrow, often forcing them to walk single file, hugging the embankment and dodging outcropping boulders. However, the uneven ground actually worked to their advantage. They found purchase on rocks and vegetation beneath the ice and sleet. The grade was steep. On a fair day with ideal weather conditions, the uphill hike would have been a strenuous workout for even the most physically fit. Most of the time, they were walking directly into the wind, which forced them to keep their heads bent against it, sometimes walking blind through a maelstrom of ice pellets that felt like shards of glass when they struck the exposed skin of their faces. They stopped frequently to catch their breath. Once Tierney stopped suddenly, turned away from her, and vomited, leading her to believe that he had a concussion at the very least. She noticed that he had begun to favor his left leg and wondered if he also had a fracture. Finally, walking became such an effort for him, she insisted that he place one arm across her shoulders. He did so reluctantly, but out of necessity. With each footstep he leaned more heavily upon her. She slogged on. They reached a state of total exhaustion and continued only because they had to. The distance she had covered in 3 minutes by car took almost an hour on foot. They were stumbling over each other by the time they reached the cabin's porch steps. Lilly propped him against a support post on the porch while she unlocked the door, then assisted him inside. She paused only long enough to shut the door and dump her handbag on the floor before collapsing onto one of the sofas. Tierney slid his backpack off and sprawled on the sofa facing hers. Separated by the coffee table, for several minutes they remained where they'd landed, their breath soughing loudly in the darkness. Because she had turned off the heat before leaving, the room was cold, but compared with outside, it felt balmy. Lilly didn't think she would have the energy ever to move again, but eventually she stirred and sat up. She reached for the lamp on the end table and switched it on. Thank goodness, she said, blinking against the sudden light. I was afraid the electricity may have been shut off by now. She unloaded the cans of food from her pockets and set them on the coffee table, then fished out her cell phone and punched in a number. Suddenly alert, Tierney sprang up and asked, "Who are you calling?" "Dutch." Chapter 5. Lilly's prediction about the chaos in town had been correct. Dutch had been back for only a couple of hours, and already he was wishing for the peace of his mountain cabin. Formerly his cabin, he thought bitterly, rush hour in downtown Atlanta had never been as congested as Main Street in Cleary this evening. It was bumper to bumper in both lanes, a ribbon of red taillights on one side, a ribbon of white headlights on the other. Everyone on one side of town seemed bent on getting to the other side, and vice versa. The sheriff's office was dealing with the outlying areas of the county, leaving the township itself up to Dutch and his department. Now would have been a good time for a burglar to burgle, because no one was at home where they should be, and every police officer was busy trying to control the pandemonium generated by the approaching storm. The signal light at Moultrie and Maine was busted again. On any other day, it would be no big deal. Drivers would take turns, politely waving one another through the intersection and joking about the inconvenience. But today, when patience was wearing thin, the malfunctioning traffic light had caused a gridlock that was making motorists fractious. The officers not on the streets directing traffic were monitoring the crowds in the market, trying to prevent fistfights over the scant merchandise left on the shelves. There had been one altercation already over the last tin of sardines. With sleet pellets larger than grains of rock salt, the rapid accumulation would soon become nasty. As the weather system moved over the mountain and swept down the eastern face of it into the valley, picking up moisture, conditions were going to get even more unmanageable. Until the storm was over and all the ice and snow had melted, Dutch could count on little or no rest. Glancing up toward the crest of Cleary Peak, he saw that it was completely engulfed in cloud. He'd come down just in time and was relieved to know that Lilly had been right behind him and was well on her way south to Atlanta by now. If she made good time, she could probably outrun the storm, arriving home before it caught up with her. He still thought of her constantly, of where she was, of what she was doing. It was a habit that no goddamn decree of divorcement could break. Remembering how she'd looked at him before he left the cabin created a weight in his chest as heavy as an anvil. She'd been afraid of him, which was nobody's fault but his own. He'd given her reason to fear him. "Hey, Chief!" Wes Hamer was shouting at him from the sidewalk just outside Ritt's drugstore. "Get over here. I'm a tax-paying citizen, and I've got a gripe." Dutch pulled his Bronco out of the line of cars inching along Main Street and into the handicapped parking space in front of the drugstore. He lowered his window, letting in a blast of frigid air. Wes came toward him with the shoulder-rolling amble of a former football player. Both his knees and one hip were afflicted with osteoarthritis. But that wasn't something Wes advertised. He would do damn near anything to keep from owning up to a weakness of any sort. "You got a complaint, Coach?" Dutch deadpanned. "You're the #1 peace officer around here. Clear the streets of these morons." "I'd start with you," Wes guffawed, but immediately sensed Dutch's dour mood and leaned in closer. "Hey, buddy, why the long face? I said goodbye to Lilly for the last time couple hours ago, up at the cabin." "She's gone for good." Wes turned away. "Scott, go warm up the car. I'll be right there." Scott, who'd been standing beneath the awning outside Ritt's store, caught the set of car keys Wes tossed to him, raised his other hand in a farewell wave to Dutch, then sauntered off down the sidewalk. "Has he heard anything from Clemson yet?" Dutch asked. "We can talk about that later." "Let's talk about your wife, ex-wife," emphasis on the ex, which she made perfectly clear this afternoon. "I thought you were going to talk to her. I did. No go. No go. She's got her divorce, and she's happy about it. She wants nothing to do with me. It's over." He rubbed his brow with his gloved hand. "Are you going to cry, or what? Jesus, Dutch, don't make me ashamed to call you my best friend." Dutch turned and looked at him. "Fuck you." Unfazed, Wes continued. "The way you're muling around," he shook his head over Dutch's pathetic behavior. "Lilly didn't know a good thing when she had it, so screw her. My opinion of her has always been. I don't want to hear your opinion of her. She thinks her shit don't stink." I said I didn't want to hear it. All right. Wes held up both hands as though in surrender. "All right, but it isn't like she holds me in high esteem. She thinks you're an asshole, like I'm going to lose sleep over what Ms. Lilly Martin Burton thinks of me, smiling crookedly. He clapped his hand on Dutch's shoulder. You're taking this breakup way too hard. You lost your wife, not your manhood. Look around, he said, gesturing expansively. There are women everywhere. I've had women, Dutch muttered. Wes tilted his head. Yeah, all along or lately. Both, Dutch thought. He'd lined up plenty of justifications for his first affair. He was under continual pressure at work. Lilly was preoccupied establishing her career. Their lovemaking had become predictable and uninspired. Blah, 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 Lilly had shot down his excuses like ducks in a shooting gallery. He had acknowledged his weaknesses and pledged never to stray again. But the first affair was followed by a second, and then another, and soon he'd run out of even lame excuses. Now he realized that it wasn't his last affair that had spelled the beginning of the end of his marriage. It had been the first. He should have known that a woman like Lilly wouldn't tolerate unfaithfulness. Wiz was looking at him expectantly, waiting for an answer. There for a time, after Amy, when I was in a bad way, I looked for relief anywhere I could find it, with any woman who would say yes, and there were plenty of them. None of them could replace Lilly, though. Bullshit. You just haven't shopped long enough. Are you getting laid now on a regular basis? Wes. Okay, don't ask, don't tell. But what woman would look twice at you these days? If you don't mind my saying so, you look like crap. That's what I feel like, right? And it shows in your face, the way you walk, your butt's dragging, my friend. You look about as much fun as a case of recurring herpes. That approach isn't going to attract the kind of woman you need right now. What kind is that? The anti-Lilly. Stay away from brunettes with brown eyes. Hazel. Her eyes are really green with brown flecks. With a look, Wes scorned the detailed correction. Get yourself a bleached blonde. Short, not tall, big titties and a butt you can hold on to. A gal that's none too bright without an opinion of her own except regarding your cock, which she thinks is a fucking magic wand. Wes was pleased with his description of the perfect female. His entire face was involved in his grin. Tell you what, he said. Come over to the house later. We'll kill a bottle of Jack while considering your options. I've got a dirty video or two we can watch. That'll change your outlook. Or you aren't human. What'd you say? I'm not supposed to be drinking, remember? Rules don't apply during an ice and snow storm. Who said? I did. It was nearly impossible to resist Wes at his most affable. But Dutch gave it an earnest try. He pushed the Bronco's gear shift into reverse. I'll have both hands full tonight and then some. Come over, Wes said, wagging a stern finger at Dutch as he backed away. I'll be looking for you. Dutch pulled back into traffic and pointed his Bronco toward the single-story brick building 1 block off Main Street that housed the police department. Before finally being booted out of the Atlanta PD, Dutch had been required to see the department's psychiatrist twice a week. He told Dutch during one of their sessions that he was borderline paranoid. But what was that old joke? Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean everybody still isn't out to get you. He was beginning to think that everybody in the whole damn world had it in for him today when he entered headquarters and saw Mr. and Mrs. Ernie Gunn sitting in the waiting area that cinched it. He must have a bull's eye painted on his back. Lilly, Millicent Gunn's folks, the people of Cleary, even the weather had conspired to make this the worst day of his life. Okay, one of the worst. Mrs. Gunn, a raw-boned sparrow of a woman on her best day, looked like she hadn't slept or had a meal since her daughter's disappearance a week ago. Her small head poked from the collar of her quilted coat like that of a turtle from its shell. As Dutch walked in, she looked at him with naked despair. He wasn't a stranger to that feeling. He empathized. All right, he just didn't want to cope with Mrs. Gunn's desperation tonight when he was having a hell of a time battling his own mister. Gunn was a rotund man who looked even larger in his red and black checked wool coat, the kind Dutch associated with lumberjacks. Gunn did, in fact, work with wood, his carpenter's hands roughened by decades of manual labor and chapped by the cold looked like sugar-cured hams. He was threading his hat between his scarred fingers, staring vacantly at the stained brown felt. At an elbow nudge from his wife, he looked up and followed her hollow-eyed gaze toward Dutch. He stood Dutch. Ernie. Mrs. Gunn, Dutch nodded at them in turn. It's getting bad out there. You ought to be at home. We just came by to ask, was there anything new? Dutch knew the reason for this ambush. He'd received several telephone messages from them today, but hadn't responded. He wished one of his men had warned him that they were in the office so he could have delayed his return until they gave up and went home. But he was here, and so were they. He might just as well get the meeting over with. Come on back, we'll talk in my office. Did somebody offer you coffee? It's thick as road tar, but it's usually hot. No thanks, Ernie Gunn said, speaking for both of them, once they were seated across the desk from him in his private office. Dutch frowned with regret. Unfortunately, I don't have anything new to report. I had to call off the search today for obvious reasons, he said, motioning toward the window. Before this storm hit, we towed Millicent's car to the county pound. We'll be gathering all the trace evidence we can from it, but there are no obvious signs of a struggle. Like what? Dutch squirmed in his seat and shot a glance at Mrs. Gunn before answering her husband. Broken fingernails. Clumps of hair blood. Mrs. Gunn's head wobbled on her skinny neck. That's actually good news, Dutch said. My men and I are still trying to reconstruct Millicent's movements her last evening at work, talking to everybody who saw her in and out of the store. But we had to suspend the canvassing this afternoon again on account of the storm. I haven't heard anything more from Special Agent Wise either, he said, heading off what he figured would be their next question. He was called back to Charlotte a few days ago. You know, he had another case there that needed his attention. Before he left, though, he told me he was still actively working on Millicent's disappearance and wanted to use the computers there in the bureau office to check out some things. Did he say what? Dutch hated admitting to them that Wise, in fact all those FBI sons of bitches, was stingy with information. They were especially tight-lipped around cops they considered to be inferior, incompetent burnouts like yours truly, for instance. I believe you gave Wise access to Millicent's journal, he said. That's right. Mr. Gunn turned to his wife and clasped her hand for encouragement. Maybe Mr. Wise will come across something in it that'll lead them to her. Dutch pounced on that point. That's a very real possibility. Millicent might have left of her own accord. He held up his hand to stave off their protest. I know that's the first thing I asked you when you reported her missing. You dismissed it out of hand. But hear me out. He divided his best serious cop look between them. It's entirely possible that Millicent needed some time away. Maybe she's not connected to the other missing women at all. He knew the chances of that were highly remote, but it was something to say that would give them hope. But her car, Mrs. Gunn said in a voice so reedy Dutch could barely hear her. It was still in the parking lot behind the store. How could she have left without her car? Maybe a friend took her somewhere, Dutch said, because of the widespread panic her disappearance has caused. That friend is afraid to come forward now and fess up, afraid that he or she will get into trouble along with Millicent for scaring us out of our wits. Mr. Gunn frowned doubtfully. We've had our problems with Millicent, same as all parents with teenagers, but I don't think she'd pull a stunt like this to spite us. Mrs. Gunn said she knows we love her, knows how worried we'd be if she just up and ran off. Her voice faltered on the last few words, and she crammed a soggy Kleenex against her lips to contain a sob. Her misery was painful to witness. Dutch focused on his desk blotter, giving her a moment to compose herself. Mrs. Gunn, I'm sure that deep down she knows how much you love her, he said kindly. But I understand Millicent wasn't too keen on that hospital you sent her to last year. You checked her in against her will, isn't that right? She wouldn't go voluntarily, Mr. Gunn said. We had to do it, or she was going to die. I understand, Dutch said, and probably on some level Millicent understands that too. But could she be holding a grudge over it? The girl had been diagnosed with anorexia, and she was bulimic. To her parents' credit, when her condition became life-threatening, they had borrowed against nearly everything they owned in order to send her to a hospital in Raleigh for treatment and psychiatric counseling. She was there for 3 months before being pronounced cured and sent home. The scuttlebutt around town was that she had reverted to her binging and purging habits as soon as she was released, afraid any weight gain would keep her off the high school cheerleading squad. Having been a cheerleader since 6th grade, she didn't want to miss out her senior year. She was doing good, her father said. Getting better, healthier every day. He gave Dutch a hard look. Besides, you know as well as I do that she didn't run away. She was took, a blue ribbon was tied to her steering wheel. You're not supposed to talk about that, Dutch reminded him. A blue ribbon had been left at the scene of each woman's supposed abduction, but that fact had been withheld from the media. Because of the ribbon, the unknown kidnapper had been nicknamed Blue. The cell phone on Dutch's belt vibrated, but he let it go without answering. He was addressing a serious issue here. If word had leaked out about the blue ribbon, you could bet the thieves would think the leak had sprung from Dutch's department. Maybe it had. Of course it had. Nevertheless, he would do all he could to contain it and try to avoid blame. Damn near everybody already knows about it, Dutch, Mr. Gunn argued. You can't keep something like that a secret, especially since the sumbitch has left that ribbon 5 times now. If everybody knows about it, then more than likely Millicent does. She could have put the ribbon there as a decoy to make us all think. The hell you say, Ernie Gunn retorted angrily. She wouldn't be so cruel as to scare us like that. No, sir. Blue's got Millicent, you know he does. You gotta get out there and find her before His voice cracked. Tears formed in his eyes. Mrs. Gunn stifled another sob, but it was she who spoke next. Her expression had turned bitter. You coming from the police department in Atlanta and all, we thought you'd catch this man before he had a chance to get our Millicent or some other girl? I worked homicide, not missing persons, Dutch said tightly. He'd been nothing but sympathetic to these people, doing everything he could to find their daughter, but he was still underappreciated. They were expecting a miracle from him because he'd been a cop in a metropolitan area. The way he was feeling at that moment, he wondered why in hell he'd taken this job. When the city council led by Chairman Wes Hamer offered it to him, he should have told them that he would become their chief of police only after they'd caught their serial kidnapper. But he had needed the employment. More important, he'd needed to get out of Atlanta, where he'd been humiliated personally by Lilly and professionally by the department. His divorce had become final the same month he'd been fired. Admittedly, there had been a correlation. When he was at his lowest point, Wes had come to Atlanta to extend him the offer. He'd boosted Dutch's flagging ego by saying that his hometown was in dire need of a badass cop with his experience. It was the brand of bullshit at which Wes excelled. It was a halftime locker room pep talk, the kind he delivered to fire up his team. Even recognizing it as such, Dutch had liked hearing it. And before he quite knew how it had come about, they were sealing their deal with a handshake. He was known and respected here. He knew the people, knew the town and the area like the back of his hand. Moving back to Cleary was like slipping into a comfortable pair of old shoes. But there was a definite drawback. He had walked into a mess left by his predecessor, who'd known nothing about crime solving beyond writing a citation for an expired parking meter. His first day on the job, the 4 unsolved missing persons cases had been dumped into Dutch's lap. Now, he had a 5th woman missing. He had a limited budget, a staff that was minimally trained and experienced, and the condescending interference of the FBI, which had become involved because it appeared this was a kidnap situation, and that was a federal offense. Now, 2.5 years after the first girl had vanished off a popular hiking trail, there was still no suspect. It wasn't Dutch's fault, but it had become his baby, and it was turning ugly. He was in no mood for criticism, even coming from people who were going through a living hell. I've still got a list of Millicent's acquaintances to talk to, he said. Soon as the weather clears, I swear to you that I and every man on the force will be out there searching for her. He stood up, signaling an end to the discussion. Would you like me to get somebody to drive you home in a patrol car? The streets are becoming treacherous. No, thank you. With admirable dignity, mister. Gunn assisted his wife from her chair and ushered her toward the front of the building. Hard as it is, try to keep a positive outlook, Dutch said as he followed them down the short hallway. Mr. Gunn merely nodded, put on his hat, and escorted his wife through the door into the wailing wind. Chief, we got in a minute, Dutch said, holding up his hand to interrupt the officer manning the incoming phone lines, all of which were blinking red. He pulled his cell phone from his belt and checked to see who had called Lilly. And she'd left a message. Hastily, he punched in the keys to access his voicemail. Dutch, I don't know if get or not. Accident coming down the mountain. Ben Tierney hurt. We're the cabin. He needs med attention, if possibly can help. As soon possible. Chapter 6. Lilly had kept the voicemail message brief and to the point in case her cell phone lost its tenuous signal. By the time she stopped talking, the phone was dead again. I don't know how much of that went through, she said to Tierney. Maybe Dutch will get enough of it to figure out the rest. She had pulled the stadium blanket off her head, but it was bunched around her shoulders. The wool was wet, unmelted sleet still clinging to it. She was cold, wet, and uncomfortable. Of course she couldn't complain of her discomfort. It was mild compared with Tierney's. He was sitting upright, but swaying as though at any moment he would topple over. Fresh blood had soaked the black watch cap. Frost clung to his eyebrows and eyelashes, making him look ghostly. She motioned toward his eyes. You've got... Frost, you've got it too. It'll go away in a minute. She brushed the ice crystals from her eyes and nostrils. I've never been exposed to the elements like this. Never. Nothing more extreme than getting caught in the rain without an umbrella. She got up and crossed the room to the wall thermostat. After setting the gauge, she heard the reassuring whir of moving air coming from the vent in the ceiling. It'll get warm in here soon. As she moved back toward the sofa, she said, I can't feel my toes or fingers. He put his middle finger between his teeth and used them to pull off his glove, then motioned her toward the sofa on which he sat. Sit down and take off your boots. She sat down next to him and removed her gloves, then worked her feet out of her wet boots. You knew these weren't going to keep my feet dry. It was a safe guess. Her socks were wet, as were the legs of her slacks from the knees down. Her outfit had been chosen for fashion, not for protection against blizzard conditions. He patted the top of his thigh. Put your leg up here. Lilly hesitated, but then settled her leg across his thighs. He removed her thin sock. She didn't recognize her own foot. It was as white as bone, bloodless. He pressed it tightly between his hands and began to chafe it vigorously. This will hurt, he warned. It does. Got to get the circulation going again. Have you ever written about surviving a blizzard? Not from first-hand experience. I realize now just how smug and uninformed that article was. Better? My toes are stinging. That's good. Blood is returning to them. See, turning pink already? Give me the other foot. What about yours? They can wait. My boots are waterproof. Lilly switched legs. He peeled off her sock, closed his hands around her foot, then began to massage feeling back into it. But not quite so briskly as before. He lightly pinched each toe. The pad of his thumb followed the curve of her arch, forward toward the ball of her foot, back toward her heel. Lilly watched his hands. He watched his hands. Neither spoke. Finally, he sandwiched her foot warmly between his palms. He turned his head, bringing them face to face, so close she could see individual eyelashes left wet by melting frost. Better? He said. Much. Thank you. You're welcome. He made no move to release her foot, leaving it to her, to withdraw it from his hands. She lowered her leg off his thighs, taking a dry pair of socks from her coat pocket, allowed her to move away from him without it being awkward. She watched him from the corner of her eye as he bent down and untied the laces of his hiking boots. But even when they'd been loosed, he remained bent forward. He propped his elbow on his knee and rested his head in his hand. Are you going to be sick again? She asked. I don't think so. Just a wave of dizziness. It'll pass. You probably have a concussion? No, probably about it. I'm so sorry. Her apologetic tone brought his head up. Why should you be sorry? If it hadn't been for me, you wouldn't have crashed your car. I couldn't see beyond my hood. Suddenly, you were just there, right in front of me, and it was as much my fault as yours. I saw your headlights coming around the curve. I didn't want to miss my last hope of getting a ride into town, so I started running full out, gained too much momentum coming down the incline. Next thing I know, I'm not at the road. I'm in the road. It was stupid of me to brake so hard. Reflex, he said with a dismissive shrug. Anyway, don't blame yourself. Maybe I was put in your path for a reason. You probably saved my life. If I'd been alone, I would have stayed in the car and been frozen by morning. Then it's lucky I came along. What were you doing up here on the peak on foot? He bent down and began tugging off his right boot. Sightseeing today. I was hiking along the summit with a storm bearing down. The mountains have a different kind of allure during the winter months. He took off his second boot and tossed it aside, then began to massage his toes. When I got ready to head back into town, my car wouldn't start. Dead battery, I guess. Anyway, rather than follow the road and all those switchbacks, I decided to take a shortcut through the woods in the dark. In hindsight, it wasn't the smartest of decisions, but I would have been okay if the storm hadn't moved in so quickly. I miscalculated too. Stupidly, I fell asleep, and she stopped when she noticed that he was blinking rapidly as though to ward off vertigo. "Are you about to pass out?" "Maybe. This damn dizziness." She stood up and placed her hands on his shoulders. "Lean back, lay your head down. If I pass out, wake me up. I shouldn't go to sleep with a concussion. I promise to keep you awake." "Lie back still," he resisted. "I'll get blood on your couch." "I hardly think that matters, Mr. Tierney." Besides, it's not my couch anymore. He relented and let her press him back until his head was resting on the cushion. "Okay now?" "Better, thanks." She went to the other sofa and, being chilled in spite of her coat, wrapped herself in the knitted throw. Although Tierney kept his eyes closed, he said, "Not your couch anymore?" "I'd heard this place was on the market. It's sold. The closing was yesterday." "Who bought it?" "Someone in town." "No, a retired couple from Jacksonville, Florida, who want to spend their summers here." He opened his eyes and looked around the main room. The cabin had every modern convenience, but it had been built and decorated to look rustic, in keeping with the mountain setting. The furnishings were oversized and homey, designed for comfort rather than show. They bought themselves a great second home. Yes, they did. She glanced around the room, gauging the sturdiness of its construction. "We'll be all right here, won't we?" "For the duration of the storm, I mean. What's your water source?" "A reservoir on a plateau about midway between here and town. Hopefully the pipes aren't frozen yet." She got up and rounded the bar that separated the main room from the kitchen. "We have water," she announced as it sputtered from the faucet. "Got anything to collect it in?" Kitchen utensils were included in the sale of the cabin. Start filling every pan and pot available. "We need to collect all the drinking water we can before the pipes freeze. Lucky you had that food with you. We won't starve." She found a roasting pan she had used one Thanksgiving and put it in the sink beneath the faucet. As she came back into the main room, she motioned toward the hearth. "There's firewood stacked on the porch. Yeah, but I noticed when we came in that most of it is wet and the logs haven't been split. Very observant of you." I have a knack for taking in details quickly. "So I've noticed when," she repeated. "When did you notice my knack for taking in details? Tonight or during that day last summer?" "Both, I suppose, at least on a subconscious level." She wondered what details about her his keen blue eyes had taken in quickly. "Both tonight and last June. Why did you call him?" His blunt question seemed out of context, but it wasn't really. She glanced toward her cell phone, which she'd laid on the coffee table within easy reach, should it ring. Before giving her time to answer, he said, "I heard you got divorced." "We did. So why did you call him tonight?" "Dutch is Cleary's chief of police now." "I heard that too. He'll be handling emergencies caused by the storm. He has the authority to get help to us if he can." He mulled that over for several seconds, then glanced toward the door. "Nobody's coming up here tonight. You realize that?" She nodded. "I think that for tonight we're on our own." In reaction to her sudden nervousness, she shoved her hands deep into her coat pockets. "Oh, the first aid kit?" she exclaimed. "I'd almost forgotten it." She pulled it from her pocket. It was a small white plastic box with a red cross on the lid, something a conscientious mom would pop into her tote bag before an excursion to the playground. She opened it and checked the contents. "There's not much here, I'm afraid. But that head wound should at least be cleaned with one of these disinfectant pads." She looked at him dubiously. "Do you want to remove your cap yourself, or do you trust me to do it?" "Either way, Mr. Tierney, I'm afraid it's going to be painful. Lilly." Why have I suddenly become Mr. Tierney?" She shrugged uneasily. It seems, I don't know, more appropriate somehow under the circumstances. The circumstances being that we're stranded together for an indefinite period of time and dependent on each other for our survival, which is rather awkward. Why awkward? She frowned at him for being obtuse. Because except for that day on the river, you and I are strangers. When he stood up, he swayed noticeably. But he was steady enough on his feet as he walked toward her slowly. If you think we're strangers, then you're not remembering the day we met the same way I remember it. She took a step back and shook her head, either to clear it of memories of a sun-sparkled day or to stave him off. She wasn't sure which. "Look, Tierney, praise be." He flashed the engaging smile she remembered with unsettling detail. "I'm back to being Tierney." "Tierney, special agent in charge Kent Begley," repeated the name. "That's right, sir. Tierney, first name Ben," replied Special Agent Charlie Wise. Everyone in the FBI office in Charlotte called Charlie Wise by his nickname Hoot. Someone, no one could remember specifically who, had linked his last name to a hoot owl. The moniker was doubly apropos because he wore tortoiseshell eyeglasses with large round lenses, making him resemble an owl. Begley was peering through those lenses now directly into Hoot's unblinking eyes, giving him one of the incisive stares that his subordinates called nutcrackers, behind Begley's back, of course. Begley was a staunch, born-again believer, always having at hand the large Bible with his name engraved in gold lettering on the black leather binding. It had the worn look of being read frequently. He quoted from it, often. One of the notches on Begley's rigid moral yardstick was the usage of foul or suggestive language. He had no tolerance for it and didn't allow it from the men and women serving under him. He used it himself only when he felt it was absolutely necessary to getting his point across, which was about every 10 seconds. Hoot was a confident, capable, and unflappable agent. He quailed less than most beneath Begley's nutcrackers. No one knew his accuracy on the firing range, but indisputably, he was a quick draw on a computer. He excelled at research, and there his talent was unsurpassed. If Hoot couldn't uproot needed data, the data didn't exist. He met his boss's hard stare with aplomb. "I've been looking at Ben Tierney for several days now, sir, and some interesting facts have emerged. I'm listening." Begley motioned him into the chair facing his desk, but since he was still giving Hoot the look that said the agent better not be wasting his time, Hoot began talking even before he sat down. "Over the past couple of years, Ben Tierney has been drifting in and out of the area, specifically Cleary. Every few months, he stays a few weeks, sometimes a month, then moves on. Lots of weekenders up there. Vacationers," Begley said. "I'm aware of that, sir." "So what makes him special? Do his visits to Cleary coincide with the disappearances?" "Yes, sir, they do. He stays in a lodge about 2 miles from the center of town, private cabins with kitchenettes, decks overlooking a waterfall and private lake." Begley nodded. He knew the type of place Hoot described. There were hundreds of them in that area of the state where tourism was a main source of revenue for the small mountain communities. Outdoor activities like fishing, hiking, camping, and kayaking were huge draws. According to the lodge's manager, Mr. Tierney always reserves the largest cabin. Number 8, 2 bedrooms, living area with a fireplace. And this, I think, is significant. He does his own cleaning. No matter how long he stays, he picks up clean linens at the registration desk twice a week and declines the daily housekeeping service. Hardly a smoking gun, Hoot, but odd. Begley left his desk and moved to the easel holding the corkboard that Hoot had brought into the office in advance of their meeting. On it were tacked photographs of the 5 women missing from the Cleary area, along with compiled data on each: DOB, driver's license, and social security numbers, date of disappearance, physical description, family members and close friends, interests and hobbies, religious affiliations, level of education, bank accounts, or other sources of funds, none of which had been tapped, location of where she was last seen, and anything else that might help locate the woman or point to the unknown subject who had abducted her, who in this case had been nicknamed Blue. "Does this Tierney fit the profile of a serial sex offender?" Although it hadn't been established that sexual offenses had been committed against the missing women, it was assumed that was the reason for their abductions. Yes, sir. He's white, more or less a loner, married once, briefly, currently divorced. Ex-wife remarried. What do you know about the marriage and divorce? Perkins is working on that angle for me. He's digging. Go on. He's 41. He has a U.S. passport and a Virginia driver's license. 6 feet 3 inches tall, weight 185. At least that's what he weighed when he renewed his license 2 years ago. Hair brown, eyes blue, no facial hair. Tattoos or visible scars. The manager of the lodge says he's polite and undemanding, and he tips the housekeeper even though she doesn't clean for him. He has one major credit card, uses it for nearly everything, and pays the total balance each month. No outstanding debts. No hassles with the IRS. He drives a late-model Jeep Cherokee. Registration and insurance are current. Sounds like a solid citizen, a prince among men. Despite his remark, Begley knew that one's appearance and demeanor could camouflage a criminal, psychotic, or sociopathic mind. During his long career, he'd run across some very twisted folks. There was the woman who was widowed 6 times before anyone thought to investigate the bizarre coincidence. Her excuse for killing her husbands, each in a distinctive and inventive way, was that she just adored arranging funerals. She was as plump as a partridge and as pretty as a peach. No one would have thought her capable of killing a housefly. Then there was the guy who played Santa Claus at the neighborhood mall every Christmas. Jolly and kind, beloved by all who knew him, he would sit children on his knee and listen to what they wanted for Christmas, pass out candy canes, remind them not to be naughty, and then select one to violate sexually before dismembering the body and placing the various parts in Christmas stockings which he hung from his mantle. Ho, ho, ho! Nothing surprised Begley anymore, especially not a woman snatcher who was polite, tipped generously, and paid his bills on time. What about friends? Begley asked. Anyone ever join him in that cabin he rents? No one. He keeps to himself, to quote Mr. Gus Elmer, the owner of the lodge. Begley stared at a picture of Laureen Elliott, the third woman to disappear. She had a bad perm and a sweet smile. Her car had been found at a barbecue restaurant between the clinic where she worked as a nurse and her home. She didn't pick up her phone in order of ribs. Where does Ben Tierney call home? He gets his mail at a condo he owns in Virginia, just outside D.C., Hoot replied. But he's rarely there, travels extensively. Begley came around. Do we know why? Hoot shuffled the stack of printed materials he'd brought in with him and came up with a popular magazine for outdoor sports and activities. Page 37. Begley reached for the magazine and thumbed to the page, finding there a story about rafting the Colorado River. He's a freelance writer, Hoot explained. Goes on thrill-seeking adventures and vacations, writes about them, sells the articles to magazines that cater to particular interests. Mountain climbing, hiking, hang gliding, scuba diving, dog sledding, you name it, he's done it. Accompanying the article was a color photograph of 2 men standing on the rocky shoal of a river, white water in the background. One of the men was bearded, stocky, and a lot shorter than 6 feet 3. He was identified beneath the photo as the guide for the trip. The other smiling rafter fit Tierney's description. Wide, white smile in a lean, tan face. Wind-blown hair, calves as hard as baseballs, sculpted arms, washboard abs, Michelangelo's David in a pair of cargo shorts. Begley scowled down at Hoot. Are you fucking kidding me? He's the kind of man women throw their panties at. Ted Bundy was a reputed ladies' man, sir. Begley snorted, conceding the point. What about women? Relationships? Or whatever. His neighbors in Virginia barely know him because he's seldom there. But unanimously, they said they'd never seen a woman at his place. A good-looking bachelor like him? Begley asked. Hoot shrugged. He could be gay, I guess, but there's no indication he is. He could have a lady love stashed away somewhere else. Begley ventured. If he does, we've found no evidence of one no long-term relationship, or short-term for that matter. But, as I said, he travels a lot. Maybe he, catches romance when and where he can. Begley ruminated on that. Serial rapists or women killers rarely cultivated or maintained healthy, lasting relationships. Indeed, they typically had an intense dislike for women. Depending on the psyche of the offender, the hostility could be latent and well concealed or openly expressed. Either way, it was usually manifested in violent acts against the opposite sex. "Okay, you've aroused my interest," Begley said, "but I hope you have better than this." Hoot shuffled through more paper. Finding the sheet he was looking for, he said, "This is a quote from Millicent Gunn's diary. Saw BT again today, second time in past 3 days. He's so freaking cool, always very nice to me. The very is underlined, sir. I think he likes me. Takes time to talk to me even though I'm fat." That entry was dated 3 days before her disappearance. Parents claim none of her friends are named BT. They don't know anyone who goes by that name or has those initials. Fat. Actually, Miss Gunn is anorexic and bulimic. Begley nodded, having read on her stat sheet about her hospitalization last year. Where did she see this BT twice in 3 days? That's what put me onto Ben Tierney. I went digging to see who BT might be. The first logical place to look was the high school. I came up empty. All the BTs were girls. Second logical place would be where Millicent works. She clerks part-time in her uncle's store. In addition to hardware and gardening equipment he sells, Hoot paused and pushed up his eyeglasses. Sporting goods, clothing, and equipment. Begley turned back to the corkboard, studying the photographs of the 5 apparent victims as he thoughtfully tugged on his lower lip. He focused on the first. Was he in Cleary at the time Tori Lambert disappeared off that hiking trail? I don't know, Hoot admitted. So far, I have no record of his being there on the actual day she disappeared, but he definitely was in town soon thereafter. The lodge's registry bears that out. Maybe after Tori Lambert, he thought the pickings in the area were good, so he came back and has kept coming back ever since. My thinking, exactly, sir. He travels. Have you researched similar missing persons cases near any of his destinations? Perkins is working on that, too. VCAP? NCIC? Begley asked, referring to the information networks widely used by law enforcement agencies. Nothing. After a short pause, Hoot continued. But we don't yet know all the places he's been. We're having to review his credit card statements to see where his travels have taken him over the last several years, then cross-checking our unsolved cases in those specific areas. It's tedious and time-consuming. Was he in the vicinity of Cleary when Millicent Gunn disappeared? He checked into the lodge a week before her parents reported her missing. What do the boys in the RA out there think about him? I haven't shared this information with them, sir. Begley came around, then let me rephrase. What do they think about you working this case? There was a resident agency nearer to Cleary than Charlotte. Hoot had been transferred from it to the field office in Charlotte 13 months ago, but his investigation into Tori Lambert's disappearance and assumed kidnapping had begun in the RA that covered that jurisdiction. It's been my case from the start, sir. The agents in that office recognize it as such and frankly are glad to let me have it. I'd like to see it through, sir. 20 seconds of silence ticked by as Begley continued to stare at the photographs on the corkboard. Suddenly he made an abrupt about-face. Hoot, I think it's worth our time to make a trip up there to talk to Mr. Tierney. Hoot was stunned. You and me, sir? I haven't done field work in a long time. Begley glanced around the walls of his office as though they'd suddenly become constricting. It'll be good for me. Having made the decision, he began immediately to plan their course of action. I don't want it to get around Cleary that we're looking at Ben Tierney. How did you explain your interest to that? What's his name? The owner of the lodge, Gus Elmer. I told him that Tierney is a contender for a humanitarian award at his alma mater and that all aspects of his life are being reviewed, and he bought that. He's got 3 teeth, sir. Begley nodded absently, his mind already racing ahead. For as long as possible, let's keep the local PD in the dark, too. I don't want to put them on alert and give them a chance to fuck it up if this guy's blue. What's the asshole's name? Tierney. Not that asshole, he said impatiently. The police chief, Burton. Dutch Burton. Right? Isn't there a story there? He was formerly with Atlanta PD, Hoot explained. Outstanding homicide detective, commendations, flawless record. Then he went round the bend, started drinking heavily. How come? Family problems, I believe. Whatever, he got his ass fired. I remember now. Begley had been gathering up personal items, including his cell phone, the framed photograph of his wife of 30 years and their 3 children, and his Bible. He yanked his overcoat from the coat tree and pulled it on. Bring all that with you, he indicated the case. Files stacked in Hoot's lap. I'll read them on the way while you drive. Hoot stood up and cast a wary glance out the window where darkness was closing in over the city. You mean we're going tonight? We're going right fucking now. But, sir, the forecast. He got the undiluted, full-out nutcracker treatment. He didn't cringe, but he cleared his throat before continuing. They're predicting record freezing temperatures, ice and snow and blizzard conditions, especially in that part of the state. We'd be driving straight into it. Begley pointed to the corkboard. Do you want to venture a guess as to what happened to those ladies, Hoot? What sort of sicko torture do you think this jerk-off puts them through before he kills them? I know. We don't know with absolute certainty that they're dead because no bodies have turned up yet. I'd like to think we'll find them alive and intact, but I've had 30-plus years of dealing with this kind of shit. Let's face it, Hoot, the odds are good that we're going to locate bones, and that'll be all that's left of those ladies who had features, dreams, and people who loved them. Now, Can, you look at the faces in those pictures and still whine about a little bad weather? No, sir. Begley turned and strode out the door, saying as he went, I didn't think so. Tierney had pulled the watch cap from his head in one swift motion. Lilly had been standing by with a towel that had been 15 minutes ago, and his scalp wound was still bleeding. The towel was almost saturated. Scalp wounds always bleed a lot, he said when she expressed concern. All those capillaries up there. Here's a fresh towel. As she passed it to him, she reached for the bloody one. He withheld it. You don't have to touch that. I'll take it into the bathroom. I assume it's through there? He indicated the door leading into the bedroom. To your right? I'm going to wash the blood out of my hair. Maybe the cold water will help stanch the bleeding. As unsteady as a drunk, he walked toward the bedroom where he braced himself against the door jamb and turned back. Keep filling up every available container with water. Pipes will freeze soon. We'll need drinking water. He disappeared into the room and the light in there came on. He'd left a smear of blood on the door jamb, she noticed, when he'd said, Praise be, I'm back to being Tierney. He'd smiled in the relaxed, easy fashion that she remembered from last summer. It had dispelled her rash of awkwardness, which seemed rather silly and juvenile now. She didn't know much about him, but he wasn't a total stranger. She'd spent an entire day with him. They'd talked, they'd laughed. Since then, she'd read his articles and had learned that he was a well-respected writer who was published often. So why had she acted like such a dolt? Well, for one thing, this was a bizarre situation. Misadventures such as this happened to other people. One heard about remarkable survival experiences in the media. They did not happen to Lilly Martin. Yet here she was, scrounging through a kitchen that no longer belonged to her, searching for containers to fill with life-sustaining water for her and a man she barely knew with whom she could be marooned in very close quarters for several days. And she had to admit that if Tierney weren't quite so attractive, so vitally masculine, she probably wouldn't be this jittery about being isolated with him. If they hadn't shared that day on the river last summer, being confined in close quarters might actually be less awkward. Water still running? She jumped slightly when he spoke from close behind her. Yes, luckily she turned away from the sink, where she was filling another cook pan with water. Tierney was holding a towel against the back of his head. His hair was wet. How is it? It hurt while the water was running over it, partially because the water is so cold, but I think the cold actually numbed it. He removed the towel. It was stained with fresh blood, but the amount had decreased substantially. Help the bleeding too. Mind taking a look? I was about to insist. He straddled one of the bar stools facing its back. She set the first aid kit on the bar, then moved behind him, and after a moment's hesitation, gently parted his hair just below the crown of his head. Well, he asked. The gash was wide, long, and deep to her inexpert eyes. It looked bad. She exhaled through her lips. He gave a short laugh. That bad? You've seen overripe watermelons whose rinds have split. Ouch! There's a lot of swelling around it. Yeah, I felt that as I was washing it. I'd say you could use a dozen stitches at least. He draped the blood-spotted towel around his neck. She took a corner of it and gingerly dabbed at the wound. The good news is it's not pumping blood any longer, just leaking it. There were only 4 disinfectant pads in the kit, each sealed in its own envelope. Lilly tore open one of them and withdrew a square of gauze that was soaked with an antibacterial solution. It wasn't much larger than a saltine cracker. However, if the smell indicated the strength of the solution, it was going to sting. The thought of applying it to the raw wound caused her stomach to somersault. "Brace yourself," she said, unsure whether she was cautioning Tierney or herself. He gripped the back of the stool and propped his chin on the backs of his hands. "Ready?" But the instant she touched the gauze to the open flesh, he flinched, his breath hissed on a quick intake. In the hope of distracting him, she began talking. "I'm surprised you weren't carrying a first aid kit in your backpack, being the seasoned hiker you are." He dropped the backpack on the floor when they arrived at the cabin and hadn't touched it since, except to push it beneath an end table out of their way. "Gross oversight. I won't be without one next time." "Anything else in your backpack?" she asked. "Like what? Something useful?" "No, I was traveling light today. Energy bar, bottle of water, both consumed." "Then why did you bring it from the car? Sorry, your backpack? If there's nothing useful in it, why did you bring it along?" "God forbid you think I'm a sissy," he said. "But are you about finished? That's burning like hellfire." She blew gently on the wound, then leaned away from him and surveyed it. "I covered all of it with the antiseptic. It looks very angry. It feels angry." He picked up the first aid kit and inspected the meager contents. "I'll toss you for the aspirin tablets." "They're yours." "Thanks. Do you have one of those little sewing kits, like a matchbook, for emergencies like a button falling off?" Her stomach clenched. "Please don't ask me to do that. What, sew up the wound? You wouldn't?" "I don't have a sewing kit." "Lucky you, manicure scissors. Those I have," while he swallowed the 2 aspirin tablets. She took her makeup bag from her purse and produced a small pair of scissors. "Good," he said. "By the way, that pan is full." She exchanged the cook pan beneath the faucet with a plastic pitcher. He peeled the wrapper off a Band-Aid. "We'll cut strips of the sticky part, lay them like cross ties across the gash. It's not stitches, but maybe that'll help close it." His fingers wouldn't fit into the holes of the tiny scissors. "Here, let me." She took the Band-Aid and scissors from him, cut strips of the adhesive, and applied them to the wound as he instructed. "It's barely bleeding at all now," she said when she was finished. "Cover it with one of those bandages." As gently as possible, she patted one of the sterile gauze bandages from the kit into place over the wound. "It's going to pull your hair when we take it off. I'll live." Then in an undertone, he added, "I hope, Chapter 7. Startled by his grim expression, she asked, "Why, do you say that? Do you have injuries I don't know about?" "Maybe. The whole left side of my body is bruised and sore. Ribs feel like someone's tried to pry them apart with a crowbar, but I don't think I have any broken bones. That's good, isn't it?" "Yeah, but something on the inside may be busted. Kidney, liver, spleen. Wouldn't you know if you were bleeding internally?" "You'd think, but I've heard that people can die of internal hemorrhage before it's discovered. If my belly starts to balloon, that'll be a good indicator that it's filling up with blood. Have you noticed any distension, tenderness?" "No." She pulled her lower lip through her teeth. "If there's a chance you're bleeding, should you have taken the aspirin?" "The way my head feels, it was worth the risk." He eased himself off the bar stool, went to the kitchen sink, and removed the pitcher that had been filling. "Assuming I live, we're going to need drinking water for an indefinite period of time. What other containers have you got together?" They searched the cabin and began filling anything that would hold water. "Too bad you only have a shower," he said. "We could use a bathtub." Once they'd filled all the pots and pans, even the mop bucket, they began thinking of other matters. "What's the source of your heat, electricity?" he asked. "Propane. There's an underground tank. When was it last filled?" "As far as I know, last winter. Because I was selling the place, I didn't order it to be refilled this past fall. To my knowledge, Dutch didn't either, so it could run out, I suppose." "Depending on how much Dutch used it when I wasn't here. How long since you were here? Until this week? It had been months. Did you stay up here this week?" "Yes." "Did Dutch?" Suddenly the emphasis of their conversation had shifted away from the amount of propane remaining in the tank. "That's an inappropriate question, Tierney," meaning he did. "In fact, he didn't," she said testily. He held her gaze for several beats, then turned away and walked to the thermostat on the wall. "I'm going to set the temperature lower so the propane will last longer, okay? Fine. If the tank empties, we'll have to rely strictly on the fireplace. I hope you've got more wood than what's on the porch." She disliked his implication that she was still sleeping with her ex-husband, but cooped up together as they were, there was no room for anger. She let the matter drop. "More firewood is stored in a shed," she replied, motioning in the general direction. "There's a path to it through. I know where it is." "The shed, you do?" The small structure had been built of weathered wood and positioned so it wouldn't be visible from either the road or the cabin. It blended seamlessly into the environment and was virtually invisible. Or, so she had thought. "How did you know about this cabin, Tierney? You told me about it last summer?" She remembered specifically what she had told him because since then she'd replayed their conversations in her head 1,000 times. "I told you I had a cabin in the area. I didn't say where it was." "No, you didn't." "So tonight, how did you know?" He gave her a long look, then said, "I've hiked all over this mountain. One day I came upon the cabin and the shed without realizing I was on private property. I suppose I was trespassing, but not on purpose. I saw the for sale sign and, because I liked the look of the place, contacted the realtor. I learned that it belonged to you and your husband, but because of a pending divorce, you were selling." He raised his arms at his sides. "That's how I came to know the location of your cabin." He gave her a look that practically dared her to question him further. Then he said, "Now, how much wood is in the shed? A cord?" Although she wasn't quite ready to relinquish the matter of his knowing so much about her, she didn't see any advantage to pursuing it and creating ill will. "No way near a cord," she replied. "Well, hopefully we'll be rescued before we have to start breaking up the furniture and burning it." "How long do you think that might be? Until we're rescued, I mean." He sat down on the sofa where a towel now covered the bloodstain on the back cushion and laid his head against it. "Probably not tomorrow, possibly the day after. Depending on the storm and the amount of ice accumulation, it could be longer." She recalled the winter before last, when an ice storm had closed the mountain road for days. People in remote areas were stranded without electricity because of downed lines. In some cases, it had taken weeks for the service to be restored and the communities returned to normal. The storm raging outside now was predicted to be much worse and longer lasting than that one. Lilly sat down on the opposite sofa and pulled the throw over her legs and feet, very glad that Tierney had thought of the extra socks. She'd hung the wet ones over the back of one of the bar stools to dry. The legs of her trousers were still damp, but she could live with that so long as her feet were dry and reasonably warm. "What did you set the thermostat on?" she asked. 60. "I realize it's not exactly toasty," he said. "You should put on that other turtleneck for extra insulation, keeping your body heat." She nodded but made no move to get up. "What do you think the outdoor temperature is?" "Wind chill is sub-zero," he replied without hesitation. "Then I'm not going to complain about 60. She glanced at the fireplace. "A fire would be nice, though." "It would, but I honestly think—" No, you're right about conserving the fuel. I was just wishing out loud. I love the ambience of a fireplace." "Me too. Makes any room seem cozier." "Yeah." After a moment she asked, "Are you hungry?" "My stomach's still queasy, but if you're hungry, don't be polite. Eat something." "I'm not really hungry either." "Don't think you have to sit up with me," he said. "I can keep myself awake. If you're tired or sleepy, I'm really not." No way would she go to sleep and risk his slipping into unconsciousness and possibly a coma. He needed to stay awake for a few more hours before it would be safe for him to sleep. Besides, her nap that afternoon had been long enough to keep her from being sleepy now. She'd been talking to fill the silence. Now that they'd stopped, the only sounds were those of the wind, tree limbs knocking against the eaves, and the sleet pattering on the roof. Their eyes drifted around the room, which had been stripped of everything except the furniture. There was little to look at, so eventually they looked at each other. When their gazes connected, the emptiness of the room closed in around them, creating a taut intimacy. Lilly was the first to look away. She noticed her cell phone lying on the coffee table between them. "If Dutch got my message, he'll be working out a way to get someone up here. I shouldn't have said what I did. About the two of you staying here together?" With a gesture, she indicated that an apology was unnecessary. "I'd just like to know how involved you still are with him, Lilly." She thought of contesting his need to know, but then decided to lay the issue to rest once and for all. Apparently, he was going to continue bringing it up until she did. "I called Dutch tonight because he's the chief of police, not because of any lingering personal involvement. Our marriage is over, but he wouldn't leave me to freeze to death any more than I would turn my back on him in a life or death situation. If it's at all possible, he'll rescue us." "He'd rush to your rescue," Tierney said. "I doubt he'd rush to mine." "Why do you think that?" "He doesn't like me. Again, what makes you think so? It's nothing he's done, really. More what he hasn't. I bumped into him on occasion. He's never gone out of his way to introduce himself. Maybe it just hasn't been convenient." "No, I think there's more to it than that." "Like what?" "For one thing, I'm an outsider immediately distrusted because my great-great-great-grandparents didn't hail from these mountains." She smiled, acknowledging that he'd accurately described the prevailing regional attitude. "The people around here can be clannish. I'm a visitor, but I've been coming here often enough that a lot of people at least know my name and speak when they see me. Welcome me back, that kind of thing. But whenever I go to the soda fountain at Ritz for my morning coffee, I still sit alone at the counter. I've never been invited to join the good old boys club that fills up the booths every morning. Dutch Burton, Wes Hamer, a few others, all who grew up here, that's a closed clique. Not that I want to be included, but they're not even friendly enough to say hello. Then accept my apology for them. Trust me, it's not that important." "But I wondered," he began, then hesitated. "What?" "I wondered if the reason for him avoiding me was that you might have mentioned me to him." She ducked her head. "No, that is not until yesterday." He said nothing in response to that, so after a long moment it was left to her to fill the ponderous silence. "I was surprised to see you in town. Haven't you run out of things around here to write about?" "It's not subject matter that's bringing me back, Lilly." The bait he'd thrown out was dangerous but enticing and impossible to resist. She raised her head and looked across at him. He said, "I sold an article about our day on the river." "I know. I read it." "Yeah?" he asked, obviously pleased. She nodded. "That water sports magazine and mine have the same publisher, so I received complimentary copies. I was thumbing through an issue and spotted your byline. Actually, she'd been perusing that and similar magazines for months, wondering if he'd written and sold an article about the kayaking excursion. It was great writing, Tierney. Thanks. Truthfully, your descriptions were vivid. They captured the excitement we experienced. Catchy title, too. The Tempestuous French Broad," he grinned. "I thought that would grab those not in the know. You had to read the article to learn. That's the name of the river. It was a good piece. It was a good day." He came back in a low and stirring voice, early June last summer. They'd been 2 of a dozen people who'd signed up for a day-long whitewater kayaking excursion. They'd met on the bus that transported the group several miles upriver, where they put in for the wild ride through several Class 3 and Class 4 rapids. Equally skilled, they'd fallen into a natural camaraderie, especially after discovering that their careers were, as Tierney had put it, kissing cousins. He was a freelance writer who sold articles to magazines. She was a magazine editor. When the group put ashore for lunch, they separated from the others and sat together on a large boulder that was cantilevered over the rushing water below. "Your editor-in-chief?" he exclaimed when she told him the position she held, going on 3 years now. "I'm impressed. That's a slick publication. It started out as a magazine for the Southern woman. We now have national distribution, and the numbers are increasing with each issue." Smart contained features on home decorating, fashion, food, and travel. Its target reader was the woman who combined homemaking with a career, who wanted it all and made it happen. An article might be about how to convert carry-out dinners into gourmet delights simply by adding a few spices from the kitchen pantry and serving the meal on good china, or a preview of shoe trends for the upcoming season. "We certainly don't exclude stay-at-home moms from our readership," she'd explained. "But our focus is on the woman who wants to succeed in the office, plan the perfect family vacation, and host fabulous dinner parties she can throw together at a moment's notice. Is that possible? You'll find out how in the July issue." Laughing, he had toasted her success with his water bottle. The sun was warm and the conversation relaxed. They developed an easy "I like the looks and sound of you" rapport. As much fun as they'd had in the river before lunch, they were a bit reluctant to resume when the guide announced an end to the lunch break. Throughout the afternoon, they chatted when they could, although they were forced to concentrate on the challenge of the sport, but they were constantly aware of each other. They communicated with hand signals and smiles. Their admiration for each other's skill allowed for good-natured teasing when one or the other went belly up. He shared his sunblock cream when she discovered she'd come away without any. But he also shared it with 2 college girls who flirted with him shamelessly and strove all day to attract his attention. When they put in at the area where they'd left their cars that morning, Lilly went her way. He went his. But after stowing his gear in his Cherokee, he jogged over to her. "Where are you staying?" "Cleary." "I'm there most weekends during the summer. I have a cabin." "Nice." "Yes, it is." The college girls pulled their open Jeep even with them. "See you later, Tierney," the driver said. Yeah, sure. You remember the name of the place?" the other asked from the passenger's seat. He tapped his forehead, committed to memory, ignoring Lilly but grinning conspiratorially at him. They drove away, raising a cloud of dust. As he waved them off, he shook his head. Party girls begging for trouble. Then he turned back to Lilly and smiled. "It hurts my manly pride to admit it, but you bested me with your rodeo moves coming through that last class 4. She gave a mock curtsy. "Thank you very much, coming from someone as skilled as you. That's a real compliment. The least I can do is buy you a congratulatory drink. Can we meet somewhere?" She nodded toward the wake of dust created by the girl's Jeep. "I thought you had plans." "I do," he said. "I plan to see you." Her smile faltered. She got busy searching for her car keys. "Thank you, Tierney, but I have to decline. Oh, what about tomorrow night?" "I'm sorry, I can't." She took a deep breath and looked up at him. "My husband and I have a dinner engagement." His smile didn't falter. It collapsed. "You're married." He said it as a statement, not a question. She nodded. He glanced down at her empty ring finger. His expression, a combination of bewilderment and disappointment, spoke volumes. And then for the longest time, they simply stared at each other bleakly, saying nothing, communicating only with their eyes, while the fading sun coming through the trees cast dappled shadows over their unhappy faces. Eventually, she extended her right hand. "It was wonderful meeting you, Tierney." He shook her hand. "Same here. I'll watch for your articles," she said as she got into her car. "Lilly, goodbye. Be safe." She closed her car door quickly and drove away before he could say anything more. That was the last time they'd had any contact until yesterday when she spotted him across Main Street in downtown Cleary. Dutch bumped into her as she came to a sudden halt on the sidewalk. "What are you looking at?" Tierney was just about to climb into his Cherokee when he happened to glance her way. He did a double take. They made eye contact, and it held. "Ben Tierney," she said, replying absently to Dutch's question. Or perhaps she was just speaking aloud a name that for the past 8 months had never been far from her mind. Dutch followed her gaze across opposing lanes of traffic and the median in between. Tierney was still standing there, half in, half out of his car, looking at her as though waiting for a signal as to what he should do. "You know that guy?" Dutch asked. "I met him last summer. Remember the day I kayaked to the French Broad?" He was in the group. Dutch pushed open the door to the attorney's office where they had an appointment to sign the closing papers on the sale of the cabin. "We're late," he said, and ushered her inside. When they left the office a half hour later, she found herself looking up and down Main Street for the black Cherokee. She would have liked to say hello at least, but there was no sign of Tierney or his car. But now, when he was sitting 4 feet from her, she found it difficult to look at him and was at a loss over what to say. Feeling his gaze on her, she looked across at him. He said, "After that day on the river, I called your office in Atlanta several times. Your articles wouldn't be for my readership. I wasn't calling to peddle an article." She averted her head and looked into the empty fireplace. She'd swept the ash out of it that morning, which seemed now like a very long time ago. Softly, she said, "I knew why you were calling. That's why I couldn't take your calls. For the same reason I couldn't meet you for a drink after our kayaking trip. I was married." He stood up, went around the coffee table, and joined her on the sofa, sitting close and forcing her to look at him. "You're not married now." William Ritz smiled up at his sister as she cleared away Iris' plate. "Thank you, Marilee. The stew was excellent. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I've been thinking about running a daily special on the lunch menu, something different for each day of the week. Wednesday meatloaf, Friday crab cakes. Would you agree to sharing your stew recipe with Linda? It's Mother's recipe." "Oh, well, she's past caring if you share it, isn't she?" To anyone else's ears, the words would have sounded harsh, but Marilee knew the reason for William's insensitivity and couldn't fault him for it. Their parents were deceased, but neither was missed. One had been completely indifferent, the other unconscionably selfish. To them, treating their offspring with love and affection had been an alien concept. Their father had been a stern and taciturn man, a mechanic by trade. He would get up before dawn every morning and make the trip down the mountain into town to the automotive shop where he worked. He returned home in time for dinner, which he ate methodically. He grumbled answers to direct questions, but otherwise had nothing to say that wasn't a criticism or a reprimand. After dinner, he took a bath, then retired to his bedroom, closing the door behind him, shutting out his family. Marilee had never seen him derive pleasure from anything except the vegetable garden he cultivated each summer. It was his pride and joy. She was 7 years old when her father caught her pet rabbit nibbling at a cabbage plant. He'd wrung its neck right in front of her and made her mother fry it for their supper. Marilee considered it poetic justice when he dropped dead of a heart attack while hoeing a row of onions. Their mother had been a complainer and a hypochondriac who referred to her husband as an uncouth hillbilly behind his back. For 40 years she made sure everyone knew that she'd married far beneath her. Her misery was the focus of her life to the exclusion of all else. When failing health made her practically bedridden, Marilee took a semester's leave of absence from Cleary High School to tend to her. One morning when Marilee tried to awaken her, she discovered that her mother had died in her sleep. Later, while the minister consoled her with platitudes, Marilee's only thought was that a woman as embittered and self-absorbed as her mother hadn't deserved such a peaceful departure. The two children of these emotionally disabled people had learned early in life to be self-sufficient. Their family home had been on the far side of Cleary Peak, away from town, isolated from neighborhoods where children played together. Their parents had been lacking in social skills, so neither she nor William had been taught them. The ways and means of how people interacted had been awkwardly acquired in public school. William was a good student who'd applied himself to scholastics. His efforts were rewarded with excellent report cards and prizes for achievement. He tried to make friends with the same kind of determination, but his overzealous attempts usually had the opposite result. Marilee had found the nurturing that was missing from her own life in the pages of books. William, being several years older, was the first to learn to read. She prevailed upon him to teach her, and by the time she was 5 years old, she was reading literature that would challenge some adults. With the exception of the years they were at college, she and William had lived in the same house all their lives after their mother died. He decided it was time they move into town. It would never have occurred to him that Marilee might have plans of her own, nor did it occur to her to live independently of him. Actually, she'd been thrilled at the prospect of leaving the ugly, sad dwelling on the mountain that evoked so many unhappy memories. They bought a small, neat house on a quiet street. She made it into a comfortable home full of color and light and potted plants, which had been missing in the house of her upbringing. But after the last curtain was hung and the last room arranged, she'd looked around and realized that nothing except her surroundings had changed. Her life hadn't taken an exciting new direction. Her rut was prettier and better furnished, but it was still a rut. As for the family homestead on the mountain, she would have sold it or let it rot until the wilderness claimed it. But William had other ideas. The storm is going to suspend your work on the house for a while, she remarked now as she wiped the dining table with a damp cloth, sweeping cornbread crumbs off the edge into the palm of her hand. From behind his newspaper, he said, "True. It may be days before anyone is able to navigate the main road. The back road up to our place will take even longer to clear." The back road to which he referred snaked up the west side of the mountain, which was always the colder, the darker, and the last to show signs of spring. "As soon as the road reopens, I'd like you to take me up there," she said. "I want to see what you've done with the place. It's coming along. I hope to have it finished, not by this summer, but next." His idea was to refurbish the house and rent it to vacationers. There were dozens of listing agents in the area that kept rental properties occupied for months during the summer and fall. He'd been doing most of the work himself, hiring contractors only when absolutely necessary. He spent virtually all his free time working on the renovation. The house would have to be raised before it held any appeal for Marilee, but William was excited about the project, so she supported it. "I heard the old Smithson place was leasing for $1,500 a week last summer," he said. "Can you believe that? And that house was practically falling down when they started the renovation. Ours will be much more desirable. What were you doing with Wes and Scott Hamer this afternoon in the back of the store?" He tipped down the corner of the newspaper and looked at her sharply. "Come again." "This afternoon in the back of the store. I heard that part." "What do you mean, what was I doing with them?" "No need to take umbrage, William. I merely asked." "I'm not taking umbrage. It's just a strange question, that's all. Completely off the subject and inappropriate. Next, you'll be asking me what prescriptions my customers take when you know I can't disclose personal information like that." In truth, he was a busybody who loved to gossip, often about his customers and their medical conditions. "Was your business with Wes and Scott something personal?" He sighed, laying the newspaper aside as though she'd spoiled it for him. "Personal, but not confidential. Wes had called earlier, said Dora had a headache, and asked what over-the-counter analgesic I could recommend. He came by to pick it up. He left the table and went to the counter to refill his coffee cup, looking at her above the rim as he took a sip. He asked, 'What made you ask? Did you imagine that Wes came in just to flirt with you?' He wasn't flirting with me." William looked at her snidely. "He wasn't," she insisted. "We were just chatting." "Honestly, Marilee, I can't believe you'd be flattered by Wes's attention," he said with what sounded like pity. "He flirts with everything that has ovaries. Don't be crude." "Crude?" He sputtered coffee around a short laugh. "You haven't heard crude until you've heard the way Wes talks about women, out of their hearing, of course. He uses gutter language that you probably don't even know and brags about his sexual conquests. The way he talks, you'd think he was still in high school. He boasts about his affairs with the same cocky attitude that he used to carry the game ball through the halls after a big victory." Marilee realized that most of William's deprecation was caused by jealousy. He would have loved to have been as macho as Wes, truth be known. He hadn't outgrown his adolescent envy of his popular classmate. Being valedictorian didn't have near the cachet of being captain of the football team, not where they lived anyway. But she also knew that what he said about Wes, while possibly exaggerated, was basically true. She was on the high school faculty with Wes Hamer. He did strut down the corridors of the school as though he owned them. He seemed to think that proprietorship was his due as athletic director. He gloried in the title and all the celebrity and privileges it implied. Did you know that he has seduced his own students? That's gossip, Marilee argued softly. Started, I believe, by the wishful thinking girls themselves. William shook his head as though saddened by her naivete. You're so innocent about the ways of the world, Marilee. Delude yourself about Wes Hamer if you must, but as your older brother who's looking out for your best interest, I recommend that you find yourself another hero. Taking his coffee and newspaper with him, he went into the living room. Not unlike their father, William had a routine. He expected dinner to be ready each evening when he got home from the drugstore. Following dinner, he read the newspaper while she cleaned up the kitchen and did any other housekeeping chores that needed doing. By the time she was ready to settle down in the living room to grade homework papers, he was retiring to his bedroom to watch TV until he went to bed. They shared a house, but rarely a room. Without fail, she asked him about his day, but he seldom asked about hers, as though her work was insignificant. He expressed his thoughts, feelings, and opinions freely, but when she shared hers, they were dismissed or disparaged. He could go out in the evening without having to account for his time or tell her where he was going. If she went out, she had to notify him ahead of time, tell him where she was going and when he could expect her return. After the second local woman's disappearance, he'd become particularly vigilant about her comings and goings. Cynically, she wondered if he was truly that concerned for her safety, or if he just enjoyed exercising authority over her. She performed the mundane duties of a wife, but didn't have the status of one. She was an old maid doing for her brother because she didn't have another man to do for. No doubt that was how people regarded her, with pitying shakes of their heads and a murmured, "Bless her heart, William had a life. So did she. His until recently, when everything had been sweetly, marvelously changed." Chapter 8. Tension around the Hamer's kitchen dining table was as thick as the blood-rare T-bone Wes was knifing into. He cut off a chunk of the meat, dunked it in the puddle of ketchup on his plate, and put it in his mouth. "You told me those application forms had already been mailed," he said, talking around the bite. "I go into your room this evening, and there they are, the lot of them scattered across your desk like birdcage liners. So on top of shirking your responsibility, you lied to me more than once." Scott was slouched in his chair, his eyes downcast. With the tines of his fork, he was making disinterested stabs at his serving of mashed potatoes. "I was studying for semester exams, Dad." Then we spent that week at Grandpa's house over Christmas. Ever since school started again, I've been busy. Wes washed down the steak with a swallow of beer. Busy with everything except your future. No, Wes, he shot a look at his wife. "Keep out of this, Dora. This is between Scott and me. I'll start filling out the forms tonight." Scott pushed back his chair and laid his napkin beside his plate. "I'll start on them tonight." Wes jabbed his knife toward Scott's plate. "You finish your supper. I'm not hungry." "Eat it anyway. You need the protein." Scott replaced his napkin in his lap and, with attitude, forked the steak and sawed his knife through it. "During the holidays, I let you get by with eating junk," Wes said. "From now until spring training is over, I'm going to monitor your diet. No more desserts." "I made an apple pie for tonight," Dora said. The sympathetic glance she cast Scott irritated Wes more than the idea of the pie. "Half of what's wrong with him is you. You've spoiled him, Dora. If you had your way, he wouldn't even go to college. You'd keep him here and baby him for the rest of his life." They finished their meal in silence. Scott kept his head down, shoveling food into his mouth until his plate was clean, then asked to be excused. "Tell you what," Wes said, giving his son a magnanimous wink. "Let your dinner settle, then I don't think one slice of pie will hurt you. Thanks." Scott tossed down his napkin and stamped from the kitchen. Seconds later, they heard the door to his bedroom slam shut and loud music. "Come on." "I'll go talk to him." Wes caught Dora's arm as she tried to stand up. "Leave him alone," he said, guiding her back into her chair. "Let him sulk. He'll get over it here. Lately he sulks a lot. What teenager doesn't have mood swings? But Scott didn't have them until recently. He hasn't been himself. Something's wrong. With exaggerated politeness, Wes said, "I'll take my pie now, please." She kept her back to him as she sliced the pie that had been cooling on the counter. "He loves you, Wes. He works hard to please you, but you rarely give him credit for anything. He would respond better to praise than to criticism," he groaned. "Can't we get through one conversation without you slinging some Oprah-inspired bullshit on me?" She served him his pie. "Want ice cream?" "Don't I always?" She brought the carton to the table and spooned a scoop onto his pie, then returned the carton to the freezer and began to stack the dishes. "You're going to drive Scott away. Is that what you want?" "What I want is to eat my dessert in peace." When she turned to him, he was surprised to see a flicker of Dora the co-ed, whom he'd first seen sashaying across campus in a tennis skirt, racket bag slung over her shoulder, t-shirt damp with sweat, fresh from a match that he learned later she'd handily won. That afternoon, her eyes were flashing with anger because she'd seen him toss a candy wrapper onto the carefully cultivated lawn in front of the athletic dorm where he and several buddies were lounging on the wide veranda. "Dumb, dirty jock." She said it like he'd crapped in a water fountain or something. Then she walked over to the wrapper, picked it up, and carried it with her to the nearest trash can. She continued on her way without ever looking back. His cronies, including Dutch Burton, whistled and catcalled after her, making lewd remarks and propositions when she bent over to pick up the wrapper. But Wes stared after her thoughtfully. He'd liked her pert tits and firm ass. Sure, they'd heated up his loins, but he'd been blown away by her and the horse you rode in on attitude. Most co-eds swooned when he walked into a room. Girls notched their bedposts same as guys, and sleeping with a star athlete ranked high. At that time, he and Dutch were the football team standouts. He quarterbacked. Dutch carried and caught girls, withheld nothing from them, and usually they were given even more than they asked for. It was easy to get laid or blown to the point where easy had lost its allure. He'd liked this girl for showing him some sass. He wondered what had happened to Dora's sassiness. Since they'd married, it had all but disappeared, although there was a trace of it in her expression now. "Is apple pie more important to you than your son?" "For Chrissy, Dora, I only meant one day you'll push him too hard. He'll leave us, and we'll never see him again." "You know what your problem is?" he asked angrily. "You don't have enough to do, that's what. You sit around all day watching those male-bashing talk shows on TV and applying every flaw they discuss to me. Then you dream up these crazy scenarios that are never going to happen to our family. My daddy was hard on me and I turned out all right. Do you love him? Who? Your daddy. I respect him. You fear him? You're scared shitless of that mean old man." Wes tossed down his spoon and stood up suddenly, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. They faced off across the table for several tense moments. Then he smiled. "Gee, Dora, I love it when you talk dirty." Giving him her back, she faced the sink and turned on the faucets. Wes moved up behind her, reached around her, and turned them off. "The dishes can wait." Placing his hands on her hips, he drew her back against him. "You've given me a hard-on. That can't. Take it somewhere else, Wes." He snickered with contempt and dropped his hands. "I do. I know." She turned the water taps back on. Dutch knocked several times on the Hammers' back door. Through the window, he could see into the kitchen where all the lights were on, but there was no sign of anyone. Stamping his feet with impatience and cold, he knocked once more, then opened the door and shouted, "Wes, it's me, Dutch." He stepped inside, frigid air sweeping in along with him. He closed the door, crossed the kitchen, and peered into the living room. "Wes?" He called in a voice that he hoped could be heard above the bass thrum of rock music issuing from somewhere toward the back of the house, presumably Scott's bedroom. The door connecting the kitchen to the garage came open behind him. He turned in time to see Wes clump through it. Seeing Dutch standing in his kitchen, Wes laughed. "So you came after all. Figured you would once you'd had time to think about those X-rated videos. I've been putting antifreeze in Dora's car. Cold as it is," then his smile dimmed. "Something the matter. Lilly had an accident." "Jesus, is she hurt?" "I don't think so. I'm not sure." Wes wrapped his hand around Dutch's biceps, guided him into the living room, and pushed him down onto the sofa. Dutch removed his hat and gloves. His boots had tracked a sludge of melting ice and mud onto the rug, but neither noticed. Wes poured a shot of Jack Daniels into a glass and carried it over to him. "Take a slug of that, then tell me what's happened." Dutch tossed back the shot of whiskey, grimaced, then sucked in a deep breath as a chaser. "She left a message on my cell phone. I was talking to the guns and didn't answer the call, goddammit, anyhow. There was some kind of accident as she was coming down the mountain. Hell, man, when I left the cabin, I thought she was right behind me. I should never have left ahead of her. The road was already getting icy. I guess she spun out something, I don't know. Anyway, she said she'd made it back to the cabin and that Ben Tierney. Tierney? The West Pantomime typing? Yeah, that guy. That adventure writer or whatever the hell he is. Lilly said he's hurt. Did their cars collide, you think? All she said, all I could understand because the cell reception was for shit, was that they were in the cabin, that Tierney was hurt, and to send help. What's happened?" Dora appeared, wearing a high-necked robe belted tightly around her waist. Her expression always reminded Dutch of a tightrope walker who's just realized she's made a misstep. Wes gave her an abbreviated account of the situation. She expressed her concern, then asked, "Did Lilly tell you anything about Mr. Tierney's injury or how bad it is?" Dutch shook his head. He extended his empty glass to Wes, who refilled it. This time, Dutch took a more prudent sip. "I don't know if he's got a scratch or if he's in critical condition and barely clinging to life. Frankly, I don't care. It's Lilly I'm worried about. I've got to get up there tonight." "Tonight?" Dora echoed. Wes took a glance out the living room window. "That stuff is still coming down. Dutch, thicker than before. No need to tell me. I've been driving in it. Every outdoor surface was now coated with ice. There was no sign of let-up in the precipitation, and the temperature continued to drop. How do you propose getting up there, Dutch? You can't drive on that road up to your place. Even your four-wheel is useless on solid ice." "I know," he said with anger and chagrin. "I already tried it. Are you crazy?" "Yeah, I am. Was. Anyway, when I heard that message on my phone, I reacted without thinking. Got in my truck, started up the road, but—" He ended by draining the second drink. "I spun out, barely managed to regain control. I'll get coffee." Dora retreated into the kitchen. "You could have killed yourself," Wes said, "doing a damn fool thing like that." Dutch came off the sofa and began to pace. "Then what am I supposed to do, Wes? Sit here with my thumb up my ass till the roads are clear? That could take days. I can't just wait it out. What if Lilly is hurt too? It would be like her not to tell me. I understand your concern, but it's not like you're responsible for her anymore." Dutch rounded on him, balled his hands into fists, and came very close to decking his friend. Although technically Wes spoke the truth, he didn't want to hear it. He especially didn't want to hear it from Wes, superior in every way Wes. Wes, who'd never known a day of defeat or suffered a moment of self-doubt in his whole life. Wes kept everything well under control. "I'm the chief of police. If for no other reason than that, Lilly is my responsibility." Wes patted the air between them. Okay, settle down. Getting riled at me won't solve anything." Dutch accepted one of the mugs of coffee that Dora carried in on a tray. He took several sips, which he needed after 2 belts of neat whiskey. The sour mash had been like nectar to his system. The aroma, the taste, the warmth it had spread through his belly. The pleasurable buzz, the tingle in his bloodstream had made him realize just how much he'd missed his hourly shots of it. He said Cal Hawkins still has the sanding truck monopoly, doesn't he? "The city renewed his contract last year," Wes replied, "but only because the worthless son of a bitch owns the rig. I've had men trying to chase him down. I went to his house myself. It's dark and locked up. Nobody answers his phone. If he's not out sanding the roads, where the hell is he?" "A bar would be my guess," Wes replied. "That's why he likes his job so well, only has to work a few days a year. The rest of them he's free to drink himself into a stupor. We've already checked the bars, where they serve taxed liquor out of bottles with labels. Scoffing, Wes arched his eyebrow. That's not where you'll find Cal. He went to the entryway closet, got his coat, hat, and gloves. You drive. I'll tell you where to go. Thanks for the coffee, Dora, Dutch said as he walked past her. Please be careful. All Wes said to her was, don't wait up. As they stepped out into the worst winter storm in recent history, Wes walloped Dutch between the shoulder blades. Don't worry, my man, by hook or crook we'll rescue your lady. The windows of Scott's bedroom overlooked the backyard. He watched his dad and Dutch Burton practically skate out to the black Bronco with the light bar across the roof and a stenciled seal on the doors. Dutch had kept the motor running while he was inside. The exhaust formed a dancing white ghost behind the truck as they backed out of the driveway. The wheels spun, seeking traction. Scott was still staring after the diminishing taillights when his mom knocked on his bedroom door. Scott, come in? He turned down the volume on his sound system. Would you like your pie now? Can I save it for breakfast? I ate too much steak. I saw Dad leaving with Mr. Burton. She told him what had happened. I guess Lilly didn't start down in time and got trapped by the weather. At least she had a good reason for being up there. For the life of me, I can't imagine what Mr. Tierney was doing on the peak today. He's a hiker. But shouldn't he have known better than to go hiking with a storm moving in? Scott wondered about that too. He was an experienced hiker as well and had read Tierney's articles on the regional trails. He'd grown up exploring and camping in the mountain forests, first with the Boy Scouts, then alone. As much as he enjoyed exploring Cleary Peak, which could be hostile terrain even on a good day, he certainly wouldn't have wanted to be on it this afternoon when the weather turned bad, even if they find Cal Hawkins. I don't think anybody can drive up Mountain Laurel Road tonight, he remarked. Neither do I, but they wouldn't have listened to me. If anyone is more stubborn than your father, it's Dutch Burton. Can I get you anything? A cup of hot chocolate? No, thanks, Mom. I'm going to work a while on those applications, like I promised Dad. Then I'm turning in. Okay, good night. Sleep tight. Don't forget to lock up and set the alarm before you go to bed, he told her on her way out. She smiled at him. I won't forget. Wes has reminded me often enough to keep the doors and windows locked, especially since Millicent disappeared. But I don't worry about a break-in. Why would you? Thought Scott. A loaded pistol was kept in the nightstand drawer beside her bed. He wasn't supposed to know about it, but he did. He'd discovered it when he was in 6th grade and had sneaked into his parents' bedroom looking for rubbers with which to impress his friends. He'd been much more awed by the revolver in the drawer than he had been by the tube of spermicidal lubricant. It doesn't look like Millicent or the others were taken by force, she continued. Whoever the culprit is, he's someone the women know, or at least recognize and consider harmless. They seem to go with him willingly. Well, anyway, be careful, Mom. She blew him a kiss, I promise. Once the door was shut, Scott turned the volume back up on his sound system and set the built-in sleep timer to turn it off 20 minutes later. Then he bundled up in outerwear for his covert excursion. His bedroom window opened soundlessly because he kept all the sliding parts oiled. In a flash, he was outside, closing the window again. He didn't want his mom to feel a cold draft and come to investigate its source. The frigid air stung his eyes and made his nose drip. He hunched his shoulders against the blowing precipitation and dug his gloved hands into his coat pockets. Keeping to the unlighted areas of the yard, he set off on foot, sometimes particularly following one of his old man's lectures on how he was goofing off when in fact he'd busted his balls to do everything he'd been told. He simply had to escape his house. Of course, nothing he did was ever enough to suit his dad. No blue ribbon was blue enough, no silver trophy shiny enough for Wes Hamer's kid. If he won an Olympic gold medal, his dad would want to know why he hadn't won too, seeing a pair of headlights approaching and fearing it might be Dutch Burton's Bronco. He dodged behind a hedge and waited for the vehicle to pass. Going no more than 10 miles an hour, it seemed to take forever to reach Scott, whose legs were growing stiff with cold, but his caution was unnecessary. It wasn't the Bronco that crept past. He began walking again. The collar of his coat flipped up against his cheeks, his cap pulled down low so he wouldn't be recognized by anyone who happened to be watching the storm from his front window. People in this town loved to talk. If someone spotted him out tonight and later mentioned it to his dad, he would be in a world of hurt. What if he slipped on the ice and damaged something? His old man would stroke out, but only after killing him first. Lost in that thought, or perhaps fearing it so badly he made it happen, he slipped on the icy sidewalk. His feet went airborne and he came down hard, landing flat on his butt. His tailbone felt like it had been jammed up against the ceiling of his skull. The fall jarred his teeth, causing him to bite his tongue. He gave himself several moments to recover from the impact before he even tried to stand after a few somewhat comical attempts to regain his footing on the slippery surface. He succeeded. He hobbled over to a picket fence and leaned against it. "Jesus," he whispered shakily as he imagined what his dad would have done if he'd limped home dragging a shattered ankle or broken tibia. "See, Dad, it was like this. I sneaked out of the house. While walking the streets of town, I fell down on the ice. You should have heard the sound that bone made when it snapped, like a couple of 2x4s being clapped together." Sigh. "Guess I won't be going out for the Crimson Tide of Alabama after all. They'll have to win the NCAA football championship without me." As he moved along the sidewalk, staying close to the fence, he shuddered to think of the H-bomb effect a mistake like that would have on his life. He would be paying for it until the day they buried him, when his dad would be leaning over his open casket saying, "What the fuck were you thinking, Scott?" There would be no end to Wes's ranting and raving. Only an end to his grand ambitions for Scott. He glanced back at the icy patch that had caused him to fall. He'd come within a hair's breadth of disaster. It was damn lucky that he hadn't broken his neck. Or was it unlucky? Without any forewarning, the thought popped out of Scott's subconscious and stopped him dead in his tracks. Where had such a mutinous thought come from, he wondered. It was the kind of thought that, just for thinking it, you got struck down by lightning. He'd done some things lately that would be considered worthy of damnation by any moral code or religion on the planet, but he hadn't really feared a fiery eternity until now. And all because he had entertained, if only for a millisecond, that traitorous thought. But who can be condemned for what he's thinking? And who's to know? It was several moments before Scott continued on his way with extreme caution. Chapter 9. Having just been reminded by Cleary that she was no longer married. Lilly tossed aside the Afghan and scrambled off the sofa. She expected him to try to keep her beside him, but his injuries prevented him from moving that quickly. He managed only to stand up unsteadily. "Lilly, no, listen, Tierney." Although he hadn't touched her, she put out her hand to stop him from trying. "Our present circumstances are unnerving enough without—" "Unnerving? You're unnerved? Don't you feel safe with me?" "Safe? Yes, of course. Who said anything about safe?" "It's just—" "What?" Eyebrows arched in silent inquiry. He let the question hang there. "We were getting personal. For the time we're here, we should avoid that. Let's leave everything personal alone and concentrate on practical matters." He seemed on the verge of arguing, but she added a please that softened her tone of voice. He agreed reluctantly. "All right, let's be practical. Are you up for a project?" "Like what? Scavenger hunt?" He suggested they search the rooms to see if she had overlooked anything when she had cleared out the cabin earlier. He said he would start in the kitchen, turning away from her. He hobbled off in that direction. "Tierney?" He came back around before she lost her nerve or talked herself out of it. She asked, "Did you meet up with them later?" He frowned quizzically. "Who? The two college girls, the ones in the Jeep, begging for trouble. After I turned down your invitation to meet for a drink, did you hook up with them?" He gave her a long, measured look, then turned and continued toward the kitchen. "See what you can find in the bedroom and bath." The bedroom yielded only 3 straight pins she found stuck in a crack in a bureau drawer. She presented them to Tierney. "That's it, other than 2 dead cockroaches under the bed. I left them there." "We may need them for protein," he said, only half in jest. He produced 2 candles that were faded and warped, but would come in handy if the electricity went out. They were way in the back of the drawer of the end table. He was leaning heavily against the kitchen bar, his hand planted firmly on the granite surface. His eyes were closed. "You should lie down," she said. No, I'm fine, he mumbled absently as he opened his eyes. You're about to keel over, just another wave of dizziness. Leaving the bar, he walked over to one of the windows flanking the front door and pushed aside the drape. I've been thinking. Lilly waited to hear his thought, but already she had a bad feeling about it. If snow comes behind this sleet and freezing rain, which is likely at this altitude, our situation is going to become more dangerous. I'm worried that the propane tank will empty, which means we'll need fuel. He turned back into the room. While it's fractionally safer than it will be later, I should go to the shed and bring back what firewood I can. She looked beyond his shoulder toward the window, then back at him. You can't go out there. You can barely stand up without losing your balance. You have a brain concussion, which won't matter much if we freeze to death. Well, forget about it. You can't go. I won't let you. Her vehemence made him smile. I'm not asking permission, Lilly. I'll go. Yet, even as she heard herself volunteering, she quailed at the thought of setting foot outside the security and relative warmth of the cabin. He looked her up and down. You couldn't carry enough to make any difference. I may not be able to bring back much, but it would be more than you could handle. Besides, your boots are wet. You could get frostbite. I'm the one who has to go. They argued about it for another 5 minutes, but all the while, regardless of her arguments against the idea, he was preparing to do it. Is there anything in the shed I could use, like a sled? Something to stack the wood on and drag along? She ran a quick mental inventory, then shook her head. Unfortunately, Dutch and I removed everything except some basic tools. As you go in on your right, there's a large wooden chest we used as a toolbox. You may find something useful in it. There's an axe, I know, larger than the hatchet on the porch. You said the logs needed to be split, so if you can carry the axe too, you should bring it back. Once I get past the porch steps, I angle off that way, correct? He indicated the general direction correct. Anything between here and there I should be aware of? Tree stump, sinkhole, boulder. She tried to envision any potential obstacles on the path. I don't believe so. It's a fairly straight shot. But once you get across the clearing and into the woods, yeah, he said grimly, it'll be rougher. How will you see? He removed a tiny flashlight from his coat pocket. It didn't look all that reliable. What if the battery runs out? You could get lost. I have a sixth sense about direction. If I can see well enough to get myself there, I'll be able to find my way back. But if the cabin lights should go out while I'm not here, I'm expecting that at any time. Ice is hell on power lines. She nodded agreement. If you lose power, light one of the candles and put it in a window. I don't have any matches. He withdrew a matchbook from another coat pocket and handed it to her. Keep the matches and candles together so you'll know where they are if you need them. Suddenly she was struck by the lunacy of what he was about to do. Tierney, please rethink this. We can break up the furniture and burn it. The shelves in the bookcases, the coffee table, cabinet doors. Before we run out of fuel, we'll be rescued and the propane may last longer than we expect. I'm not willing to risk it. Besides, no sense in trashing the cabin unless we're absolutely forced. I'll be all right. I've trekked through worse. During a blizzard, he didn't respond to that as he reached for his cap. When he picked it up, he frowned with distaste. It's stiff with dried blood. Mind if I borrow your stadium blanket? She helped him fashion a hood as he had for her earlier, and then he was ready. Trying one last argument, she said, people with concussions aren't supposed to exert themselves. You could black out. Your sixth sense of direction could fail you. You could lose your way and either walk off a cliff or get lost and freeze to death. We who are about to die. He saluted her. Don't joke, I wish I was. He worked his scarf up over the lower half of his face and reached for the doorknob. But after taking hold of it, he hesitated, turned back, and pulled the scarf down past his mouth. If I don't make it back, I'm going to hate like hell that I never kissed you. His eyes were as blue as flame and as entrancing. They held her gaze as he worked the scarf back up over his nose. When he opened the door, the blast of icy air was like a slap in the face, and about that short-lived, he pulled the door securely shut as soon as he'd slipped through. Rushing to the window, Lilly shoved back the drapery, lending him light through the panes. He turned and gave her a thumbs up for thinking of it. She went to the other window and did the same, then cupped her hands around her eyes and watched him through the frosted glass. With each step, he carefully planted his boot and made certain he had solid footing beneath him before putting his full weight on it. The windows shed an apron of light over the area immediately in front of the cabin, but it didn't extend far, and Tierney eventually walked out of it. Impatiently, Lilly wiped away the fog created by her breath on the cold glass. She saw the feeble beam of the flashlight bobbing erratically in the swirling precipitation. Soon she couldn't see even that. They found Cal Hawkins in the kind of place that Wes had described. It was deep in the woods where a dirt road ended at a wall of solid rock 200 feet high. Tucked beneath the face of the mountain, the windowless, single-story structure had all the architectural detail of a cracker box. In the center of its flat facade was a dented metal door. A bare yellow light bulb had been screwed into an electrical socket directly above it. There were 3 pickup trucks parked in front of the building. Judging from the depth of the sleet on the windshields, they'd been there a while. Dutch had finessed his Bronco over 2 miles of dark, narrow, treacherous road to get there, so he was in a truculent mood when he and Wes went inside. Lighting was dim. The room was foggy with smoke and stank like wet wool and boo. They stepped over splats of tobacco juice on the floor as they made their way to the particle board bar along the far wall. Without ceremony, Dutch said, "Cal Hawkins." The bartender nodded his head of stringy, greasy hair toward a corner. Hawkins was seated at one of the rickety tables, his head lying on it, his arms dangling lifelessly at his sides. He was snoring. "Been that way 'bout an hour," the bartender volunteered as he absently scratched his armpit through his dirty flannel shirt. "What y'all want him for? What's he been drinking?" Dutch asked. "Something they brung in." He hitched a thumb in the direction of the only other occupied table, where a trio of sullen, bearded men was playing cards beneath the stuffed head of a snarling black bear mounted on the wall. "The bear's got the highest IQ of that lot," Wes whispered to Dutch. "I hope your gun isn't just for show. You can bet theirs aren't." Dutch had already spied the shotguns propped against each chair. "Cover my back. 3 against 1. "Thanks for nothing." Dutch approached the table where Hawkins was steeping it off. His slack lips had drooled a puddle of saliva onto the table. Dutch hauled back his foot and literally kicked the chair out from under the man. Hawkins landed hard. "Fucking hell." He came off the floor with his hands balled into fists, but catching the glint of Dutch's badge, he backed down and blinked at them in confusion. Then he grinned. "Hey, Dutch, when I was a kid, I used to watch you play ball." "I ought to throw your sorry ass in jail," Dutch snarled. "But if you're sober enough to be stupid, you're sober enough to be working, and I need you." Hawkins wiped saliva off his chin with the back of his hand. "What for? What do you think?" Dutch thrust his face closer, only to recoil from the other man's breath. "You've got a contract with the city to sand roads during ice storms. Well, guess what, genius? We're in the throes of one, and where are you? Out here in the middle of freaking nowhere, stinking drunk. I've wasted several hours I didn't have tracking you down." He yanked what he assumed to be Hawkins's coat off the back of a chair and threw it at him. Hawkins caught the coat against his chest. Dutch was glad to see that his reflexes weren't completely pickled. "You're getting out of here right now. We'll follow you to the garage where your truck has already been loaded and is waiting for you. Have you got the keys?" Hawkins dug into the pocket of his oily blue jeans and produced a set of keys which he extended toward Dutch. "Why don't you just take them? And I would, except nobody else has experience with the truck's mechanisms, and you're the only one who's insured to drive it. I don't need the liability, and neither does the township of Cleary. You're going Hawkins, and don't think you can lose me between here and town. I'm going to stay so close I could bite your butt through your tailpipe." "Let's go. Won't do no good." Hawkins protested as Dutch gave him a hard shove toward the door. "I'll go with you, Chief, but fast as this stuff is coming down, anything I put down tonight will be a waste of good sand. It'll cost the town double, 'cause it'll just have to be did again. Soon's the storm blows out of here. That's my problem. Your problem is to keep me from beating you senseless once you've done what I need you to do." Lilly had been anxiously watching for Tierney's return and gave a glad cry when she saw him trudging out of the darkness. He was dragging something along behind him. When he got closer, she saw it was a tarpaulin stacked with firewood. He left it at the foot of the steps and stumbled up them. She opened the cabin door, caught him by the sleeve of his coat, and hauled him inside. He collapsed against the door jamb and pushed back his makeshift hood. His eyebrows and eyelashes were again covered with frost. Instinctually, she brushed it off him. "Glass of water, please." She rushed into the kitchen and filled a glass from the pitcher. The trickle from the faucet had stopped. She noticed they'd done well to fill the containers while they could. Tierney had slid down the wall and was sitting propped against it on the floor, his legs stretched out in front of him. He had removed his gloves and was clenching and flexing his fingers, trying to restore circulation. She knelt beside him. He gratefully took the glass of water from her and drank it all. "Are you all right, besides the obvious?" He nodded but didn't answer. Ordinarily, the walk to the shed would have taken about 60 seconds, according to her wristwatch. He'd been gone for 38 minutes, minutes during which she had repeatedly castigated herself for letting him go. "I'm glad you're back," she said with all the sincerity at her disposal. "I'm going again." "What?" With a groan, he worked himself up the wall until he was standing, more or less. Actually, he was swaying as though saved from toppling only because the soles of his boots were nailed to the floor. "Tierney, you can't. One more load could make a difference." "I don't think it'll take as long this time," he said as he pulled on his gloves again. "Now that I know where everything is." A lot of the time was spent feeling my way around inside the shed. He stared into near space for a moment before shaking his head slightly as though to clear it. "You're not up to this. I'm okay." He replaced the makeshift hood and scarf. "I wish I could talk you out of going." He smiled grimly. "I wish you could too." Then he pulled the scarf over his nose and went out. She watched through the window as he transferred the logs on the tarp to the stack of firewood beneath the overhang. She continued to watch until he disappeared once again into the darkness. Turning back into the room, she decided on a better way to pass the time than fretting. Sooner than she expected, she heard his boots clomping up the steps. When she opened the door, he was dragging the tarp stacked with firewood up onto the porch. It was a chore requiring all his strength because the logs were large. "Did you remember the axe? Wasn't there?" His voice was muffled behind his scarf. "I saw it there only a few days ago. It wasn't there." He said it tersely and with enough emphasis to silence her. Note to self, she thought. Tierney doesn't like anyone to challenge his word or his mandates, it seemed. He glanced at the fire burning in the grate and frowned. "Too late now to argue about it," she said. He stacked a pile of logs inside the door so they could begin to dry out, then spread the tarp over the replenished woodpile on the porch and stamped into the room. Lilly pushed him toward the fireplace. "You may as well enjoy it." He pulled the blanket from his head, went to the hearth, and dropped to his knees in front of it like a penitent before an altar. He pulled off his gloves and extended his hands toward the blaze. "I smelled smoke from the chimney as I was coming back. How'd you manage?" "I found a few drier logs near the porch wall." "Well, thanks. You're welcome." "I also smell coffee." "I'd left an unopened can in the freezer of the fridge," she explained, moving into the kitchen. "I splurged on our drinking water. I know, but I only made 2 cups. There's no cream or sugar." Never used them anyway. He had removed his coat, scarf, and boots and was standing with his back to the flames when she brought him the steaming mug. "Will it make you nauseous?" "I'll take my chances." He closed both hands around the mug and raised it to his lips, then halted. "Where's yours?" "It's for you. You earned it." He took several sips, savoring the taste and the warmth, making small sounds of pleasure. "I may marry you." She gave a nervous laugh and sat down in the corner of the sofa nearest the fire, tucking her stocking feet under her hips. She hugged the throat of her chest as though for protection against what she wasn't quite sure. Tierney's eyes, maybe, which seemed always to follow her, to see into her, to know more about her even than she knew about herself. He sat down on the hearth and extended his feet toward the fire. To fill the silence, she asked, "How's your head reeling? Still hurts some?" I don't see any fresh blood in your hair, but after you've rested a while, I'd better check the wound again. He nodded but didn't say anything. Eventually, she got up and took the empty coffee mug from him, then went into the kitchen to refill it. When she brought it back, he shook his head. That's yours. I made it for you. I insist you have some too. She took a few sips, murmured thanks, then passed the mug back to him. As she did, his fingertips brushed hers. This feels good, Lilly. Thanks again. Thank you for going after the firewood. You're welcome. She took up her former post in the corner of the sofa. No sooner was she settled than he began a new conversation with a flat statement. I know about your daughter. Astonishment must have shown because he gave a small shrug, adding, I picked up tidbits of information here and there. From whom? The people in Cleary. There's been a lot of talk about you, especially since Dutch moved back to become police chief. You two remain a hot topic of gossip at Ritz Soda Fountain. Do you spend a lot of time there? When in Rome, it's the place to be. Oh, it's the hub of the city, all right, she said sarcastically. I expected my split with Dutch to cause a flurry of rumor and speculation. Gossips thrive on marriages, pregnancies, affairs, divorces. Deaths, he said softly. Yes. Sighing, she looked over at him. What did they say about Amy's death? That it was tragic. Well, that much isn't rumor. She was only 3 when she died. Did you know that? He nodded. 4 years ago. It's hard for me to believe that I've been without her for longer than I had her brain tumor. Right again. Real bastard of one. Sneaky and deadly. For the longest time, it didn't manifest itself. No paralysis or partial blindness or slurred speech. No warning of any kind of what was in store. Amy appeared to be a perfectly healthy little girl. That was the good news. It was also the bad news because by the time we did begin to realize that something was wrong, the tumor had invaded an entire hemisphere of her brain. She picked at the fringe on the throw. We were told at the outset that it was inoperable and incurable. The doctor said even with aggressive chemotherapy and radiation treatments, her life could be extended for a few weeks, perhaps a month or 2, but not spared. Dutch and I elected not to put her through the grueling treatments. We took her home and had 6 relatively normal weeks with her. Then the damn thing had a growth spurt. Symptoms appeared and progressed quickly until one morning she couldn't swallow her orange juice. By lunch, other systems had begun to shut down. She would have had supper in the hospital, except that by then she had lapsed into coma. Early the following morning, she stopped breathing, then her heart beat one last time, and she was gone. Her gaze slid over to him and then toward the flames. We donated her body for medical research. We thought it might do some good, maybe prevent other children from suffering the same rotten fate. Besides, I couldn't bear the thought of sealing her inside a coffin. She was afraid of the dark, you see? Wouldn't sleep without her nightlight on. It was a little translucent angel, wings spread like a Christmas herald. I still have it and burn it every night myself. Anyway, I couldn't fathom putting her into the ground. We don't have to talk about it, Lilly. No, I'm all right, she said, blotting tears off her cheeks. I shouldn't have brought it up. I'm glad you did. It's actually good for me to talk about her, about Amy. My grief counselor emphasized how healthy it is for me to talk about it and to refer to Amy by name. She met his steady gaze. Curiously, after she died, few people would talk to me about her. Without quite looking me in the eye, they made euphemistic references to my loss, my sorrow, my period of bereavement, but no one spoke Amy's name out loud. I guess they thought they were sparing me sadness by avoiding the subject, when actually I needed to talk about her. What about Dutch? What about him? How did he deal with it? What do the gossips say, that he developed a fondness for whiskey? She snuffled a humorless laugh. The gossips of Cleary are nothing if not accurate. Yes, he began drinking excessively. It began affecting his work. He started making blunders, which were dangerous to himself and his partners. He became unreliable. He had his hand slapped a few times, then was formally reprimanded, then demoted, which caused him to slip into a deeper funk, which caused him to drink more. It became a vicious downward spiral. Ultimately, he was fired. Just today, he said that if it hadn't been for Amy, our marriage would have lasted forever. Perhaps he's right. Death did part us. Her death, I'm afraid we became a cliché. The couple whose marriage couldn't withstand the tragedy of losing a child. We were never the same, not as a couple and not as individuals. She looked from the embers to Tierney. Did I omit anything? Do the die-hard busybodies know the terms of our divorce settlement? They're working on it. In any case, they're glad to have Dutch back among them. What do they say about me? He gave a dismissive shrug. Come on, Tierney. I've got a thick skin. I can take it. They say that you insisted on the divorce, demanded it, making me a cold-hearted bitch if ever there was one. I haven't heard it put quite that way, but close, I'm sure. I would expect the Clearians to side with their hometown boy. She stared into the fire again, speaking her thoughts aloud as they came to her. Divorcing Dutch wasn't a decision I made out of anger or spite. It was for my own survival. His failure to recover from Amy's death was preventing my recovery. She willed Tierney to understand what no one else seemed able to grasp. I had become his crutch. It was easier for him to lean on me than to get professional help and heal himself. He became a liability I could no longer carry and still move forward with my own life. It wasn't a healthy relationship for either of us. We're better off without one another, although Dutch still refuses to accept that the marriage is over. Understandable. She reacted as though he jabbed her with the red-hot tip of the fireplace poker. Excuse me? Can you blame him for being confused? Why would he be confused? Any man would be. You divorced him? No, you demanded a divorce. Yet tonight when you got in trouble, he was the first person you called. I explained why I called him. But it still amounts to sending an ex-husband mixed signals. She had made clear her reason for calling Dutch for help. Why should she care whether Tierney believed her? She told herself she didn't, but actually his criticism stung. She glanced down at her wristwatch without really registering the time. It's getting late? You're angry? No, I'm tired. She pulled her handbag off the coffee table and onto her lap, then began rifling through it. I spoke out of turn. She stopped what she was doing and looked at him. Yes, Tierney, you did. Rather than being conciliatory and apologetic, which she expected, he spoke tightly. Well, too damn bad, Lilly. Want to know why I've stayed on this hearth instead of joining you on the sofa? Want to know why I did nothing to comfort you, didn't come up there and hold you while you cried over Amy? Only because I'm as confused as Dutch seems to be over how you feel about him. She opened her mouth to speak but found no words. Lowering her gaze, she fiddled with the clasp of her handbag. I don't want Dutch back in my life, she said slowly. Not in any capacity, but I suppose my feelings are ambiguous. I wish him well. He was a football hero, you know, usually scored the touchdown that cinched the win. That's what I wish for him now. A touchdown, a big score. This job in Cleary has given him a fresh start. He has an opportunity to reestablish himself as a good cop. More than anything, I want him to succeed here. More than anything, Tierney repeated thoughtfully. That's a strong statement, and I mean it. Then I suppose you would help him any way you could to ensure his success. Absolutely. Unfortunately, there's really nothing I can do. You may be surprised. With that cryptic statement, he got up, muttered something about needing to be excused, and walked through the bedroom, presumably heading for the bathroom. Lilly watched him go, feeling out of sorts and a bit let down, as though her therapist had cut her appointment short, leaving her with more to say. She was glad that Tierney already knew about Amy, putting them past the difficult part. It was a clumsy topic to introduce into conversation with someone you were just getting to know. You didn't just announce it, although she was often tempted to in order to avoid the inevitable, "Do you have children?" which led to the necessary explanation, followed by the mandatory, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know," which made the other party feel awkward and embarrassed. At least she and Tierney had skipped that uncomfortable exchange. She'd also appreciated his not blathering a lot of platitudes or asking a lot of questions about how she'd felt about it when how she'd felt about it should have been obvious. He was an exceptionally good listener, but his preoccupation with Dutch and her present relationship with him was beginning to grate. Dutch was no longer a factor in her life, but apparently Tierney wasn't convinced of that. And if he'd wanted to know how she would react, if he took her in his arms and held her, Why hadn't he done so and found out instead of using Dutch as an excuse not to? You've been plowing through that purse for 5 minutes. He was back. She hadn't realized he was standing at the end of the sofa watching her until he spoke. What are you looking for? My medication? Medication? For asthma. I picked it up at Ritz yesterday. He, by the way, she said sourly, is the worst offender when it comes to gossip. While I was there yesterday to pick up a prescription refill, William Ritt asked a dozen leading questions about Dutch and me, our divorce, the sale of this place. He even asked how much we got for it. Can you believe that? Maybe he was just being friendly, but I can't help thinking that, distracted by the search through her handbag, she let her voice trail off. Impatiently, she upended the handbag and dumped everything in it onto the coffee table. There was the makeup bag where she'd found the manicure scissors earlier, her wallet and checkbook, a pack of tissues, a roll of breath mints, cell phone charger, security pass for her office building in Atlanta, keyring, sunglasses, hand soap. Everything was there except what she needed. Dismayed, she looked up at Tierney. It's not here. Chapter 10 Dutch rode shotgun in Cal Hawkins's sanding truck, primarily because he didn't trust Hawkins to make an honest effort to get up the mountain road. Second, he wanted to be the first to reach the cabin. First through the door, Lilly's knight in shining armor. It had been a harrowing trip back to town from the dive in which he and Wes had found Hawkins. Bridges were perilous. The roads weren't much better. When they arrived at the garage, Dutch had poured several cups of black coffee into Hawkins. He had bitched and whined non-stop until Dutch threatened to stuff a gag in his mouth if he didn't shut up, then literally boosted him into his rig. The cab of the truck was a pigsty. Trash and food wrappers left over from last winter littered the floor. The vinyl seat covers had open wounds that exposed stained stuffing. Dangling from the rearview mirror, along with a pair of oversized fuzzy dice and a hologram of a naked girl being intimate with a vibrator. There was a deodorizer shaped like a pine tree. It was doing a lousy job of masking the various odors. The sanding truck had been in the fleet of heavy equipment that old Mr. Hawkins had rented to municipality utility companies and construction crews. It had been a successful business until he died and Cal Jr. inherited it. This sanding truck was all that remained of the legacy. Cal Jr. had used his late father's assets as collateral against loans that he failed to pay back. Everything had been repossessed except this rig. Dutch was unsympathetic to Cal's financial woes and didn't care if a collection agency claimed the sanding truck tomorrow, so long as it got him up to the peak tonight. He glanced into the exterior side mirror and saw the headlights of his Bronco following at a safe distance. One of his officers, Samuel Bull, was at the wheel. He had the advantage of driving on the mix of sand and salt that Hawkins was putting down. Nevertheless, the road's surface was still hazardous. Occasionally, Dutch saw the Bronco drifting toward the ditch or across the center stripe. Wes was riding with Bull. Before they left the garage, Dutch had told him he didn't have to come along. Go home. This is my problem, not yours. I'll stick around to lend moral support, he'd said, and climbed into the Bronco. Dutch would need moral support only if this attempt to reach Lilly failed. Apparently, Wes thought failure was inevitable. So did Bull, so did Hawkins. Doubt rang loud and clear behind everything they said, and he detected pity in the looks they cast him. I must appear desperate to them, he thought. Desperation was an unfit state of mind for a chief of police, for a man. It certainly didn't inspire the confidence of others. About the only thing he could inspire in Cal Hawkins was fear. When they were about 50 yards from the turnoff onto Mountain Laurel Road, he said, "If I feel like you're holding back on purpose, I'll jail you. On what charge? Pissing me off. You can't do that. I advise you not to test it. You give this heap everything it's got. Do you understand me? Yeah, but no excuses." Hawkins wet his lips and gripped the steering wheel tighter, mumbling, "Can't see worth a goddamn," but he downshifted as he approached the intersection. It was tricky because it was a sharp turn, and coming out of it the road went into a steep incline. To keep from spinning out, Hawkins would have to take the turn slowly, but have enough acceleration to handle the incline. Dutch clicked on the two-way radio in his hand. "Hang back, Bull. Don't get too close." "No need to worry about that, buddy." Wes replied through the speaker. My instructions to him exactly. Nice and easy, Hawkins said under his breath, talking either to himself or to the truck. Not too easy, Dutch said. You've got to get up that incline. I'm the one experienced at driving this thing. So drive it, but you'd sure as hell better drive it right. Surreptitiously, he took a deep breath and held it. Hawkins went into the turn cautiously. The rig made it without mishap. Dutch exhaled. Now, give it some gas. Don't tell me my job, Hawkins snapped. Shit, this road's darker than Egypt. The state highway, which became Main Street in Cleary proper, was lined with streetlights all the way to the city limits signs at either end of town. But once off the beaten path, the roads were unlighted and the contrast was dramatic. The truck's headlights illuminated nothing except the dizzy dance of windblown, frozen precipitation. It spooked Hawkins. He let off the accelerator, because Dutch had driven this road 1,000 times. He knew that this was the point where acceleration was necessary in order to make it up the first incline. Give it some juice. I can't see nothing. Hawkins screeched. He put the truck in neutral and let it idle while he swiped his coat sleeve across his face. Despite the frigid temperature, his forehead was beaded with sweat that smelled as acrid as the moonshine that had produced it. Put this truck in gear, Dutch said, straining each through clenched teeth. In a minute. Let my eyes adjust. All that stuff swirling around is making me woozy. Not in a minute, now. Hawkins frowned at him. You got a death wish or something? No, you must. Because I'm going to kill you if this truck isn't rolling in 5 seconds. I don't think a chief of police is supposed to be threatening private citizens like that, one. What's going on up there? Wes's voice squawked through the two-way radio. 2. Dutch depressed the button on his receiver and spoke into it. Cal's considering the best way to approach the incline. He clicked off. 3, Dutch? You sure about this? Wes sounded worried. Maybe you should reconsider. 4, Bull can barely keep this Bronco on the road, and that's with driving on sand. We can barely see beyond the hood. And 5, Dutch drew his pistol from the holster. Shit. Cal ground the gear stick into first. It's okay, Wes. Dutch said into the radio with what he thought was remarkable calm. Here we go. Cal let out on the clutch and pressed the accelerator. The truck rolled forward a few feet. You're gonna have to give it some punch or it'll never make it, Dutch said. We got a heavy load, don't forget. So compensate. Hawkins nodded and shifted into second, but the moment he accelerated, the rear tires began to spin uselessly. Ain't gonna make it. Don't let up on it. Ain't gonna keep trying. Give it more. Hawkins muttered something about Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, then did as Dutch ordered. The wheels spun, but then found traction and the truck lurched forward. See? Dutch said with more relief than he was willing to show. Yeah, but we gotta make that first hairpin. You can do it. I can also drive us both straight into hell, 'cause I can't see shit. I don't fancy tumbling ass over elbows down the hillside in this thing. Dutch ignored him. Beneath his clothes, he was sweating even more profusely than Hawkins. He concentrated on the glare of the headlights just beyond the hood. In fairness to Hawkins, he didn't dispute the danger of driving a truck this size up an icy mountain road when visibility was limited to a few feet. The heavy precipitation had already covered the sand that the rig had just applied. He noticed that Bull had driven the Bronco no further than the turnoff. The two inside it, his best friend and one of his subordinates, were probably discussing his blind stupidity. He couldn't let their opinions worry him. Grumbling and groaning, the truck labored up the 20-degree incline. It was slow going, but Dutch kept telling himself that every inch it won moved him closer to Lilly and Ben Tierney, of all the men she could be stranded with. Why did it have to be that guy? The thought of her being alone in the cabin with any man was enough to make him crazy. But she was up there with a man she'd been gawking at just yesterday. Dutch had seen other women, old and young alike, sizing up Ben Tierney, going all at Twitter over his hard body and chiseled jaw. And you could bet that he damn well knew he caused a stir among the ladies. He must fancy himself some sort of super stud. Thrill, seeking, exploring, getting his picture in magazines, it all added up to a free pass into the sack with any woman he chose, kayaking, my ass. Pushing his bitter thoughts aside, he said, "Heads up, Hawkins. We're getting close to that first switchback. Yep. Another 10 yards, maybe. We ain't got a snowball's chance of making it. If you know what's good for you, we will." For several seconds, Dutch believed they were actually going to. Maybe he was willing it to happen so hard he saw it happening. But positive thinking couldn't override the laws of physics. In order to make the switchback turn safely, Cal had to downshift. When he did, the truck didn't have enough speed to propel it up the incline. It stalled and seemed to remain motionless for eternity and a day. Dutch held his breath. Then the rig began to slide backward. Hawkins squealed like a woman. "Give it some gas, you idiot!" Hawkins complied, but it seemed to Dutch that his efforts weren't as aggressive as what were called for to combat the inexorable pull of gravity. In any case, nothing Hawkins did was successful, except the gradual application of brakes that eventually stopped their downhill skid and prevented them from going off the road. When the truck finally came to a halt, Hawkins expelled a long breath. "Fuck me, that was a close one. Try again." He turned his head so fast it caused his neck vertebrae to pop like bursting corn kernels. "Are you nuts?" "Put it back in gear and try again." Hawkins shook his head like a wet dog. "No way! You can take out your pistol again and shoot me right between the eyes, but at least that'd be a quick death. Better than having my guts squashed by tons of truck and sand." "No thank you, sir. You can wait till this stuff clears out, or get yourself another driver, or drive it your own self. I don't give a fuck, except I ain't doing it." Dutch tried staring him into submission, but Cal Hawkins's bloodshot eyes glared back at him. His stubbled jaw was thrust pugnaciously forward. They were both surprised when someone knocked on the passenger window. Wes peered in at them. "Y'all okay in there?" "We're fine," Dutch replied through the glass. "Like hell we are," Hawkins yelled. Wes stepped onto the running board, pulled open the door, and immediately sensed Hawkins's fear. "What's going on?" Hawkins pointed a shaking finger at Dutch. "He pulled a gun on me, told me he was going to kill me if I didn't get him up this mountain. He's crazy as a shithouse rat." Wes shifted his disbelieving gaze to Dutch, who said in a tired voice, "I wasn't going to shoot him. I just wanted to scare him into giving it his best effort." Wes regarded him closely for a moment, then addressed Hawkins in a quiet, confidential voice. "His wife's up there in their cabin with another man." Hawkins assimilated that, then looked at Dutch, seeing him in a new light. "Oh, man, that sucks." What sucked was being pitied by the likes of Cal Hawkins. Wes said, "Cal, think you can back your rig down to the main road?" Hawkins, inspired by sympathy into a more agreeable mood, said he would give it a shot. With them guiding him, he got the sanding truck back onto the highway and turned in the direction of town. Dutch ordered Bull to ride with Hawkins, warning his officer to keep a sharp eye on him and not let him do anything that would sabotage the rig's future use. Wouldn't put it past him to wreck it on purpose so he'd get out of trying again tomorrow. Following in the Bronco, Dutch ground his teeth. That gutless, drunken son of a bitch. The demise of Cal Hawkins Jr. would signify no great loss. "I give you that," said Wes. "But Jesus, Dutch, weren't you a bit over the line to draw a gun on him? Did you have to tell him that Lilly was with another man? It'll be all over town by daybreak. No telling what they'll be saying she and Ben Tierney are doing together up there to keep warm and while away the hours. You know how the minds of these people work? I see how yours is working." Dutch shot him an angry glance. "Besides," Wes continued, "I didn't mention Ben Tierney by name, for all Hawkins knows. She's holed up with some old coot." "Hardly. Look, I told him because that's a situation he can relate to. Driving up this mountain during a blizzard to rescue a stranded citizen. He can't understand a sense of duty like that, but going after your woman who's with another man, now that would justify any rash action, even threatening someone with a gun." They said no more until they reached the garage. Dutch told Bull to return to headquarters and see if his help was needed anywhere. If not, he could go home. "Will do, sir." Looking down at the floor, the officer said awkwardly, "I'm sorry about, not being able to get to your wife." Dutch said curtly. The officer headed for his squad car. Hawkins was already scrambling into his pickup when Dutch caught up with him. "I'll be looking for you first thing tomorrow morning. You'd better be easy to find. I'll be at my house. You know where it's at. I'll pick you up at dawn. When I get there, if you're drunk or hung over, you'll wish I'd gone ahead and shot you." They followed Hawkins's pickup out of the garage. Not surprisingly, one of its taillights was missing. "I should write him a citation for that," Dutch grumbled when Hawkins split off at an intersection. When they reached the Hamers' house, Wes said, "Drop me at the end of the driveway. No need to pull in." Dutch brought the Bronco to a stop. Neither man spoke for several moments. Wes stared glumly through the windshield and finally said, "No sign of it letting up, is there?" Dutch cursed the maelstrom of snow and sleet. "I'm getting up there tomorrow if I have to sprout wings and fly. That's exactly what you may have to do," Wes said. "Where are you off to now?" "I'm going to drive around town a bit, check things out." "Why don't you park it for the night, Dutch? Get some sleep." "Couldn't if I tried. I'm running on adrenaline and caffeine now." Wes studied him for a moment before saying, "I recommended you for this job." Dutch turned and gave his friend a hard look. "Having second thoughts?" "None. But I don't think I'm out of order by reminding you how much your future is riding on succeeding here. Look, if you think I'm botching the job, I didn't say that, then what? I'm saying your reputation is on the line, and so is mine. And you always have your ass well covered, don't you, Wes? You're goddamn right I do." He fired back. Dutch snorted. "You always had big bad linemen blocking you, and if they didn't, you gave them hell. I was out there being hammered by linebackers with necks thicker than my waist. You didn't give a shit that I got creamed so long as you were protected." Realizing how juvenile he must sound, harking back to their football days, he bit back any further comments. What Wes had said was the sad, ugly truth. He knew it. It just irked him to hear it. "Dutch," Wes said in a carefully measured tone, "we're not playing tiddlywinks here, or even football. Little town has got itself a psycho, some weirdo snatching up women. 5 of them now. God only knows what he's doing to them. People are scared, on edge, wondering how many are going to fall victim before he's caught. What's your point?" "My point is that I haven't seen you get worked up over our town crisis nearly the way you got worked up over Lilly being stuck in a nice, cozy cabin on a snowy eve. Sure, you're worried about her. Okay, some concern is justified, but for Chrissick, give it some perspective. Don't preach to me, Mr. Chairman of the City Council." Dutch's soft-spoken voice was in contrast to the rage pulsing through him. "You're hardly a moral yardstick, Wes." To hammer his point home, he added with emphasis, "especially where the welfare of women is concerned." Chapter 11. "You have asthma? Chronic asthma? Non-allergic asthma?" Lilly ran her hand around the inside of her empty handbag, knowing it was futile. The small pouch in which she kept her medication wasn't in there. Anxiously, she pushed her fingers through her hair, then cupped her mouth and chin with her hand. "Where is it? You're not having an asthma attack because I take medication to prevent them, an inhaler and a pill. Without them, I could have an attack, which would be bad since I don't have my bronchodilator. Dilator, she said impatiently, an inhaler to use during an attack. I've seen people use those. Without it, I can't breathe." She stood up and paced a tight circle. "Where is that bag?" "It's about this big," she said, holding her palms 6 inches apart. "Green silk, crystal beads on it. One of my staff gave it to me last Christmas. She'd noticed the one I had was worn out." "Maybe you left." Even before he finished, she was shaking her head and interrupting. "It's always in my purse, Tierney. Always. It was there this afternoon. You're sure?" "Positive. Breathing cold air can bring on an attack. So I used one of my inhalers right before I left the cabin." Growing more frantic by the moment, she wrung her hands. "It was in my bag this afternoon, but it's not there now, so what happened to it? Calm down." She rounded on him, angry over his inability to understand her panic. He didn't know what it was like to gasp for breath and fear that soon he'd be unable to do even that. Don't tell me to calm down. You don't know, right? He took her by the shoulders and gave her a slight shake. I don't know anything about asthma except that hysteria can't be good for it. You're working yourself into a tizzy? Now, calm down. She resented his stern tone of voice, but of course he was right. She nodded at him and wiggled herself out of his grip. All right, I'm calm. Let's backtrack. You used the inhaler as you were leaving the cabin, correct? As I was walking out the door for the final time. I know I replaced it in my handbag. I remember fumbling with the clasp because I had my gloves on. But even if I had accidentally left it behind, it would be in this room. We've been over every square inch of this cabin. It's not here, or one of us would have seen it. Your handbag was slung onto the floorboard when your car struck the tree, remember? No, she hadn't remembered that until now. Of course, she groaned. The pouch must have fallen out then. It would have been on top of everything else because I just put it back in. Then that's the only logical explanation. When you pulled your purse from under the dash, did you check to see if the medicine bag was inside? No. It didn't occur to me to check for anything that might have spilled out. My mind was on our predicament. Under normal circumstances, when would you next need the medication bedtime? Unless I had an episode, in which case I would need one of my inhalers immediately. Tierney digested that. Then, we'll just have to do everything we can to prevent an attack. What precipitates them besides breathing cold air? And by the way, how in hell did you walk uphill, practically carrying me without suffering an attack? My medications work well to prevent them. If I use common sense and take my meds, I can do just about anything I want. Kayak in whitewater, for instance, she added with a weak smile. But that walk up here nearly did me in. Lilly, how did you do it? Maybe I was imbued with superhuman strength after all. To let him in on the inside joke, she explained. When you were lying in the road and I was rushing to get the blanket and so forth, I wondered why I wasn't experiencing the adrenaline rush people are supposed to get during a crisis situation. Maybe you did and just didn't realize it, evidently. Anyway, attacks are brought on by overexertion, certainly. Irritants like dust, mold, and air pollution. I'm pretty safe from all that up here, especially in the winter. But then there's stress, she continued. It can cause an attack. After Amy died, I had frequent attacks from crying so much. They decreased over time, of course, but I should avoid becoming overwrought. She gave him a smile that she hoped looked courageous. I'm sure I'll be fine. It probably won't matter if I skip a few doses. He looked at her thoughtfully, then glanced at the door. I'll go back to the car and get it. No. She grabbed his sleeve and held on for dear life. Worse than not having her medication within reach would be not having it and suffering an attack while she was alone. Soon after Amy's death, she'd been seized by an attack during the night. The sound of her own wheezing had awakened her, and she began coughing up the most vile mucus. Her air passages were almost completely blocked by the time she inhaled the life-saving drug. It had been a particularly scary episode because she had been alone. Dutch hadn't come home that night, nor had he called to tell her that he would be late, having run out of flimsy excuses. He found it easier not to phone at all than to phone with a lying explanation. She had eventually given up waiting for him and gone to bed. She remembered thinking later that it would have served him right if she hadn't used her inhaler in time, or if it hadn't been sufficient to clear her air passages, if he'd come home to find that she'd suffocated while he was with another woman. Realizing she was still holding Tierney's sleeve in a desperate clutch, she let go. You couldn't make it to the car and back without collapsing, she said. You'd be out there lost, frozen, or unconscious, and I'd still be here without my meds. We'd be worse off, not better. He took a deep breath, let it out slowly. I'm afraid you're right. I'll put off going until there's no other choice. If it comes to that, don't go without telling me. She was ashamed of the emotion welling up inside her, but it was vitally important to her that he understand this. I've lived with asthma all my life, but a severe attack is still a terrifying experience. I'm comfortable with being alone as long as my emergency inhaler is within reach. But it's not. I don't want to wake up gasping for air and find myself here alone. Tierney, promise me, I promise, he vowed softly. A log in the fireplace shifted, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. Lilly turned away from him and knelt on the hearth to stir the embers beneath the iron grate. Lilly? When Tierney didn't respond, she turned her head. What? How would you feel about sleeping together? Merrily Ritt had a relaxing evening. Although it hadn't been officially announced, she knew there would be no school tomorrow. Even if the buses could run their routes, which they couldn't, it would cost the school district dearly to heat the buildings in temperatures this extreme. Nevertheless, the superintendent took perverse pleasure in notifying everyone of the cancellation at the last possible moment, usually in the morning about an hour before the bell was due to ring. It was his little power play not to let everyone sleep in rather than grade papers, which was what she usually did with her evenings. Merrily watched one of the videos she had brought home from the drugstore. The female protagonist was a vacuous character. The male was a cad with no redeeming qualities. The film's only merits were the chemistry between the equally attractive actors and a good theme song performed by Sting. So, what if there were holes in the plot and the dialogue was sappy? It wasn't Dostoevsky, but it was fun escapism, and she had enjoyed it. As she made her way through the house, she switched off lights and checked to see that all the doors were locked. Glancing down the bedroom hall, she noticed that no light was coming from beneath William's door. She guessed he'd been in bed for hours. He was early to retire, early to rise. She went into her bedroom and closed the door, but she didn't turn on the lamp. A street light halfway down the block cast enough of a glow through the window shade for her to see her way around. She removed the decorative throw pillows from her bed and folded back the down comforter. Then she went into the bathroom and began to undress. She took her time, removing each garment slowly, then carefully setting it aside before removing another. Her skin broke out in goose flesh, but still she didn't rush. When she was naked, she removed the elastic band that held her ponytail and shook her hair free, combing her fingers through the wheat-colored strands about which she was secretly vain. She liked feeling it loose and soft against her bare shoulders. Her nightgown was hanging on a hook on the back of the door. She slipped it on. It was unseasonably skimpy, but she loved lacy, silky nightwear and wore it year-round. Shivering, she padded into the bedroom. She was climbing onto her bed when he caught her around the waist with one arm and clamped his other hand over her mouth. She tried to scream and arched her back in an effort to break away from him. "Shh!" he hissed, directly into her ear. "Be still or I'll have to hurt you." Merrily stopped struggling. "That's more like it," he said. "Is your brother asleep?" He squeezed her waist tighter, drawing her up hard against his chest. His breath was warm and humid against her ear and neck. "I asked if your brother is asleep." She hesitated a moment, then nodded. "Okay, that's good. Do as I say, and I won't hurt you, understand?" Her heart was knocking against her ribs, but she gave another nod of assent. "If I take my hand away from your mouth, will you scream?" She shook her head, perhaps too quickly to be sincere. He growled, "If you do," she shook her head more adamantly. Gradually, he removed his hand from her mouth. She whimpered, "What are you going to do to me?" Then he showed her. Chapter 12. The intruder Rowley grabbed her hand, pulled it around to her back and pressed her palm against his exposed penis. Merrily gasped in shock. He folded her fingers around his erection and moved her hand up and down. She could see their reflection in the cheval glass across the room. It was an old-fashioned piece that had come to her through her mother and maternal grandmother. Wide oval mirror, cream-colored wood with pink roses painted on it. But there was nothing quaint about the reflection caught in it now. It was carnal, raw, erotic. In the semi-darkness, she saw herself in her short, skimpy nightgown. He was in shadow. All she could make out of him was a watch cap and a pair of eyes meeting hers in the mirror. Nudging the furrow between her buttocks, he whispered, "Lower your gown." She shook her head slowly at first, then more decisively, "No." Before she could react, he yanked the straps of her nightgown off her shoulders. It fell as far as her waist, leaving her breasts exposed. At once he had both arms around her, mashing her breasts against her chest. Marilee moaned. "Shh," he hissed sharply. She clamped her teeth over her lower lip. He slid one hand down the center of her body and tried to work it between her thighs. "Open them, please, open them." She moved her feet apart a few inches, wider. She hesitated, then did as he ordered. He pushed his fingers into her. She met his eyes in the mirror. They seemed to be alight. "Get on your knees and put your face to the mattress." Planting her knees on the edge of the bed, she bent forward until her cheek was resting on the mattress. His hands were hot as he caressed her, separated her, exposed her. The tip of his penis probed and teased before he thrust into her. Convulsively, her hands gripped the sheet beneath her as tightly as her body clenched around him. He groaned and pressed deeper. "Say it. What am I doing to you?" She mumbled a reply into the mattress. "Louder," she repeated the word and rocked back against him. "You're going to come, aren't you?" His strokes became shorter, faster. On a serrated sigh, she moaned yes. The orgasm left her damp and weak and deliriously happy. It was just beginning to wane when she felt his climax. As he held her hips between his hands, his entire body strained and pulsed. She came again, her orgasm smaller this time, but no less satisfying. After catching her breath, she crawled forward onto the bed and then rolled over and reached for him. That was exciting. He knew all her fantasies because she had told them to him. They didn't always act them out, but she loved when they did. He took her breasts in his hands and rubbed his thumbs across her hard nipples. "You like to be scared. I must, or I wouldn't have you sneaking in here." They shared a long and languid kiss. When they finally broke apart, she touched his face lovingly. "Did you catch my act in the bathroom? Couldn't you feel me watching?" "Honestly, yes, the instant I came into the room. I knew you were here. I wanted to draw out the striptease longer. Maybe, touch myself. I'd like that another time. It was too cold tonight. In fact, because of the weather, I didn't expect you." He kissed his way down the center of her torso, then knelt between her open thighs. As he pressed his face into her, he groaned. "I can't stay away from this outside Marilee's bedroom." William listened at the door for a few more minutes, then, smiling smugly, barely suppressing a chuckle, silently crept back down the dark hallway to his own room. Tierney's question took Lilly off guard. She stared at him, too shocked to respond. "Maybe I should have led up to it gracefully rather than just springing it on you like that," he said. "I'm usually more subtle when inviting a woman to sleep with him." And how often was that, she wondered, although she was reasonably sure it was often. She was equally sure that few who were invited turned him down. Her carefree laugh was totally false. "Should I be flattered or offended? Why don't you think a more subtle approach would work with me?" "None of the rules apply to you, Lilly." "Why not?" "You're too smart and too beautiful." "I'm not beautiful. Attractive, perhaps, but not beautiful." "You are. I thought so the minute you stepped aboard that bus." She had been several minutes late, and the last aboard the bus, she recalled. She'd stood facing the others, looking for a seat. Tierney had been sitting in the third row next to the window. The aisle seat beside him was vacant. They'd made eye contact. She returned his smile but didn't accept his silent invitation to sit beside him. Instead, she moved past and took the aisle seat in the row behind him. The doors closed and the bus pulled out. Their guide for the excursion stood up in the aisle to welcome them all. He gave a 10-minute spiel about safety and what they could expect during their day on the French Broad River. His jokes were lame, but she laughed politely, as did Tierney. When the guide finished his cheerful speech and sat down behind the driver, others in the group began chatting among themselves. Tierney turned to her. "I'm Ben Tierney, Lilly Martin. Pleased to meet you, Lilly Martin. You looked great that day," he said. She knew she should stop this conversation here. It was violating the ground rules she'd laid down about keeping their minds on practical matters and leaving anything personal out of the situation. But the woman in her wanted to hear what he had to say. She frowned at him dubiously. "In my kayaking getup, black spandex has never looked so good." "Untrue? But thanks anyway. You introduced yourself by your maiden name." I didn't learn until my next trip to Cleary that the Lilly Martin I'd met on the river was in fact Mrs. Burton, estranged wife of Dutch, newly hired chief of police. I used my maiden name professionally once I'd filed for divorce. I started using it all the time. Who told you that Dutch and I were married? An old man named Gus Elmer. Do you know him? She shook her head. He's the owner of the lodge where I stay when I'm in the area. Colorful character, always eager to talk to his guests. Without making it too obvious, I asked him if he knew of a Lilly Martin who had a cabin in the vicinity and got an earful. He smiled crookedly. If Gus had any qualms against gossip, bourbon cleared his conscience. By the time the bottle was empty, I knew the basic facts about you, including Amy's death. That explained a lot about. He gave careful consideration to his answer. That day on the river, I noticed that every time you laughed, you seemed to catch yourself in the act and you would stop. Suddenly, your smile would vanish. The sparkle would go out of your eyes. At the time, it threw me. I wondered why you'd trip a switch to stop having fun. It was like you didn't have a right to enjoy yourself, like it was wrong for you to be having a good time. That's it. Exactly, Tierney. Enjoying yourself makes you feel guilty because Amy is dead and you're alive, according to my grief counselor. Yes. His perception of her was uncanny. He seemed to know the contents of every secret chamber of her heart. Apparently, he'd been able to read her mind even on the day they met. It felt good to talk freely about Amy, but his insight was disconcerting. He eased himself onto the hearth beside her. Tonight, when you told me in your own words about Amy's death, I recognized the sadness in you that I'd noticed that day on the river. I'm sorry. Why apologize? Sorrow makes people uncomfortable. Maybe other people, not me. She looked at him curiously. Why is that? I admire how you've tried to conquer it. Not always successfully. But the important thing is that you didn't give in to it. He didn't add, like your husband. But that was what he was implying. Be that as it may, no one wants to be around a sad sack, she said. I'm still here. You can't escape. We're stranded, remember. I'm not complaining. In fact, I have a confession. I'm glad you and I are here alone, cut off from the rest of the world. His voice dropped to a lower pitch. This conversation began with a question. No, I won't sleep with you. Hear me out, Lilly. We could conserve heat, even generated, by undressing and snuggling under a pile of blankets. Our combined body heat would help keep us warm. I see you're suggesting it's strictly out of necessity. Not strictly. About 75%. It's the other 25 that concerns me. He reached out and claimed a strand of her hair, but unlike when he touched it in the car, he didn't immediately let it go. He rubbed it between his fingers. I've wanted you from day one. Why waste time on subtlety when I'm absolutely sure you knew it from the start? I want you under me. But, and this is important, nothing will happen until I know you want it too. It stops at snuggling for warmth. He spread his fingers and watched the strands of her hair sift through them, then met her eyes again. I swear, looking into his eyes, hearing the sincerity in his husky voice, she trusted him to keep his word. Well, sort of. That had been an awfully arousing profession of desire. What she didn't trust was the situation. She tried to imagine herself and Tierney lying together, even partially unclothed, hugging one another for warmth without any sexual exploration or experimentation. Who did he think he was kidding? Himself, perhaps, but not her. Not that the sky would fall if they submitted to their attraction. Her sensual impulses were certainly green-lighting the idea, but she'd known him for all of what? Counting that day on the river, she'd spent a total of perhaps 15 hours with him. Even in this age of sexual permissiveness and self-gratification without regard for consequences, that was a little too accelerated for her. All she really knew about him was that he was a good listener and could write an entertaining and concise magazine article. Was she ready to be physically intimate with a man about whom so little was known? Women of the younger generation would call her old-fashioned, prudish, and cowardly. She preferred thinking of herself as intelligently cautious. No, Tierney. My answer remains no, all right? He gave her a crooked half-smile. Honestly, if the roles were reversed, I wouldn't trust me either. He stood up on to plan B. We shut the vents in the bedroom and bath, close off those rooms entirely, and confine ourselves in here where we have a small reserve of heat. I could bring the mattress off the bed and put it near the fireplace for you. I'll sleep on one of the sofas, a safe yard and a half away from you. But if you don't want even that much togetherness, I'll certainly understand. She came to her feet and dusted off the seat of her trousers. Plan B makes perfect sense. Glad you agree. I'll get right on it. He headed for the bedroom. Tierney? He stopped and turned back. Thank you for accepting my decision without further argument. You're being awfully nice about it. He looked at her for several beats, then closed the distance between them in 2 long strides. I'm not that nice. Chapter 13. Ever read the book of Jeremiah? Hut? Jeremiah? No, sir. Not straight through. Selected verses only. Sack Begley closed his Bible. He'd been reading it for the last 10 miles, which had taken Special Agent Wise almost 2 hours to navigate. The Lord had a good man in Jeremiah. Yes, sir. Commissioned by Jehovah God to tell people things they didn't want to hear and would just as soon not have known. Hoot's knowledge of Old Testament prophets was hazy, so he agreed with Begley's assessment with a non-committal grunt. He's killing them, you know. Trying desperately to keep the car on the road and stay on track with Begley at the same time. Hoot wondered if the antecedent to the pronoun he was the prophet, the Lord, or the unknown subject who was preying on the community of Cleary. He figured the unsub. You're probably right, sir, although if he's confining his activity to this area, and so far we haven't linked this case to any in other parts of the country, one would think some remains would have been discovered by now. Hell, but look at this area. Begley rubbed his sleeve against the frosted passenger window to improve his view of the frozen landscape. There are hundreds of square miles of solid forest out there. It's rough, mountainous terrain, rocky riverbeds, caves. He's even got wildlife on his side. For all we know, he's feeding those girls to bears. That triggered Hoot's acid reflux. The last cup of coffee he'd drunk tasted sour in the back of his throat. Let's hope not, sir. It's a sparsely populated region. The son of a bitch that bombed Atlanta's Olympic Park hid out here for years before they found him. No Hoot. If I was killing young women, I'd choose country like this for my hunting grounds. Pointing up ahead, he asked that it. Yes, sir. Hoot had never been so happy to see a destination in his life. He'd been driving all night over roads that were more suited for a luge. At one interchange not too far out of Charlotte, a highway patrol car was blocking an entrance ramp. The officer got out and motioned for Hoot to back up. On Begley's orders, Hoot stayed put. The patrolman approached them, shouting angrily, "Don't you see me motioning you? You can't come this way. The highway's closed." Hoot lowered his window. Begley leaned across him and flashed the patrolman his ID, explained that they were in hot pursuit of a felon, argued with the officer, pulled rank, and ultimately threatened to push his goddamn patrol car out of the fucking way if he didn't fucking move it immediately. The officer moved his car. Hoot had managed to get them over the ramp without spinning out, but the muscles in his neck and back had been tied in knots ever since. Begley seemed impervious to their peril. Either that, or he trusted Hoot's driving skills more than Hoot did. Begley had allowed only 2 stops for snacks and coffee, which they took with him. At their last stop, Hoot had barely had time to zip up after using the urinal before Begley was knocking on the door and telling him to hurry it along. Dawn had reduced the darkness only marginally. Cloud cover was thick and low. Fog and blowing snow limited visibility to a few feet. Hoot's eyes were tired from straining to see beyond the hood ornament. His speed had maxed out at 15 miles an hour. Driving any faster would have been suicidal. The freezing rain and sleet that had fallen yesterday were now being exacerbated by a heavy snowfall, the likes of which Hoot had seen only rarely in his 37 years. Before they interviewed Ben Tierney, he would have liked a shower, a shave, a pot of black coffee, and a hot, hearty breakfast. But as they approached the burg of Cleary, Begley instructed him to drive directly to the lodge on the outskirts of town. The Whistler Falls Lodge was a collection of cabins on a small lake formed by the waterfall just above it. Deep snow drifts had accumulated along the fence that encircled the playground. Smoke was coming from the chimney of the office. Except for that sign of human occupation, the place seemed a deserted snowscape. Hoot carefully steered the sedan off the highway, onto what he hoped was the driveway. It was indistinguishable under the deep snow. "Which one's his?" Begley asked. "Number 8. Hoot inclined his head in that direction. "The one nearest the lake. And he's still registered. He was as of yesterday evening. But his Cherokee isn't here," Hoot observed with disappointment. Only one cabin had a vehicle parked in front of it, and it was partially buried in snow. There were no tire tracks. "Should we check in with the manager?" "What for?" Begley asked. Hoot looked over at him. "I can see from here that the door to cabin number 8 is standing ajar. Special Agent Wise. I bet if we knock on it, it'll open right up," he said with a disingenuous smile. "But, sir, if this is our guy, we don't want him to get off because his civil rights were violated. If this is our guy, I'll violate his head with a bullet before I let him get off on some procedural bullshit." Hoot parked in front of cabin number 8. When he got out of the car, it felt good to stand up and stretch, even though he sank to his ankles in snow. The wind sucked the breath out of his lungs, and his eyeballs seemed to freeze instantly. But getting to arch his back was worth these discomforts. Begley seemed not to notice either the blinding snow or the bitterly cold wind. He plowed his way up the steps to the wraparound porch of the cabin. He tried the door, and when he found it locked, he nonchalantly slid a credit card into it. Seconds later, he and Hoot were inside. It was warmer than outdoors, but still cold enough for their breath to vaporize. The ashes in the fireplace were gray and cold. The kitchenette adjoining the main room was clean. No food had been left out. Dishes had been washed and left in the drainer. They'd been there long enough to dry. Begley put his hands on his hips and pivoted slowly, taking in the details of the main room. "Doesn't look like he's been here for a while. He didn't drive a Cherokee out of here this morning, or we'd have seen some tracks even with the way that snow's coming down. Do you have any thoughts on where Mr. Tierney spent the night, Hoot?" "None, sir? No girlfriend around here? Not that I know of, relatives." "No, I'm sure of that. He was an only child. Parents are deceased." "Then where the hell did he pass the night?" Hoot had no answer to that. He followed Begley into the front bedroom. After taking a cursory look around, Begley pointed toward the double bed. Mrs. Begley would consider that a sloppily made bed. She'd say, "That's the way a man makes up a bed if he makes it up at all." Yes, sir. Hoot was a man, but he never left a bed unmade, and he always checked to see that the bottom edges of the bedspread were even. Nor did he leave dishes in the drainer. He dried them himself and put them away in their proper places. He also alphabetized his CDs according to recording artist, not title, and had his sock drawer arranged by color from the lightest to the darkest, moving left to right. But he would cut out his tongue before contradicting Mrs. Begley. Unlike the cabin's main room, the bedroom where Tierney slept looked lived in. A pair of muddy cowboy boots had been kicked into the corner. There was an open duffel bag in the center of the floor with articles of clothing spilling out. Magazines were scattered across the desk beneath the window. Hoot fought his compulsion to straighten them as he ran a quick survey of the glossy covers. "Pornography?" Begley asked. "Adventure, sports, outdoors, fitness, the kind he writes articles for." "Well, shit," Begley said, sounding disappointed. "That room out there would indicate that Tierney is a neat freak." "Which fits the profile of the unsub we're looking for," said Hoot, realizing as he did that he was indicting his own obsessive-compulsive tendencies. "Right? But this, God damn it," Begley said, "this looks like my oldest boy's bedroom, so which is Tierney? A fucking psycho? Or just exactly what he looks like, a normal guy who likes the outdoors and doesn't use fiddle books to get his rocks off?" The question was rhetorical. Which was good, since hearing pornography referred to as fiddle books had left Hoot speechless. The closet door was standing open. Begley peered inside. "Casual, but it's quality stuff," he remarked after checking several labels. "His credit card statements will attest to that," Hoot said. "He doesn't shop at discount stores." Begley turned on his heel and quickly left the room. He stamped across the living area and opened the door to the second bedroom. He'd taken no more than 2 steps into the room when he was brought up short. "Here we go, Hoot." Hoot rushed to join him just inside the doorway. "Oh man," he said under his breath. Pictures of the 5 missing women had been taped to the wall above a table, which Hoot realized was the dining table that should have been in the kitchenette. He hadn't missed it there until he saw it here. On the table was a personal computer and an evidence treasure trove of printed material. Newspaper accounts of the missing women had been clipped from the Cleary Call as well as from newspapers as far away as Raleigh and Nashville. Passages had been marked with colored felt-tip pens. Yellow legal tablets contained pages of scribbled notes, some scratched through, some underlined or otherwise noted as worth reviewing or remembering. There were 5 file folders, one for each of the young women. They contained sheets of handwritten notes, newspaper clippings, photos that had been published on missing persons posters or in the media, and every time there was a mention of the unidentified culprit, it had been highlighted with a blue marker. Begley pointed down to such a passage. "Blue, I noticed that, sir. His signature color, so it would seem, ever since he took Tory Lambert. Yes, sir, the computer will no doubt have a user password. Think you can crack that, Hoot?" "I'll certainly try, sir." "All right, hold it right there. Less you want, your head's blowed clean off." The voice had the resonance of a cement mixer. "Raise your hands and turn round real slow-like." Begley and Hoot did as asked and found themselves looking down the twin bores of a double-barreled shotgun. Hoot said, "Hello, Mr. Elmer. Remember me, Charlie Wise?" He was standing in the center of the room, shotgun raised to chest level. When Hoot called him by name, he squinted for better focus. His face was as red and wrinkled as a persimmon that had been in the sun too long. He was wearing a ratty, moth-eaten watch cap from which trailed strands of stringy hair that were the same dingy white as his bushy beard. Tobacco juice stains rimmed his lips, which broke into a smile that revealed toothless gums, save for 3 brown stumps. "Lord Almighty, I could have killed you." He lowered the shotgun. "Did you come to give Miss Tierney his award?" Hoot had to think a moment before remembering the cover story he'd fabricated to explain his interest in Ben Tierney. No, this is Special Agent in Charge Begley. We're Gus? You in there?" "Oh, hell," Gus Elmer said. "I done called the police, thought somebody was in here stealing Mr. Tierney's stuff while he weren't here." Under his breath, Begley muttered a stream of profanity. The old man turned to wave in the police officer, who poked his head inside the main door. Pistol in hand, he gave the FBI agents a curious once-over. "These the burglars. We're not burglars." Hoot could tell by Begley's voice that he'd had enough of this nonsense and was about to regain control of a situation that had rapidly unraveled. He pushed Hoot forward and soundly closed the door to the bedroom behind them to prevent the other 2 from seeing what they'd discovered. "We're FBI agents," Begley continued, "and I'd like for you to reholster your weapon before you shoot somebody, namely me." The policeman was young, under 30 by several years unless Hoot missed his guess. Sack Begley's nutcracker and authoritative tone flustered him. Only after his pistol was put away did he remember to ask to see their identification. They complied, satisfied that they were who they purported to be. He smartly introduced himself. Harris, Cleary PD. He touched the brim of his uniform hat, which was dusted with melting snow. His uniform pants were stuffed into tall rubber boots. His shearling-lined leather bomber jacket looked a size or two too small, preventing his arms from hanging naturally at his sides. They stuck out several degrees from his body. Gus Elmer scratched his beard as he gawked at Hoot. "You're an FBI agent? No foolin'?" "No foolin'," Begley replied, answering for him. "So what are y'all doing here?" "What do you want with Mr. Tierney to talk?" "'Bout what? Is he wanted for something? What's he did?" "I'd like to know that myself," said Harris. "Are you serving an arrest warrant?" "Nothing like that. We just have a few questions for him." "Huh, questions." Harris chewed on that for a moment, giving each of them a dubious appraisal. "Have you got a warrant to search these rooms?" So Hoot thought Harris wasn't as inexperienced as he'd appeared. Ignoring the question, Begley asked, "Your chief's name is Ton, correct?" "Yes, sir, Dutch Burton." "Where can I find him, right now?" It was such a stupid question, Begley didn't deign to answer it. He didn't recognize a timetable other than right now. When Harris realized his gaffe, he stammered, "Well, I just heard dispatch say the chief was going to round up Cal Hawkins. He has the town's only sanding truck. Then take him over to the drugstore for some coffee." "Hoot, do you know where the drugstore is?" Begley asked. Hoot nodded. Begley turned back to Harris. "Tell Chief Burton that we'd like to join him there in half an hour, got it?" "I'll tell him, but he's anxious to." "Nothing is as important as this. You tell him I said that." "Yes, sir," Harris replied. "About that warrant later." Begley rapidly crooked his finger at the young officer who clumped over to him. Unlike his jacket, his boots seemed a size too large. Begley drew close to him and spoke in an urgent undertone. "If you communicate my message to Chief Burton over your police radio, tell him only that it's imperative we meet this morning. Don't mention any names. Do you understand this is a top priority, extremely delicate matter? Discretion is vital. Can I count on your confidentiality?" "Absolutely, sir, I understand." He touched the brim of his hat again and rushed out. When Hoot had been reassigned to the bureau office in Charlotte, he'd welcomed the opportunity to serve under its famed director. Up till now, he'd worked with Begley from the sidelines. This was Hoot's first chance to watch him in action and observe the skills for which he'd become a living legend with other agents and criminals alike. Colleagues learned from him. Lawbreakers learned from him too, but to their detriment. Although he never discussed his days of service in the Middle East, the story was that Begley had talked himself and 3 other men out of being executed for conducting intelligence operations against Saddam Hussein's regime. Although that was exactly what they were doing, Begley convinced their captors that they had the wrong guys, that it was a case of mistaken identity, and that there would be hell to pay if they were harmed, mistreated in any way, or murdered. 5 days after their capture, the quartet of dusty, thirsty men walked into the lobby of the Hilton Hotel in downtown Baghdad to the amazement of colleagues, diplomats, and media personnel who'd given them up for dead. The story had been elaborated with each retelling, but Hoot didn't doubt the essence of it. Begley was as straight as an arrow, but he had the soul and mind of a con man. His reputation for manipulation was well-deserved. He had revealed nothing of consequence to young Harris, but had appealed to his ego by including him in their top priority, extremely delicate matter, and thereby made him forget that they didn't have a search warrant and that basically they'd been caught red-handed breaking and entering. Begley also had emphasized that Harris contact his chief without further delay, which effectively got rid of him, freeing them to question Gus Elmer without an audience. "I'd love some coffee, wouldn't you, Hoot?" he said suddenly. "Mr. Elmer, may we impose upon your hospitality?" The old man squinted at Begley with misapprehension. "Huh, have you got any coffee?" Hoot said, interpreting. "Oh, sure, in the office, and a good fire going, too. Watch your step. These steps is as slick as snot on a doorknob." A few minutes later, they were seated in ladder-back rocking chairs in front of a crackling fire. Snow was melting inside Hoot's shoes, making his feet cold, wet, and uncomfortable. He placed them as near the fire as possible. The coffee mugs Gus Elmer gave them were as chipped and stained as his 3 teeth, but the brew was scalding, strong, and delicious. Or maybe it just tasted good because Hoot had been craving it so badly. For all his willingness to assist in an FBI investigation, Gus Elmer didn't provide them with much more information than Hoot had already obtained from him. Ben Tierney was a quiet, personable guest whose credit card charges always cleared. About the only thing odd about him was that he refused to let the lodge's housekeeper clean the cabin while he was occupying it. That peculiarity had been explained by what they discovered in the second bedroom. "But if that's his only quirk, I ain't complaining," Gus told them. "Ax me, he's the ideal guest. Always leaves the cabin in good condition, turns out the lights, puts his garbage in the can so the bears and coons can't get to it. And on the day he checks out, he's out by noon. Yes, sir. He follows the rules, all right. That's an impressive stag, Mr. Elmer," Begley remarked, pointing to the stuffed head mounted on the rock wall above the fireplace. "Was that your kill?" It was a tactic Begley was famous for. During an interrogation, he would periodically toss out an unrelated comment. He said it served to keep answers spontaneous. By suddenly switching subjects, he kept the person he was questioning from anticipating what he was going to ask next and mentally formulating an answer. It was a means of getting an unfiltered response to a pertinent question. Has Mr. Tierney ever talked to you about women? Elmer, who'd been admiring his hunting trophy, whipped his head around and looked at Begley quizzically. Women, wives, ex-wives, girlfriends, lovers? Lowering his voice, he added, "Did he ever make reference to his sex life?" The old man chuckled. "Not that I recall, and I think I'd recall that. I asked him once if his missus would be joining him, and he told me no, on account of he was divorced. Do you think he's straight?" The old man's mouth dropped open, affording them an unappetizing view into the toothless maw. "You telling me he's a queer, him?" "We have no reason to think he's homosexual," Begley replied. "But it seems a little strange that a single, good-looking guy like him never mentioned the fairer sex to you." Again, Hoot was impressed. Begley was probing Gus Elmer's memory without appearing to. He'd counted on Elmer being a homophobe. A man like him wouldn't want his regular lodger, with whom he'd become friendly, to be anything other than a man's man, hetero to the marrow. So if Tierney had ever introduced a woman's name into a conversation, the old man would now be racking his brain to remember it. While he was concentrating, his grubby little finger plunged into the tuft of hair sprouting from his ear and began mining it for wax. "Now that I think on it, he did say to me the other mornin' same, thin 'bout that last girl who's gone missing. Mind if I pour myself another cup?" Without waiting for an answer, Begley got up and went to the cough maker on a table across the room. He came here to the office to pick up an issue of the Call and was reading the front page. I said, "Ax me, seems like this town's cursed with some kind of nutcase." He said he sympathized with the girls' folks, what they're going through and all. Begley returned to his rocking chair, blowing on his coffee to cool it. "This is excellent coffee, Mr. Elmer. Special Agent Wise, make a note of the brand, please." "Of course. I'd like to take some back to Charlotte with me for Mrs. Begley." "That's all Mr. Tierney said about the girl?" he asked Elmer. Let's see," the old man said, trying to keep up. No, he remarked he'd seen her just a day or so before she disappeared." "Did he say where?" Hoot asked. "In the store where he buys his gear. Said he'd stopped in there to get a new pair of socks and she rung 'em up for him." "What time was that?" "That he was in the store? Didn't say. He folded the newspaper, picked up a map, and said he was going hiking up on the peak. I warned him not to let a bear get him. He laughed and said he'd try not to let that happen. And anyway, weren't they hibernating this time o' year? Bought a couple o' them granola bars out of the machine yonder and left." "Has he ever talked about any of the other missing women?" "Naw. Can't say as I recall." Suddenly Elmer stopped. He gave Begley a shrewd look, then shifted his roomy gaze to Hoot, who tried to keep his expression impassive. When Elmer looked back at Begley, he swallowed hard. Hoot could only hope he'd spat out most of his tobacco first. "Y'all thinking Mr. Tierney's the one snatching those women?" "Not at all. We just want to talk to him so we can cross him off our list of possibilities." Begley had shown more emotion when talking about the book of Jeremiah, but Gus Elmer wasn't fooled by his nonchalance. He shook his head, sweeping his chest with his dingy beard. "He's the last person I'd have thought would have did any meanness like that." Hoot leaned forward, asking, "Have you ever heard him make any derogatory remarks about women?" What? Negative or unflattering comments. "Oh, about women, you say. Either about women in general or about a particular woman?" Hoot asked. "Naw, I done told you. The only time he said anything 'bout," he paused, reached for an empty Dr. Pepper can and spat into it. "Hold on just a minute now. I just thought on something." He closed his eyes. Yeah, it's coming back to me. It was last fall, I remember. 'Cause we was sitting together on the deck out yonder admiring the foliage. He asked did I want to share a drink, and I said, sure, just to take the chill off the evening air, you understand? And somehow we got off on Dutch Burton. "The chief of police?" Hoot asked, showing surprise. Yep, Dutch hadn't been chief long, only a month or so, and me and Mr. Tierney was talking about how he'd bit off an awful big bite. "What, with the missing women and all? What did he say about that specifically?" Nothing. Just that. He spat into the can again, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and grinned at them. Ax me. He was more interested in Dutch's ex-wife now. Begley glanced at Hoot as though to make sure he was paying attention. What about her? Seems Mr. Tierney had met her back during the summer. Gus Elmer's grin widened with what appeared to be relief. Matter of fact, I can say for sure he ain't no fag. Ax me, he seemed right taken with Dutch's former missus. Begley stopped his idle rocking. Taken with her? The old man gave a phlegmy laugh. Moony-eyed, smitten, horny, whatever you want to call it. Chapter 14. Lilly woke up cold. It took a moment for her to remember where she was and why. Fully clothed, she lay beneath a triple layer of blankets with her knees pulled up nearly to her chest. The bone-chilling cold had penetrated all the layers. She lay facing the fireplace, but it was no longer giving off heat. The embers that had been smoldering when Tierney turned out the lights had long since turned to ash. She tipped the blanket down, away from her face, and exhaled through her mouth. Her breath formed a cloud. The propane tank must have emptied during the night. The fireplace would be their only source of heat now. She should get up and stack the firewood in the grate. Get the kindling going, moving around, would help her warm up. But she couldn't bring herself to leave this cocoon of relative warmth. The room was still dark, with only dull gray light limning the edges of the drapes. The wind was as strong as it had been the night before. Every now and then an ice-encrusted tree limb would knock heavily against the roof. If ever there was a perfect day for snuggling, this was it. Perhaps she should have accepted Tierney's proposal. If she had, she might not be shivering with cold now, but no, she'd made the right decision. That much togetherness would have changed the tenor of their isolation and complicated the situation tenfold. It had been complicated enough by a mere kiss. Mere kiss? Hardly. It had been breathtaking but brief. Tierney had released her immediately. Turning his back to her, he'd continued their conversation as though the kiss had never happened. He said that it was probably safe for him to sleep, since it had been several hours since he'd suffered the concussion. Trying to appear as blasé as she had agreed. He urged her again to eat something, but she said she wasn't hungry, and he said he wasn't hungry either. He'd offered her first use of the bathroom. While she was in there, he'd dragged the mattress off the bed and into the living room. She'd chided him for not waiting on her to help him, and he'd said she had no business struggling with a mattress when the exertion could bring on an asthma attack. She'd reminded him that he had a brain concussion and shouldn't be exerting himself either. But it was done, so the argument ended there. By the time he came out of the bathroom, she was huddled beneath her share of the blankets. He switched off the lights and stretched out on one of the sofas. He asked if she was warm enough and offered her one of his blankets, but she declined it, saying she was fine, thanks. He was restless. It took him a while to settle. She asked him if his head was hurting, and he said it wasn't too bad. She asked if he wanted her to check it for him, apply more antiseptic and new bandage strips, and he said no thanks. He had checked it while he was in the bathroom. She wondered how he'd managed to see the back of his head when there was only one mirror, but she didn't pursue it. He mentioned that although he was bruised as hell, he hadn't noticed any signs of internal bleeding, and she'd responded with an inane understatement like, "That's good." His unintelligible grunt of agreement had signaled an end to their dialogue. It took her at least an hour to fall asleep, and she was fairly certain that he was still awake when she finally drifted off. During that time, between lights out and when she'd fallen asleep, she'd lain stiff and silent and expectant. After the kiss, the tension between them had been thick enough to cut with a knife. Their conversation became stilted. They avoided making eye contact. They were overly polite toward one another. Ignoring the kiss had made it all the more meaningful. If they joked about it, said something like, "Whew, at least that's out of the way. Now that our curiosity has been satisfied, we can relax and get on with the business of surviving." The kiss would have been more easily dismissed. Instead, they'd pretended it hadn't happened. Neither knew how the other felt about it. Consequently, because each was afraid of bungling, of doing or saying something that would upset a tenuous balance, it went unacknowledged. And yet, after all their clumsy parrying and phony indifference to the kiss, she halfway expected him to mutter something like, "This is bullshit," leave the sofa, and join her on the mattress beneath the blankets, because it hadn't been a mere kiss. It had been a prelude. "I'm not that nice," he'd said. A heartbeat later, he was holding her face between his strong hands, which she had been admiring all evening, and pressing his mouth upon hers. He hadn't hesitated or asked permission. Apologetic or tentative. Not in the least from the moment their lips touched, his were hungry and demanding. He flipped open her coat and reached inside. His arms went around her, and dipping his knees slightly, he drew her up and into him. He splayed his hand over the small of her back and held her flush against him in a way that said, without equivocation, "I want you." A warm, fluid tide of desire spread through her belly and thighs. It had felt great to experience again that rush of sensation that no potable or drug could replicate. There was no other buzz like it, nothing to compare with the intoxicating tingle of sexual excitement. It had been years, certainly not since Amy had died, when neither she nor Dutch had had the emotional resources to make good sex. They'd tried, but it became so difficult to pretend enthusiasm for it, she hadn't even attempted to fake orgasms. Lack of response was a further blow to his self-esteem, which was already foundering. He'd sought to restore his ego by having a series of affairs. Those she could almost forgive. He'd gone to other women for what she was no longer able to give. What she couldn't forgive were the affairs he'd had before Amy was even conceived. It had taken her a long time to understand why Dutch had slept with other women during those early years of the marriage, when their sex life was still so active and good, but she had come to realize that he required constant reassurance. In bed, certainly, even more so out of it. She also came to realize how exhausting it was to provide that reassurance on a nonstop basis. No amount of bolstering was ever sufficient. They had met at a black tie fundraising event for the Atlanta PD's favorite charity. Riding a wave of recent publicity for solving a multiple homicide case, Dutch was the department's poster boy and had been asked to speak at the banquet. At the podium, he was handsome, charming, and eloquent. He was a dazzling package, former college football star turned crime-solving hero. His speech had prompted the glitterati in attendance to be generous with their contributions, and also had prompted Lilly to approach him afterward and introduce herself. By the end of the evening, they'd made a dinner date. Within 6 months, they were married, and for a year, life couldn't have been better. They both worked hard in pursuit of their careers, but they also played hard and loved hard. They bought the cabin and retreated to it on weekends. Sometimes they never left the bedroom. During those times, he'd brought his self-confidence into their bed. It showed in the way he made love. He was a sensitive and generous partner, an ardent and considerate lover, a supportive husband. Then the quarrels began arising out of his resentment of her earning capacity, which far exceeded his. She argued that it didn't matter who made the most money, that he'd chosen a public service career where the toughest jobs went underpaid and mostly unappreciated. She was speaking the truth. He heard only rationalizations for his perceived failure. He feared he would never reach the same level of achievement in the police department that she would at the magazine. Over time, his obsession with failure became a self-fulfilling prophecy. Simultaneously, Lily's star was rising. Her success continued to chip away at his pride. He sought to repair it with women who regarded him as the dashing hero he wanted desperately to be. Each time Lilly confronted him with his cheating, he expressed deep remorse, claimed his affairs were nothing more than meaningless flings. But they weren't meaningless to Lilly, who eventually threatened to leave him. Dutch declared that if she left him, he would die, swore to her that he would remain faithful, told her he loved her, and begged her to forgive him. She did because she was pregnant with Amy. The promise of a child reinforced the marriage, but only until Amy was born. During Lily's postpartum months, Dutch began seeing a policewoman. When Lilly accused him of what she knew for fact, he denied it and blamed her suspicion on fatigue, depression, lactation, and unstable hormones. His ridicule had offended her more than his transparent lies. In the midst of this marital battleground, Amy created a neutral zone in which they could coexist. She generated enough love to make things seem almost normal. Their shared joy over the child helped them forget past disagreements. They avoided the issues that caused friction. They weren't exactly happy, but they were stable. Then Amy died. The weakened underpinnings of the marriage rapidly crumpled under the weight of their grief. Their relationship became increasingly bad until Lilly didn't think it could get any worse, and then it did. Now, recalling the incident that, for her, had been the death blow to the marriage, Lilly shuddered and instinctively pulled her knees closer to her chest, burrowing her head deeper into the pillow. However, after a few seconds, she reminded herself that her marriage was history. She didn't even have to think about it anymore. Yesterday had marked her emancipation from Dutch. No longer shackled to him legally or emotionally, she could look strictly forward. The timing of Ben Tierney's re-entry into her life was strangely ironic. He had reappeared on the day she was officially free last night. He hadn't only roused slumbering erotic sensors, but awakened them with a clamor and a clang. His kiss had made her ears ring. She had been attracted the moment he smiled at her from his seat on that creaky, rusty bus over the course of that day on the river. She'd grown to like everything about him. His looks, certainly. What wasn't to like? But she also liked him, his intelligence, the ease with which he could converse on any subject. Others in the group that day had also been attracted to him. The college girls had made no secret of their infatuation, but even the blowhard, who at first had seemed resentful of Tierney's superior kayaking skill, was asking him for pointers by the end of the day. With no apparent effort, Tierney drew people. No one was a stranger to him, yet he remained a stranger. He befriended people by inviting them to talk about themselves, but he revealed nothing of himself. Was it that paradox that made him mysterious and seductive? It startled her even to think the word seductive because of its sinister overtones. But she couldn't think of a better word to describe Tierney's magnetism. On the 2 occasions she'd been with him, she had responded to that indefinable quality to a degree that was disquieting. Since their first hello, they'd been moving toward last night's kiss, separately but unquestionably. So when he kissed her, it had seemed like an inevitability that had simply been postponed for a few months. The kiss had been worth the wait. She had vivid recollections of his thumbs pressing against her cheekbones as he tilted her face up to his, of his breath against her lips, of his tongue sliding evocatively into her mouth. Thinking about it now caused a purl of desire deep within her. Making as little noise as possible, she turned to look at him and smiled. He was too long for the sofa. The armrest caught him mid-calf. He'd rolled a pillow into a neck support to keep the back of his head elevated. He was covered with blankets up to his chin, which overnight had become shadowed with stubble. He'd had years of exposure to wind and sun, but he wore their damage remarkably well. She liked the lines that radiated from the corners of his eyes. His lips were slightly chapped. She remembered that from the kiss, how they'd felt rubbing against hers. She wouldn't have minded a longer kiss, or a second one. Her refusal to sleep with him hadn't necessarily excluded kissing, but apparently he had taken it as such. Either that or he hadn't liked it as much as she. No, impossible. Even if she hadn't felt the unmistakable pressure in his groin, his low growl of self-denial when he released her was enough to convince her that he'd been into it as much as, if not more than, she. He'd seemed almost angry when he broke the kiss, released her, and turned away, so why hadn't he continued? Or at least asked if it was all right. If he did, she'd made it clear that she no longer had any romantic inclinations toward Dutch. He should assume she wasn't involved with someone else, but her train of thought derailed. She wasn't involved with anyone else, but what about Tierney? He didn't wear a wedding ring. He'd never mentioned a wife or significant other. But she had never specifically asked. It meant nothing that he'd asked her for a date the day they met. Married men dated other women all the time. Last night he'd made no reference to a wife or girlfriend who would be worried about him when he didn't return home. But that didn't mean there wasn't one who was frantically pacing the floor and wondering where he was and with whom, just as she'd wondered about Dutch too many nights to count. How naive of her to assume there wasn't a woman in his life. A man who looked like him? Come on, Lilly, get real. Her gaze drifted from him to his backpack, which was still on the floor beneath the end table where he'd pushed it last night, claiming it contained nothing useful. It might, however, contain something informative. Scott, Get up? I said, get up. Scott rolled onto his back and pried open his eyes. Wes was standing in the doorway of his bedroom, frowning down at him. Scott propped himself on his elbows and looked through the window at total whiteout. He couldn't even see the backyard fence. They didn't cancel school. Sure they did. But if you think you're going to lay on your lazy butt all day, you've got another thing coming. Get up. I'll be waiting for you in the kitchen. You've got 3 minutes. Wes left the door open, signaling that there would be no going back to sleep for Scott. With a curse, he fell back onto the pillow. He wasn't even allowed a snow day. Every other person in town would get the blow off today, but no, not him, not the coach's son. He wanted to pull the covers over his head. He could probably sleep away the whole day if he was left alone, but if he wasn't in the kitchen in 3 minutes, there would be hell to pay. A few extra Z's weren't worth the hassle. With a scorching shit, he threw off the covers. His old man had actually been timing him. When he entered the kitchen, Wes glanced at the wall clock, then gave him a look that let him know he hadn't made it under the deadline. His mom came to his rescue. "Good morning, sweetheart. Bacon and eggs or waffles, whichever's easier." He sat down at the table and poured himself a glass of orange juice, yawning widely. "What time did you turn in last night?" his dad asked. "I'm not sure you weren't home yet." "I was with Dutch. All that time? Hours? Did you make it up the mountain?" By the time Wes had finished giving them an account of the previous night's events, Dora had served Scott a plate with bacon, 2 fried eggs, and 2 waffles. He thanked her with a smile. "We had a real adventure," Wes said, "especially driving out to that dive where we picked up Cal Hawkins. We were lucky to escape without being shot or butt-fucked by a trio of hillbillies." "Wes!" He laughed at his wife's horror. "Relax, Dora. Scott knows such things go on, don't you, son?" Embarrassed for his mother, Scott kept his head down and continued eating. His dad thought it was cute to use vulgar language around him, like he was including him in the society of men who were allowed such privileges. It was bogus, of course, because in every other respect he was treated like a 2-year-old. He was only a few months away from his 19th birthday, but he was told what to eat, when to go to bed, and when to get up. He was the oldest student in the senior class. His dad had made him repeat 6th grade, not because he'd failed any courses, not because he was socially immature or in any way maladjusted, but because Wes had wanted to give him an extra year to grow and develop before he went into middle school sports. Being detained had been humiliating, but Wes had made the decision before discussing it with either Scott or his mom, and he'd stuck to his decision despite their protests. "College scouts start looking at players as early as 7th or 8th grade, he'd said. "Another year of growth will give you an advantage. Coming from a small school like ours, you'll need every leg up you can get." Wes was still making all his decisions for him. Legally, Scott was a man. He could go to war and die for his country, but he couldn't stand up to his father. As though reading his mind, Wes said, "Finish filling out those application forms today. You've got no excuse not to." Everybody's invited to Gary's house to hang out. Gary was one of his classmates. Scott didn't particularly like him, but he had a rec room with a pool table. Spending a snow day shooting stick had more appeal than filling out college application forms. "Finish the forms first," his dad said. "This time I'll be checking to see if they're done. After lunch, I'll drive you over to the gym so you won't miss a workout." "I can drive myself." Wes shook his head. "You spin out on the ice, hit something, have your leg broken?" "No, I'll drive you," his mom said. "I don't think it would hurt to miss one workout." "Then that shows just how little you know about it, doesn't it, Dora?" The phone rang. "I'll get it," Scott said. "I'll get it." Wes snatched the phone from his hand. "You start on those forms." Scott carried his plate to the sink and offered to help his mom load the dishwasher. She shook her head. "Better do as Wes said. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can join your friends." Wes hung up. That was William Ritt. The hair on the back of Scott's neck stood on end. "He said I should get over to the drugstore right away." "What for?" Scott asked. Dora glanced out the window. "Is he open today?" "Oh, he's open and doing business. You won't believe who just arrived for a meeting with Dutch." He held Scott and Dora in suspense for several seconds before saying in a stage whisper, "The FBI." "What do they want with Dutch?" Dora asked. Scott could guess, but he waited for his dad to tell them. "I'd bet good money it's about Millicent." Wes retrieved his coat and pulled it on. "Since I'm chairman of the city council, Rit thought I should know about this development." He opened the back door, saying as he went out, "Maybe they've got a lead." Scott watched him go, staring at the closed door long after he'd left. Chapter 15. Ordinarily, LNDA Wexler reported to work at RLTT's drugstore at 6 sharp to start brewing coffee and making preparations to open at 7 for the diehards who were there every morning hungry for grits and fried ham. This morning she wasn't going to make it. She phoned just before daybreak to tell William that her property looked like Siberia. And it's still coming down something fierce until the sanding truck makes it out to these back roads. I'm stranded. William reported this to Marilee, who tried to dissuade him from leaving the house and opening the drugstore. Who's going to venture out this morning? At least wait a few hours until the roads have been sanded. But he was stubbornly committed to opening on time. "I've already shoveled the driveway. Besides, my customers count on me." The attached carport had sheltered their cars. She watched through the kitchen window as William got into his, cranked the motor, and gave her a thumbs up through the windshield when it kicked on. He backed out carefully and drove away. Although Marilee had tried to talk him out of going, she welcomed being alone in the house. To have an entire day to herself made her feel incredibly lighthearted and free. She returned to her bedroom, removed her robe, and climbed back into her warm bed to indulge in the erotic memories she and her lover had created last night. He never got to stay all night, of course, but he never left immediately after making love either. For a brief but enchanted while, they would lie together and engage in licentious dalliance. Their heads closed, whispering, using the language of poetry or the gutter. They plotted fantasies that would scandalize even the most adventurous lovers. More often than not, they wound up acting out their verbal foreplay. She denied him nothing. He'd been given unrestricted access to her body before him. Her sexuality had been an uncharted wasteland. Their first time together, without shame or reservation, she had invited him not only to explore but to exploit it. The build-up to that first time had been gradual. They'd been acquainted for years, but their perceptions of each other suddenly changed. Simultaneously, it seemed, they began to view one another in a different light. Each was unsure if this new awareness was reciprocated, so they gravitated toward one another cautiously until the sexual interest was tacitly acknowledged. Once it was, they began inventing reasons to cross paths. Their conversations were spiced with suggestiveness, although to anyone else they sounded innocent and proper, should their eyes happen to meet, even in a crowded public place. They telegraphed an unspoken desire which each confessed later had made them flushed and weak. Then one evening they got what they had independently wished for, time alone. William had gone up the mountain to work on the old homestead, so there was no reason for Marilee to rush home after school. She'd stayed in her classroom, electing to grade papers at her desk rather than tote them home, only to carry them back the following day. He'd noticed her car in the faculty parking lot and went into the building on the pretext of looking for someone else. He appeared at the open door of her classroom, startling her because she thought she was alone in the building. They ran their altogether polite and proper drill. He asked if she'd seen the individual he was supposedly looking for, and she said no, she hadn't. But each knew that the exercise was all pretense. He lingered. She picked up her stapler and studied it as though it were a new and incomprehensible invention, then set it back down in the same spot. He took off his jacket and folded it over his arm. She fingered her pearl earring. They exchanged chit-chat. Soon they ran out of things to say that didn't sound banal. Still, he didn't leave. He stayed, gazing at her with longing, waiting for a signal from her to act on the physical yearning each felt in the other's presence. In effect, he abdicated the initiative to her. He wasn't free to take a lover. Marilee knew this, accepted it, disregarded it. For once in her life, she was going to be selfish and seize what she wanted without taking into consideration anyone else's opinion. To hell with the consequences. The boldest thing she'd ever done was ask if he would accompany her into the storeroom and heft a box of books to bring back to the classroom. "My fifth period class starts reading Ivanhoe next week," she told him as they made the short walk, their footfalls echoing off the metal wall lockers along the deserted corridor. "The copies are stored in here." She unlocked the storeroom door and went in ahead of him. She yanked on the string that dangled from the ceiling light, turning it on, then reached around him to shut and lock the door. Facing him, she stood with her arms at her sides and waited. She'd brought them this far. The next move was his. He held out for perhaps 3 seconds before pulling her against him and kissing her with unleashed ardor. He squeezed her ass. He fondled her breasts. He pulled the elastic band from her hair, then grasped handfuls of it and twisted it around his fingers. Marilee had only read fictional accounts of passion that fiery, and could scarcely believe that she was the object of it. He groped beneath her sweater, but she did better than that. She pulled it over her head and removed her brassiere, revealing her breasts to a man for the first time. Reaching beneath her skirt, she peeled off her pantyhose and underpants, then invitingly propped her hips against a stack of boxes. "Anything you've imagined or fantasized, do with me," she whispered. "I want you to look your fill, touch me to your heart's content." He slid his hands up her thighs. Already she was wet. As his fingers moved inside her, she threw back her head. "Anything you want, anything." His eyes were glazed with lust, but as he opened his fly and put on a condom, he had the presence of mind to ask if she was a virgin. She told him about her only experience, her last year in college, a philosophy study partner. It had happened only once, with no more preliminary than a dry kiss. The front seat of a car makes for a very unsatisfying fuck. Miss Marilee Ritt was the last person on earth he would have expected to use that word. Hearing it from her prim lips aroused him beyond his ability to contain himself. It also swiped his conscience clear of any misgivings. He took her fast and furiously, climaxing before she did. Pulling out of her, he said, "You didn't come, did you? It's all right." "Like hell it is." He used his fingers afterward. She was so shaky she had trouble dressing. He helped her. There was laughter over his clumsiness with her garments, sighs when he paused to caress a part of her body, playful remonstrations over his deliciously lewd comments. He helped her into her panties, then stroked her through the damp fabric until she came again, clinging to his shoulders, gasping for breath against his chest. The air in the storeroom had become close and musky. As they left, Marilee wondered if the next faculty member to unlock that door would notice the scent of sex. She hoped so. The wicked thought made her smile. The clandestine aspect of the storeroom had added excitement to that first encounter, but from a practical standpoint, they couldn't continue to use it. Not only was there a high risk of discovery, but romantically speaking, it left a lot to be desired. "There are French doors on the north side of my bedroom," she told him. "I'll leave them unlocked for you every night. Come to me whenever you can." He questioned the plan, but she dismissed his fears that William would discover them. "He goes to bed early and doesn't leave his room until the next morning. The first night he sneaked into her house. They agreed that making love lying down in a bed, completely naked, was worth any risk." In words that made her blush, he praised every inch of her body. She amazed him with her unabashed curiosity over his "My beautiful lover," she whispered now, repeating what she had said to him last night when she took his penis between her lips. He loved that. Loved it when she closed her mouth around just the tip, which was as smooth and firm as a plum. The telephone rang, shattering the lovely recollection. Rolling onto her side, she looked at the caller ID box beside the phone. William calling from the drugstore. If she didn't answer, she could always claim she'd been in the shower. But if he truly needed her help, could she ever forgive herself for not answering because she wanted to daydream about her secret lover? Guilt won out? "What is it, William?" Marilee sounded groggy, but also piqued. Had she returned to bed after he left the house? William wondered. Probably. She hadn't gotten that much sleep last night. Ah, well, such was the price of passion. Served her right if she didn't get to lollygag around all day, as she'd obviously planned to do after last night. Actually, she was to be admired for her stamina. It was a marvel to him that his sister could crawl after one of their marathons of fornication. Her lover's staying power was equally remarkable. Often he was tempted to ambush one or both of them with his knowledge of their illicit affair. He practically licked his chops in anticipation of the moment when he revealed that he knew about the fervent rutting in his sister's boudoir. They would gape at him in horror, realizing that their futures depended upon his whim. It would be such a triumphant moment. Of course, half the fun was knowing that such a moment was inevitable, so he could wait. He would know when the time was right, and when it was, he would spring the trap. In the meantime, let them fuck themselves into complacency. It was difficult to keep the smile out of his voice. Merrily, I need you to come to the store right away. Why? What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. I've got customers. Important customers, he said in an undertone. 2 FBI agents. They were waiting in their car when I got here. They're meeting with Dutch to discuss the gun girl's disappearance. I should offer them breakfast, and as you know, Linda can't get here. I don't know how to use that stove. How hard can it be? You'll figure it out. Don't dawdle. I need you here now. I called Wes. Why Wes? As head of the city council. I thought he should know about this. Anyway, he's already on his way. How soon can you get here? Give me 10 minutes? William hung up with a smirk and a snuffle of self-satisfaction. The bell above the door jingled when Dutch walked into the drugstore. The merry sound set his teeth on edge. With a death grip on Cal Hawkins's elbow, Dutch half-dragged him to the lunch counter and unceremoniously plunked him onto a stool, hoping the sudden motion would jar the cretin awake. Get him some coffee, please, he said to William Ritt, whose cheerful smile was as annoying as that stupid bell above his door. Make it black and strong, same for me. Coming up, Ritt motioned toward the burbling coffee maker. Unsurprisingly, Hawkins had not been up and raring to go when Dutch arrived at his ramshackle house. Hawkins didn't answer the knock, so Dutch let himself in. The place was so full of junk it was a fire hazard. It stank of backed-up plumbing and sour milk. He'd found Hawkins sleeping, fully dressed in a bed that a mangy dog wouldn't be caught dead in. He hauled him off it and propelled him through the house and out to his waiting Bronco during the drive downtown. He'd reiterated to Hawkins how vital it was that he pull himself together and get his sanding truck up the mountain, even though Hawkins had responded to everything he'd said with a nod and a grunt. Dutch wasn't convinced he was completely conscious. And as if dealing with Hawkins wasn't bad enough, he had to make nice with the freaking FBI. It was his least favorite thing to do any time, but it was going to be especially irksome after the night he'd had. After dropping Wes at his house, he hadn't gone straight to headquarters. It had been very late when he got there, and by way of greeting, the dispatcher had handed him dozens of call memos. All were complaints he could do nothing about until the weather improved. Like the frozen fountain in front of the bank building, a missing milk cow, and a tree branch that had broken off from the weight of the ice and snow. It had fallen onto the owner's outdoor hot tub and cracked the cover, and this was his problem. Why? Then there was a call from Mrs. Kramer, who had more money than God from Coca-Cola stock a wise great-grandfather had bought cheap. But you would never meet a meaner and more miserly old bat. She'd called to report a prowler in her front yard. Dutch reread the message as written down by his dispatcher. Does this say Scott H.? Yeah, the Hamer kid. She says he was strolling past her house like it was an evening in May. Up to no good if you ask her. Well, I didn't ask, Dutch had said, and anyway, she's delusional. I was at the Hamer's house. Scott was holed up in his room with the stereo blaring. Besides, Wes wouldn't let him go out on a night like this. The dispatcher raised his bulky shoulders in a shrug and didn't take his eyes off the John Wayne shoot-'em-up he was watching on a black-and-white TV. What do you expect from a crackpot whose hobby is digging in trash cans? Mrs. Kramer was known to pull on Rubbermaid gloves and scavenge through trash cans under cover of darkness. Go figure, Dutch balled up the memo and shot it into the overflowing wastebasket. He put the other memos in his shirt pocket to deal with later, but only after Lilly was safely down from Cleary Peak. That was all he was interested in this morning, getting Cal Hawkins to drive his sanding truck up the mountain to rescue her. True, it was still snowing like a son of a bitch. True, Beneath the snow was a layer of ice an inch thick. Those were the objections that Hawkins was sober enough to raise, and they were valid. But it wouldn't be as difficult as last night when they'd had darkness working against them. At least that was what Dutch argued. Catching his reflection in the mirror along the soda fountain's back wall, he saw what the FBI agents would see. A loser, a burnout. He'd catnapped in his desk chair until dawn, his sleep frequently interrupted by disturbing thoughts of Lilly and what she might be doing at any given moment. What Ben Tierney was doing, what they were doing together. Before leaving headquarters, he had washed up and shaved in the men's restroom using a dull razor, bar soap, and tepid water in a shallow basin. Had he known sooner that he was going to come under FBI scrutiny, he would have gone home to shower and put on a fresh uniform. No help for it now. "How's that coffee coming?" he asked Rit. "Another minute or two. I'll bring it over when it's ready." Having exhausted reasons to delay the meeting, Dutch turned toward the booth where the two agents were waiting like vultures over a dying animal. The older one made a point of checking his wristwatch. Asshole, Dutch thought. Did they think he was at their beck and call, apparently? So, gauging by the way they had mandated this meeting, giving him virtually no warning, he just pulled up out front of Hawkins's place when he got a call from Harris. The young policeman had sounded out of breath and was sputtering with excitement, but Dutch finally interpreted the message. "Meet the Phoebes at the drugstore in half an hour," he said. "Who said that, Special Agent Wise?" "No," Harris replied. "Older guy, introduced himself as the Sack. Fucking fabulous. Where'd you run into them?" I don't think I'm supposed to say. He told me not to mention names over the radio." "What's he want to see me for?" "That's something else I'm not supposed to say over the radio." Dutch swore beneath his breath. What had happened to Harris, for Chris' sake? Had he been bewitched? "Well, if they're at the drugstore when I get there, fine, but I'm not going to hang around waiting on them." "I don't think you want to cross this guy, sir." Dutch hated having his authority challenged, especially by the officers on his force. "I don't think he wants to cross me either. No, sir," Harris said. "But the Sack told me it was important that you meet this morning, and the way he said it, it was like, well, like he'd be good and pissed if you didn't show. Just my opinion, sir." Now that Dutch had seen the Sack for himself, he shared Harris's opinion. One glance and Dutch sized him up as a no-nonsense ball-breaker. He'd had plenty of experience with tight asses like him in the APD. He disliked the Phoebe instantly. Without hurry, he ambled over to the booth and slid in across from them. Morning Wise made the introductions. "Police Chief Dutch Burton, this is Sack Kent Begley." Begley was brittle and brusque even in the way he said Burton as they shook hands across the Formica. That alone revealed what he thought of Dutch. Begley had dismissed his importance even before they had exchanged a "how do you do." In the Sack's mind, this was a formality, protocol he had to go through before elbowing out the dumb local cop. The federal sons of bitches claimed not to feel that way about local law enforcement outfits. The company line was that they had the utmost respect for anyone wearing a badge. Bullshit. You might find an exception to the rule if you looked hard enough among the rank and file, but generally speaking, they thought they were the know-all be-all, period. End of story. We apologize for the short notice, Wise said. Wise had been introduced to Dutch shortly after he moved back to Cleary and assumed the job of chief. As they shook hands the first time, Wise had said he was relieved that someone with know-how would now be working on the missing persons cases, but Dutch had seen through the good manners. Wise had only been humoring him and playing politics. Rit delivered 3 cups of coffee. Begley ignored his. Wise opened a packet of sweetener. Dutch took a sip from his cup before asking, "What's the urgency?" "You mean besides 5 missing women," Begley said. He was like an industrial-strength abrasive scouring Dutch's raw nerve endings. Dutch wanted to hit him. Instead, he locked gazes with the senior agent, and each telegraphed his disdain for the otherwise, coughed lightly behind his fist, and pushed up his slipping eyeglasses. "Sir, I'm certain Chief Burton didn't mean to diminish the importance of finding the missing persons. This weather has temporarily suspended my investigation." "Which amounts to what?" Begley asked. Ever the diplomat, Wise quickly amended Begley's question. "Perhaps you could bring us up to date on your investigation, Chief Burton." Dutch was hanging on to his patience by a thread, but the sooner he answered their questions, the sooner he could get on his way. Since I first learned of Millicent Gunn's disappearance, I've had every spare man I could recruit from my department, the state police, county sheriff's office, and a goodly number of volunteers combing the area. But the terrain around here makes it slow going, especially since I ordered them not to leave a twig unturned. Yesterday, when the storm moved in, I was forced to call off the search. We're hamstrung as long as this weather keeps up. And I don't have to tell you what it'll do to evidence. As he gestured toward the front of the building, he saw Wes Hamer and Marilee Ritt approaching the entrance from opposite directions, reaching the door at the same time. Wes held it open for her, then quickly followed her in. They were chuckling over the snow that clung to their clothing. Standing just inside the door, they stamped their feet to shake the snow off their boots. Wes removed his hat and gloves. Marilee pulled a cap from her head, and he laughed when static electricity made her hair stand on end. The tip of her nose was red, but Dutch was struck by how pretty and animated she looked this morning. William called to her, and she hurriedly joined him behind the soda fountain. Wes glanced toward the booth where Dutch sat with the FBI agents. He didn't seem surprised to see him there with them. Ritt, in his self-cast role as town busybody, had probably called Wes to inform him of the meeting. Last night, he and Wes had exchanged some harsh words and parted angry at each other. After Dutch's crack about Wes and women, Wes had shoved open the passenger door of the Bronco and stepped out. "You can't afford to piss me off." "Dutch! Not when I'm about the only friend and ally you've got left." He'd slammed the door before stamping off into the maelstrom of snow. Now they acknowledged each other with a curt nod. Then Dutch returned his attention to Wise and Begley. "I spoke with Mr. and Mrs. Gunn last evening," he continued. He didn't tell them that Millicent's parents had sought him out, not the other way around. He was glad he had even this to report. It made him appear on top of the case, proactive. I updated them on our canvas of the people that Millicent had contact with on the day she disappeared, first at the high school, later at work. We had compiled a comprehensive list, but couldn't get around to interviewing everyone before this storm hit. I have a small department and limited personnel. I operate on a shoestring budget, because his excuses had begun to sound like whining. He stopped and took another sip of coffee. He glanced toward the soda fountain. Hawkins sat with his shoulders hunched, holding his coffee cup between his hands, as though both were required to keep it steady. Wes was holding court for Ritt and Marilee. He was talking softly, but he had their rapt attention. Dutch wondered what he was saying that was so bloody captivating. Shifting his attention back to business, he addressed Wise. "Did you learn anything from reading Millicent's diary?" Let them share the hot seat, he thought. They were on this case, same as he was, with all the resources at their disposal. They hadn't solved it either. "An entry or two snagged my curiosity," Wise replied. He added another packet of sweetener to his coffee and idly stirred it. "Chances are they're insignificant insofar as her disappearance goes insignificant," Dutch scoffed. "If it was insignificant, you wouldn't be here. Sack Begley sure as hell wouldn't be. What got your curiosity up?" Wise glanced at Begley. Begley continued to state at Dutch without speaking. Wise cleared his throat and looked at Dutch again, peering at him through his large lenses. "Do you know a man named Ben Tierney?" Tierney woke up with a start. He'd been in a deep and dreamless sleep 1 second. The next he was wide awake, sensors tingling as though he'd been shocked with a cattle prod. Instinctively, he pushed off the blankets and made to sit up. A battery of pains assaulted him, causing him to gasp, his eyes to tear. He was assailed by dizziness. He remained still, taking light, shallow breaths, until the pain receded to a tolerable level and he regained some equilibrium, then cautiously lowered his feet to the floor and sat up. Lilly was already up, probably in the bathroom. Although the room was dark, he knew it must be after dawn. He tried the lamp on the end table and it came on. The cabin still had electricity. However, it was so cold he was shivering. Apparently the propane had run out during the night. First order of the day was to build a fire. Ordinarily, he would have acted on that immediately. This morning, however, merely sitting upright had seemed an insurmountable task. His muscles were sore, his joints stiff from steeping all night in one position, the only position the sofa allowed. Even the expansion of his rib cage when he breathed was painful. Lifting his coat and sweater, he examined his torso. The entire left side was the color of eggplant. Gingerly, he felt along each rib. He didn't think any were broken, but he wouldn't swear to it. It couldn't hurt any worse if they were. Luckily, he didn't have a punctured organ, or if he did, it was leaking slowly. In any case, he hadn't bled to death during the night. His head wound had left spots of blood on the pillowcase, but it wasn't a substantial amount. No more shooting pains through his skull, just a dull headache and the recurring dizziness, which he could control if he didn't move too suddenly. Fortunately, he wasn't as nauseous as he'd been last night. In fact, he was hungry, which he took as a positive sign. The thought of coffee made his mouth water. He would ration enough of their water reserve to brew them 1 cup each. He glanced toward the closed door of the bedroom. Lilly was taking her time in the bathroom, and it had to be even colder in there than it was here. What was she doing that could possibly take this long? A delicate question and not one you pose to a woman. Hell of a thing being trapped in this cabin with her. Hell of a thing easing himself off the sofa. He hobbled to the window. The wind was still blowing, though not as hard as the night before. That was the only improvement. Snow was falling in such abundance it had begun to build up against vertical surfaces. The ground cover was at least knee-deep, he guessed. They wouldn't be getting off the mountain today. He'd hated like hell making those trips to the shed, but it was a good thing he had. They would need the extra firewood. He let the drape fall back over the window, crossed to the bedroom door, and knocked softly. "Lilly!" He put his ear to the wood and listened, but detected no movement or sound. Something isn't right. He didn't just sense it. He knew it. He knew it as positively as he knew that his feet were cold and that his head had begun to hurt again, probably because of his rising blood pressure. He knocked on the door again, louder this time. "Lilly!" He pushed the door open and looked in. She wasn't in the bedroom. The bathroom door was closed. Quickly, he went to it and knocked so hard it hurt his cold knuckles. "Lilly?" When he didn't get an immediate answer, he opened the door. The bathroom was empty. Alarmed, he spun around but came to a staggering halt when he saw her standing behind the bedroom door, where she must have been hiding when he came in. Fuck! The contents of his backpack lay scattered on the floor at her feet. And in her hands, aimed directly at him, was his own pistol. Chapter 16. He took a step toward her. "Stay there or I'll shoot you." He indicated the items on the floor. "I can explain all that, but not while you're pointing a gun at me." He advanced another step. "Stop or I will shoot you." "Lilly, put down the gun," he said with infuriating calmness. "You're not going to shoot me, at least not intentionally. I swear to God I will." Trembling hands were wrapped around the gun the way Dutch had taught her. Over her objections, he had insisted she learn how to fire a pistol. He said he'd made enemies of criminals who might come looking for him once they were released from their incarceration, for which he was largely responsible. He'd taken her to the firing range and coached her until he was satisfied that she could protect herself in a crisis situation. The lessons had been more for his peace of mind than for hers. She couldn't conceive of ever having to put them to the test. She certainly never thought they would be tested on Ben Tierney. "Who are you?" she asked. "You know who I am." "I only thought I did," she said gruffly. Every male above the age of 12 carries some kind of firearm in this part of the country. True, a pistol in a hiker's backpack isn't cause for alarm. Then explain why you're pointing it at me. You know why, Tierney. You're not stupid. But I believe I have been. So much of what he'd said and done over the past 18 hours had struck her as curious but in no way frightening. Combined with what she had discovered in his backpack, that perception had dramatically changed. "Lilly, put down the... Don't move." She thrust the pistol forward another inch when he took a hesitant step. "I know how to fire this, and I will." Her voice lacked enough steam to sound convincing. Because she was trapped without any hope of rescue with a man she now suspected of kidnapping 5 women, probably murdering them, and because she had missed 2 doses of medication, her breathing had become increasingly labored. It didn't escape his notice. "You're in trouble." "No, you are." "You've started to wheeze. I'm all right. Not for long. I'll be fine." You said that becoming emotionally overwrought can bring on an attack. Fear will do that. I'm the one with the pistol. Why would I be afraid? You don't need to be afraid of me." She made a scoffing sound and willed herself to resist his piercing blue gaze. "Do you expect me to take your word for that? I would not harm you, I swear it. Sorry, Tierney. You'll have to do better than that. What were you doing on the mountain yesterday? I told you Don't insult my intelligence. It was a lousy day for sightseeing. Who goes sightseeing on a mountaintop when an ice storm is forecast? Certainly not someone with your experience of the outdoors. I admit it was careless." "Careless, you? Out of character? Try again." His lips formed a hard, thin line, reminding her that he resented his word being challenged. "The storm rolled in faster than I expected. My car wouldn't start. I had no choice but to walk down. That much I believe. I was taking a shortcut to avoid the switchbacks on the road. I got lost." "Lost?" She pounced on the word. "You, with the sixth sense for direction, got lost?" Trapped in the lie, he faltered, then tried another tack. "You've been caught up in the mania? Mania? Over the disappearances? Every woman in Cleary is afraid that she may be the next to vanish. It's a community-wide preoccupation. You've been here for a week. The panic has rubbed off on you. You regard every man with suspicion." "Not every man, Tierney, only one. The one who doesn't have a logical explanation for wandering around in the woods during a blizzard. The one who knew the location and layout of my cabin without my telling him. The one who refused to open his backpack last night, for reasons which are now obvious. I promised to explain all that," he said tightly. "But not while you're holding me at gunpoint. You can explain it all to Dutch." The features of his face turned hard and pronounced, as though the skin had suddenly been stretched tightly over the bones. She withdrew her cell phone from the pocket of her coat. It was still showing no service. "You're making a mistake, Lilly." The words and the low, measured tone in which he spoke them chilled her blood. To let your imagination run wild will be a costly error. She couldn't listen, couldn't be swayed. He had been lying to her ever since that first disarming smile on the bus. He'd only been playing a role, one that must have worked well for him before everything he had done and said was a lie. He was a lie. "I beg you to give me the benefit of doubt." "All right, Tierney," she said, "I'll give you the benefit of doubt if you can explain these." Lying at her feet were the handcuffs she'd found in one of the backpack's zippered compartments along with the pistol. She kicked them forward. They slid across the hardwood floor and came to rest against his stocking feet. He stared down at them for a long moment before raising his head and looking at her, his gaze implacable. "That's what I thought." Keeping the pistol in her right hand, she used her left to punch in Dutch's cell number. The phone was still dead as a stone, but she pretended that the call went through to his voicemail. "Dutch, I'm in grave danger from Tierney. Come soon." "You're so wrong, Lilly." She slid the phone back into her coat pocket and gripped the pistol between both hands. "I don't think so. Listen to me. Please, I'm through listening. Pick up the handcuffs." "How can you possibly think I'm blue because of a pair of handcuffs and a ribbon?" She'd heard Dutch refer to the unknown suspect as blue hearing it fall, so casually from Tierney's lips caused her heart to thud against her ribs. But that wasn't what struck terror in her. It must have shown in her expression. "Come on, Lilly," he said softly. "You can't be surprised I know the cop's nickname for the culprit. It's a small town. Everyone in Cleary knows not that," she said, wheezing loudly. "I hadn't even mentioned the ribbon." Special Agent Wise's question was out of context, or so it seemed to Dutch. For a moment he was flummoxed. Ben Tierney? They'd been talking about his investigation into Millicent Gunn's disappearance when, out of nowhere, Wise asked if he knew Ben Tierney. He divided a puzzled look between Wise and Begley, but he might just as well have been looking into the eyes of two dolls. Theirs were that plainer and opaque. "What's Ben Tierney got to do with the price of tea in China? Do you know him?" Wise asked, faced with a name, that's it. Then, suddenly he was seized by a chill that had nothing to do with the outdoor temperature. He felt that unease he used to feel when entering a building where a suspect was believed to be holed up. You knew something bad was bound to go down, you just didn't know what form it would take or how bad it would be. You didn't know what to be afraid of, but knew enough to be afraid. What about Ben Tierney? Wise looked down into his coffee and carefully balanced the spoon on the rim of the saucer. His avoidance was more telling than anything he might have said. Dutch's heart clenched. Look, if he's involved in this, how well does your ex-wife know him? Dutch's gaze swung to Begley, who'd fired the question at him. Blood rushed to his head. What the hell are you talking about? We understand that they're acquainted. Who led you to understand that? How well are they acquainted? What's the nature of their relationship? There's no relationship, Dutch said angrily. She met him once. Why? Just curious. We're checking out several angles till Dutch banged his fist on the table hard enough to rattle cutlery and dishes. Wise's spoon fell off the saucer and clattered onto the table. Cut the bullshit and tell me what you know about this guy. You're big bad FBI agents, but I'm a cop, goddammit. And as such, I'm entitled to your respect as well as any information you have pertaining to my investigation. Now what about Ben Tierney? Calm down, Begley commanded. And just so you know, I don't condone foul language and taking the Lord's name in vain. Don't do it in my presence again. Dutch slid from the booth, reached for his coat and gloves, and put them on with jerky, angry motions. Then he leaned down and thrust his face close to Begley's. First of all, fuck you. Second, get this, you sanctimonious prick. If you've got an interest in Ben Tierney related to the disappearance of these women, I need to know it. Because as we speak, my wife is marooned in our mountain cabin with him. For once they showed reactions which ranged from surprise to a degree of alarm that caused Dutch to fall back a step. Christ almighty, are you telling me that Ben Tierney is blue casting a cautious glance toward the rapt group at the soda fountain? Wise said in an undertone, We've recovered some circumstantial evidence that warrants further investigation. The agent was beating around the familiar bush Dutch himself had beaten around many times while he was a homicide detective. It was what you said when you knew a suspect was guilty as sin and needed only one scrap of hard evidence to nail his ass. He pointed his finger at Begley. I don't need further investigation to know that the bastard spent the night with my wife last night. If he's touched a single hair on her head, you'd better hope to God you get to him before I do. Turning his back on them, he strode to the lunch counter, grabbed Cal Hawkins by the collar, and plucked him off the bar stool. Showtime! If that motherfucker's jealous temper blows my case, I'll wring his frigging neck. This from the FBI agent who'd told Dutch less than 60 seconds ago that he didn't condone foul language. As he and the younger agent approached the soda fountain counter, their expressions were so resolute, their bearing so intimidating, Marilee felt like backing away from them. The older one barked, Any of you know where he's going? Up the mountain to rescue Lilly. Wes stood up and extended his right hand. Wes Hamer, chairman of the city council, head coach of the high school football team. He shook hands with them in turn as they introduced themselves. Wes waved away the small leather wallets they proffered. No IDs necessary. We know you're legit. I've seen you around town a time or two. He said to Wise, motioning toward her and William, who were behind the counter. He said William Ritt and his sister Marilee Ritt. Can I get you anything? William asked. More coffee? Some breakfast? No, thanks. Marilee could tell that the one named Begley had grown impatient with the pleasantries. I understood that Burton and his wife were divorced, that she even goes by Lilly Martin now. He's had a hard time accepting it, William said. They lost a child, a daughter, a few years ago, Wes explained. People react differently to tragedies like that. Begley looked over at his partner as though instructing him to make mental notes. Marilee figured he already was. What do you know about her being marooned with Ben Tierney? Begley asked. Did they plan on meeting up there? I don't know for sure, but I seriously doubt it was a rendezvous. Wes told them about the cabin previously belonging to the Burtons and its recent sale. They were up there yesterday afternoon clearing out the last of their stuff. Dutch left for town ahead of her. Apparently on her way down the mountain road, there was some sort of accident involving Tierney. She left a cryptic message on Dutch's cell phone, said that Tierney was hurt, but that they were in the cabin, and asked that Dutch send help ASAP. Hurt how? She didn't say, or how badly. There's been no further communication. The cabin's phone line had already been disconnected, and the cell service in these mountains is for shit. Sorry, Mr. Begley. On good days, our cell service around here is crummy at best. In bad weather, you can forget it. West took Begley's silence as a signal to continue. Dutch called on me last night to help him find Cal Hawkins, the guy he just hauled out of here. He has the town's only sanding truck. He recounted the aborted attempt to drive up the mountain road. Finally, even Dutch had to concede it was impossible. He's damned and determined to try again this morning. That's where he's off to now. Wise said, I don't hold out much hope for success this morning either. Try telling him that. I'd like to get to that cabin myself, Begley said, pulling on his overcoat. Last thing we need is Burton charging up there half-cocked. Do you really think Ben Tierney is blue? Where'd you hear that? The look Begley fixed on William, who had ill-advisedly asked the question, would have halted a charging rhino. It stopped the storekeeper from stating the obvious, that he would have to be deaf not to have overheard their conversation with Dutch. Nervously, he wet his lips, saying instead, It just makes a weird kind of sense. Oh, how's that, Mr. Ritt? Well, everyone else in town is well known. Mr. Tierney is a stranger. We know very little about him. What do you know about him? Special Agent Wise asked. Only what I've observed whenever he comes into the store. How often is that? When he's in town, he comes in frequently. He always... William cast a wary glance around at his listeners. It's probably not important. What, Mr. Ritt? Impatiently, Begley slapped his gloves against the palm of his other hand. Let us decide if what you've observed is important or not. Well, it's just that, whenever he's in the store, he attracts attention. Attention? Begley shot Wise another look. From whom? Women? William replied simply. He attracts them like a magnet. Looking over at Wes, he added, I've overheard you and Dutch and your friends talking about him. Someone called him a peacock. Guilty, Wes said, raising his right hand. I think the guy knows that women swoon over that rugged, outdoorsy type. All eyes turned toward Marilee, who felt herself go rosy with embarrassment. I've only seen Mr. Tierney on a few occasions, but I've read some of his articles. They're quite good, actually, if you're interested in that kind of thing. Apparently, Begley wasn't. He turned back to William. Does he ever engage women in conversation? All the time. What do they talk about? I don't make a practice of eavesdropping on my customers. All evidence to the contrary. Marilee thought he'd just admitted that he listened in on Wes and Dutch's conversation. Begley looked skeptical of William's claim, too, but he let it pass without comment. What does Tierney buy when he comes in? If you can tell me without it violating professional privilege, he added, tongue-in-cheek. William actually smiled at him. Not at all, since he's never had a prescription filled. He buys lip balm, sunscreen, toothpaste, disposable razors, nothing out of the ordinary, if that's what you're asking. It is, nothing out of the ordinary. The only curious thing is that he usually makes only one purchase at a time. One day it's Band-Aids, the next it's a tin of Advil, the next a paperback book. Like he's creating reasons to come in here, Begley probed. Now that I think on it, yes. And it seems that he's always in the store when I'm swamped with customers mid to late afternoon. A lot of people stop here before going home. Millicent Gunn? Sure, a lot of the high school kids come to the soda fountain after school. As long as they behave themselves, I let them. Have Ben Tierney and Millicent Gunn ever been in the store at the same time? William was about to answer when the importance of the question registered with him and his lips snapped shut. He looked at each of them in turn, then seemed to wilt as he slowly nodded his head. Week before last, only a couple of days before she disappeared. Did they talk? Wise asked. William gave another nod. Begley turned to Wes. Where do we find this sanding truck? If you want to follow me, I'll take you. Begley didn't wait for Wes to lead the way. Turning, he strode swiftly toward the door, pulling on his gloves as he went. Is he always that abrupt? William asked Wise, who was wading through his layers of clothing to get to his wallet. No. He was up all night, so his reactions this morning are a 1K toll slower than usual. What do we owe you? William motioned for him to keep his money on the house. Thank you. My pleasure. Wise nodded at William, tipped an imaginary hat to Merrily, then left to join Begley. Wes was about to follow when she called him back and passed him the pair of leather gloves he'd left lying on the counter. You'll need these. He took them from her and playfully tapped the end of her nose with them. Thanks. See y'all later. As she watched Wes leave, Merrily caught William's knowing smirk reflected in the mirror. She ignored it, saying, I guess no one wanted breakfast after all. I'm going to fry a couple of eggs. He turned on the griddle. Would you like some? No, thanks. You shouldn't have mentioned Blue. What? The code name. I'm sure you noticed Begley's reaction. No one outside the authorities is supposed to know about the blue ribbon. You told me? Wes had told you. Who told Wes? William dropped a pat of butter onto the griddle, and it began to sizzle as it melted. He got it straight from the horse's mouth. Dutch? Of course, Dutch. He's the chief of police, she exclaimed. He should know better than to tell Wes about evidence that's supposed to be a secret. They're best friends, bosom buddies. He cracked 2 eggs onto the griddle. They don't keep secrets from each other. Besides, what's the harm? It could jeopardize his investigation. I fail to see how. If you and I know, how many other people know? He reached for the salt shaker and shook it over his eggs. What difference does it make now that they've identified Blue? None, I suppose. However, he said, flipping the eggs, there's a good lesson to be learned. Merrily, what's that? Nobody in this town can keep a secret. He smiled at her, but she had an uneasy sense that it wasn't as benign a smile as he pretended. Chapter 17. Lilly nudged her toe against the curl of blue velvet ribbon on the floor. She'd found it in a zippered compartment of Tierney's backpack while she was looking for evidence of another woman in his life. When she lifted her gaze to him, words were unnecessary. I found it, he said. Found it? Yesterday? Where? He raised his chin in the direction of Cleary Peak's crest. Just lying on the ground in the forest, a length of blue ribbon. It was caught in some brush, he said, fluttering in the wind. That's how it caught my attention. Her distrust must have been apparent. Look, I know why you freaked out when you saw it, he said. I know what it implies. How do you know? Everyone knows about the ribbon. Lilly? She shook her head. Only the police and the culprit. No, Tierney said evenly. Everyone Dutch's police force isn't an airtight organization. Somebody let it leak that a blue velvet ribbon had been left at the presumed spot of each abduction. That was what Dutch had told her, but in confidence. They intentionally withheld that information. Not very well. I've overheard it being discussed in the drugstore, he said. Once while I was picking up my dry cleaning, the owner told the lady customer in front of me to beware of Blue, and she knew what he was talking about. Everyone knows. He nodded down at the strand of ribbon. I don't know if that's the kind of ribbon Blue is leaving behind, but it's a damned odd thing to come across in the wilderness. So I removed it from the brush, tucked it into my backpack, and was taking it back to town with me to turn over to the authorities. You didn't mention this last night. It wasn't relevant. Those missing women have been the talk of Cleary for more than 2 years. If I had found something that was possibly an important piece of evidence, I think I would have mentioned it. It slipped my mind. I asked if there was anything useful in your backpack. You said no. Why didn't you mention the ribbon then? Why didn't you say no, I don't have anything useful, but take a look at what I found fluttering from a bush today? And if I had? Think about it, Lilly. If I had shown you the ribbon last night, would that have precluded me from being Blue? She didn't have an answer for that. She didn't have answers for a lot of things. She wanted desperately to believe that he was exactly what he appeared to be. A charming, talented, intelligent, fun, sensitive man. None of those qualities, however, disqualified him from committing crimes against women. Indeed, those personality traits would work to his advantage. He still hadn't explained the handcuffs. Outside of S&M sex and law enforcement, what purpose did they serve? It made her ill to speculate. Millicent Gunn was reported missing a week ago. I've been following the story. Is she still alive, Tierney? I don't know. How would I? If you took her, I didn't. I believe you did. I believe that's why you had a length of blue ribbon and a pair of handcuffs in your backpack. Incidentally, why were you searching through my backpack? Ignoring that, she said, up on the crest yesterday afternoon, you were doing something you wanted done before the storm, disposing of the body, perhaps, digging Millicent's grave. Again, the skin seemed to stretch tightly across his features. After sleeping a couple feet away from me last night, you actually believed that only hours before I was digging a grave. Not wanting to think about her misjudgment and vulnerability last night, she tightened her grip on the pistol. Pick up the handcuffs. He hesitated, then bent down and picked them up. Put the bracelet around your right wrist first. You're making a dreadful mistake. If I am, you'll spend an uncomfortable afternoon and it'll piss you off. If I'm right and you're blue, I'll be saving my life. Given the choice, I'd rather piss you off. She raised the pistol a fraction, locked the bracelet around your right wrist. Now. Ponderous seconds ticked by. Finally, he did as she asked, in case the cabin catches on fire or you start to suffocate from an asthma attack, do you have the key handy in my pocket? But I won't be releasing you until help arrives, which could take days. Can you survive that long without your medication? That's for me to worry about. I worry about it too. God damn it. His voice had turned harsh, husky. I care what happens to you, Lilly. I thought my kiss would have conveyed that. Her heart tripped over a few beats, but she ignored the flutter. Get on the box springs and put your right arm through the ironwork of the headboard. Supported by a frame of sturdy wood, the decorative wrought iron had spaces wide enough for him to reach through. When I kissed you, I'm not going to talk about that. Why not? Get on the box spring, Tierney. You were as shaken by that kiss as I was. I'm warning you if you don't, because it satisfied our curiosity and then some. I'd fantasize kissing you, but Get on the box spring. It was 1,000,000 times better than my fantasies of it. This is your last warning. I'm not handcuffing myself to that headboard, he shouted angrily, and I'm not asking again. You lay there last night for a long time before going to sleep, didn't you? I knew you were awake. You knew I was. We were thinking about the same thing about that kiss and wishing shut up or I'm going to shoot you that we hadn't stopped there. She pulled the trigger. The bullet smacked into the wall, coming close enough for him to have felt the movement of air against his cheek. He looked more shocked than afraid. I'm good, she told him. The next shot counts. You wouldn't kill me. If I take out your kneecap, you'll wish I had. Get on the bed, she said, enunciating each word. Regarding her with renewed respect, he backed up until his calves made contact with the box spring. He sat down and scooted backward on his butt. She knew his grimaces of pain must be genuine, but she didn't let them weaken her resolve. When he reached the headboard, he hooked his right hand through the iron fretwork. Now lock the other ring around your left wrist. Lilly, I beg you not to make me do this. She said nothing, just stared at him down the short barrel of the pistol until he relented and fastened the bracelet around his left wrist. Pull down on them hard so I can see that they're locked. He gave several hard tugs, rattling metal against metal. He was secured. Lilly's arms dropped to her sides as though they weighed 1,000 pounds. She slumped against the wall behind her and slid down it until her bottom reached the floor. She rested her head against her raised knees. Until this moment, she hadn't realized how terribly cold she was, or perhaps she was shaking with fear. She was afraid her assumption that he was blue was right, and equally afraid it was wrong. By keeping Tierney handcuffed to the headboard, she could be dooming herself to death by suffocation. No, she refused to contemplate anything except survival. Dying was not an option. Death had cheated her daughter out of a long life. She'd be damned before it cheated her too. After a few moments, she pushed herself to her feet without even a glance toward Tierney. She went into the living room. You need to bring in more firewood while you still have the strength, he called to her. She refused to engage in conversation with him, but that had been exactly what she was thinking. The leather of her boots was damp and cold, but she worked her feet into them regardless of the discomfort. Tierney's watch cap was crisp with dried blood, but it was handier than dealing with a bulky stadium blanket for head covering. She pulled the cap down over her ears and as low as her eyebrows. She also used his scarf to wrap around her throat and the lower half of her face. Cashmere-lined gloves were inadequate against such brutally cold temperatures, but they were better than nothing. When she was ready, she approached the door. Watching her from the bedroom, he said, "For God's sake, Lilly, let me do this for you. You can hold me at gunpoint the whole time. I don't care. Just let me do it. No, that cold air, be quiet. Christ," he swore, "don't leave the porch. Move the logs inside before you start splitting them." Sound advice. He had excellent survival skills. Was he as good at getting women to trust him? She wondered. Evidently so. 5 had trusted him, actually 6, counting herself. The interior of the cabin was cold, but nothing compared with outside. The cold air slashed her exposed cheekbones. She had to keep her eyes narrowed to slits. The tarpaulin Tierney had placed over the stack of firewood was covered with several inches of snow that had been blown beneath the overhang. She reached beneath it and dragged a log off the top of the stack. It was so heavy it slipped from her hands and banged against the floor of the porch, narrowly missing her toe. Awkwardly, she picked it up and cradled it in her arms while she opened the door. She carried it inside, shutting the door with her foot. She placed the log on the hearth, then paused, inhaling deeply through her mouth in an attempt to fill her lungs, trying to convince herself that breathing was easy. "Lilly, are you all right?" She tried to tune him out and concentrate on forcing air through her constricting bronchial tubes. "Lilly," his alarm sounded sincere. The handcuffs rattled against the wrought iron as he pulled against it. She moved away from the hearth and stepped into his line of sight. "Stop yelling at me. I'm okay." "Like hell you are. I'm fine except for being trapped with a serial criminal." "What do you do to them while they're handcuffed, Tierney?" "Do you torture and rape them before you kill them?" "If that's what I do, why haven't I tortured, raped, and you?" "Because I called Dutch and left the message that I was here with you." She was struck by sudden enlightenment. "Now I understand why you flinched every time I mentioned his name, why you were so preoccupied with him, why you hounded me with questions about our current relationship. Because I wanted to know if you were still in love with him." That was exactly what she had concluded. He had duped her into thinking that jealousy was behind his persistent questions about Dutch, the ex-husband, that she'd fallen for the ploy made her as angry at herself as at him. "I won't waste any more breath talking to you." He gave the handcuffs several vicious yanks. Fortunately, they held. She went back outside. For almost an hour she labored, carrying in one log at a time. Each seemed heavier than the one before it. The chore became increasingly difficult. The rest periods between trips grew longer. Luckily, some of the logs were small enough to catch when she ignited kindling beneath them, and the warmth from the fireplace was welcome. The hatchet, as feared, wasn't up to the task of splitting the larger logs. She debated walking to the shed to get the axe Tierney had overlooked, but decided against it, fearing she wouldn't make it back. Instead, she used the hatchet to hack away at the wood until she had enough chunks to last for several hours. What was uncertain was whether she would last that long. Lilly? For half an hour she'd been sitting on the mattress with her back against the sofa, resting and trying to ease her breathing. "Lilly, answer me." She laid her head back against the end of the sofa and closed her eyes. "What? How are you doing?" She was tempted not to answer, but he'd been calling her name intermittently for the last 5 minutes. Evidently, he wasn't going to give up until she responded, throwing off the Afghan. She stood up and padded to the open bedroom door. "What do you want? Jesus, Lilly?" His face registered shock, confirming her suspicion that she must look like a zombie. She'd seen herself in the throes of an asthma attack before. It wasn't pretty. "Are you warm enough?" she asked ungraciously. "You're starved for oxygen." She was about to turn away when he said quickly, "I could use a blanket over my legs." She retrieved one from the mattress. The woven wool had retained the heat from the fireplace. Standing at the foot of the bed, she unfurled it above him and let it settle over his outstretched legs. "Thanks. You're welcome." She noticed that his wrists were raw from pulling against the handcuffs. That won't do any good. You're only going to hurt yourself. He glanced at the abraded skin. I finally came to that conclusion. He flexed his fingers a few times. My hands get numb for lack of circulation. I didn't plan very well when I locked myself to the headboard. I should have placed my hands lower waist level, then I wouldn't be in such an awkward and uncomfortable position. That was lousy planning. I don't suppose you would consider unlocking the cuffs long enough. No, I didn't think so. He shifted his position, wincing with pain, but she didn't give in to the pity he was trying to invoke. "Are you hungry?" she asked. "My stomach's been growling. I'll bring you something. Kofi?" Okay, it'll have to count for a ration of water. Always the Boy Scout, ever prepared. 5 minutes later, she returned to the bedroom with a mug of fresh coffee and a plate of crackers spread with peanut butter, staples they had brought with them from her car. She said, "I left the pistol, along with the key to the handcuffs, in the living room." She moved aside so he could look past her to the end table. "If you're thinking about burning me with the coffee, or pinning me down with your legs, or overpowering me in any way, it won't do you any good. You still couldn't get to the gun or the key." Very clever. Setting the coffee and the plate on the floor, she unwound the scarf from around her neck and tossed it far out of reach. He frowned at her. "Have I just been insulted? You could use it as a weapon. Strangling you wouldn't be very smart, would it? You'd be dead and I'd be helplessly handcuffed. I'm taking no chances. Why were you wearing my scarf? Can you handle the mug? I'll try. Can't promise not to dribble. Why were you wearing my scarf?" "For warmth, Tierney. No other reason. I don't want to go steady." She placed the mug between his hands. He folded his fingers around it, then lowered his head to it and took a sip. "I guess it's a good thing my hands aren't at waist level after all. I couldn't eat or drink if they were. I wouldn't let you starve or die of thirst. You're a kind jailer, Lilly. Not into cruel and unusual punishment, although..." He waited until he was sure he had her full attention before saying, "It'll be pretty damn cruel if you die on me." "I don't plan to." "See that you don't." His voice had meaning behind it. So did the way he was looking at her. She resisted both. "Ready for your crackers?" "I'll finish my coffee first." She backed away and sat down in the rocking chair a safe distance from the bed, keeping her head averted. "Did Dutch talk to you often about the missing persons cases?" Surprised by the question, she looked at him sharply. "He must have been the one who told you about the blue ribbon, the nickname Blue." "I never asked him to discuss his cases, but I listened when he did." "What else did he tell you about the Cleary disappearances?" She responded with a cool, steady stare. "Come on, Lilly. If you're convinced I'm blue, you won't be divulging anything I don't know." "Did Dutch know the significance of the blue velvet ribbon?" "Its significance to Blue, you mean?" He nodded. He had a theory about it. What was it? She was hesitant to discuss what she knew about the cases with Tierney, but if she did, she might learn something. The first to disappear, Tori Lambert, is the only one who isn't a local resident. She and her parents were vacationing in Cleary, he said. They went on a guided hike to enjoy the autumn foliage. She and her mother quarreled in typical 15-year-old fashion. The girl stalked off to pout alone. She was never seen again. "That's right. Stop looking at me like that, Lilly. I came to Cleary shortly after the girl disappeared. The story was front-page news for weeks. I read the accounts like everybody else. Anyone could tell you what I just did." "What's Dutch's take on the ribbon?" "That's all they found of her," Lilly said. The other hikers in the group, including her parents, thought she would eventually catch up with them. When she didn't, they became concerned. By nightfall, they panicked. After 24 hours, they concluded that this was more than just an adolescent snit, that she was no longer missing by choice. Either she had been injured and couldn't make it back, or she was hopelessly lost, or she'd been taken. Rescue teams searched for weeks, but winter came early that year, he said, picking up the story. "The girl, stop calling her the girl," she said testily. "Her name is Tori Lambert." Tori Lambert vanished as though the ground had opened up and swallowed her. "Not a trace of her has been found, except for a blue velvet ribbon," Lilly said. It was discovered in some underbrush across the state line in Tennessee. That's what led the authorities to believe that she'd been kidnapped. To get to the spot where the ribbon was found, she would have had to walk 10 miles over some of the most rugged terrain east of the Mississippi, he said. Her mother identified the ribbon as the one Tori had been wearing in her hair that day. She stared into near space for a moment, then said quietly, "Mrs. Lambert must have gone through pure hell when she saw that ribbon. Tori has very long hair, almost to her waist. Lovely hair that morning. She wore it in a single braid and had plaited the ribbon into it, shifting her gaze back to Tierney. She said, 'So, whatever else you did to her, you took the time to unbind her hair and remove the ribbon. Blue did, I wonder,' she continued, as though he hadn't contradicted her. 'Were you careless? Or did you leave the ribbon behind deliberately?' 'Why would it deliberately be left behind?' 'To throw off the search parties, mislead them.' 'If so, it worked. After the ribbon was found, trained track dogs were brought in. They quickly lost the scent.' She ruminated for a moment. 'I question why you didn't take the ribbon as a trophy.' 'Blue had his trophy. He had Tori Lambert.' His tone made Lilly shiver. 'So the ribbon is only a symbol of success.' Tierney took a last quick sip of coffee. 'I'm done, thanks.' She took the mug from his hands and passed him 2 of the crackers, one for each hand. He demolished the first in one bite. When he bent his head to eat the second, she noticed the bandage. 'Does the head wound hurt?' 'It's tolerable. It doesn't appear to be bleeding.' She extended to him another cracker. But instead of taking it, he snatched her wrist, tightly closing his fingers around it. 'I'll survive, Lilly. I'm more worried about your survival.' She tried to pull her hand free, but he held on, let go of my hand, unlocked the cuffs. 'No.' She struggled futilely. 'I'll go to your car and get your medication.' 'Flee, you mean?' 'Flee?' He gave a short laugh. 'You've been outside. You know what it's like? How far do you think I'd get if I wanted to flee? I want to save your life. I'll live. Your face is gray. I could hear every breath you took when you were in the living room. You're struggling. I'm struggling with you.' This time when she tugged on her hand, he released it. She took several wheezing breaths. 'Do you want this?' she asked, extending the last cracker toward him. 'Please.' Rather than holding it within reach of his hands, she held it a few inches from his mouth. 'Don't bite me.' Frowning as though she had again insulted him, he inclined his head forward and caught the cracker between his teeth, being careful not to touch her fingers. She snatched her hand back. He worked the cracker into his mouth. She picked up the empty plate and mug and headed for the living room. 'If you won't let me go, at least move me in there where I'll be able to keep an eye on you.' 'No, if I'm in there, you'll be able to watch me closer.' I said no, Lilly, not. You never did tell me Dutch's theory about the ribbon. What does it represent to Blue?' After a moment's hesitation, she said, 'Dutch says he's using it as a symbol of his success to taunt the authorities.' I agree. And that's probably the only time Dutch and I will ever agree on anything. The man's a fool for a lot of reasons, one being that he left you alone on this mountain yesterday with an ice storm moving in. What was he thinking? It wasn't entirely his fault. I encouraged him to leave ahead of me. Why? I'm not going to talk to you about Dutch and me." He looked at her for a long moment, then said, "I respect you for that. Honestly, I do. I wouldn't want you talking to him about us either. There is no us, Tierney. That's not true. Not at all. And you know it. Before you decided that I'm a deviate, we were well on our way to becoming an us. Don't read too much into one kiss." "Ordinarily I wouldn't," he said, "but that kiss wasn't ordinary." She knew she should separate herself from him without delay, close her ears, avoid looking into his eyes, yet they held her in place as though they'd cast a spell over her. "Deny it all you want, Lilly, but you know that what I'm saying is the truth. It didn't start for us last night. It's been going on from the moment you stepped aboard that bus every second of every day since then. I've wanted to put my hands on you." She dismissed the quickening in her lower body. "Is that how you do it? What? Do you sweet-talk those women into going with you without a whimper? You think this is sweet-talk? Yes. A line to woo you? Yes. So you'll unlock the cuffs and I'll be free to ravage you." Something like that. Then explain why I stopped with one kiss last night. His eyes searched hers while he waited for an answer that never came. Eventually, he said I stopped because I wouldn't take advantage of the situation. We were in dangerous circumstances, cut off from the rest of the human race. We'd been talking about Amy. You were emotionally fragile, vulnerable, in need of comfort and tenderness. We were also hungry for each other. If we had continued kissing, I knew where it would lead. I also knew that, later, you might either regret it or question my motives. I didn't want you to have any misgivings afterward, Lilly. That's the only reason I didn't join you on the mattress. He sounded earnest. God, did he ever? That was quite a sacrifice, St. Tierney. No, his eyes speared into hers like twin pinpoints of light. If you had asked me to fuck you, I would in a heartbeat. Sudden intake of air caused her lungs to wheeze. You're very good, Tierney. Her voice was a mere croak, not entirely from asthma. Sweet one minute, erotic the next, you say all the right things. Unlock the cuffs, Lilly, he whispered. Go to hell. Last night her survival had depended on trusting him. Today it depended on mistrust. Chapter 18. What the hell? Wes, before you blow a gasket, stop and think about this. Wes joined Dutch where he was standing in front of an electric space heater. It did minimal good inside the cavernous garage, but the glowing red coils gave the impression that by standing near it, he was staving off the penetrating cold. It was only an impression. The cement floor conducted the cold up through the thick soles of Dutch's boots and woolen socks, straight into his feet and legs. He stamped his feet to keep the blood circulating. He also stamped with impatience. Cal Hawkins had been in the men's room since they arrived. The last time Dutch had checked on him, he was still heaving into a nasty toilet. They were going to follow you anyway, Wes said of the two FBI agents who had trailed him to the garage in their own car. They'd remained inside the sedan with the motor running. The tailpipe was emitting a cloud of exhaust, which to Dutch looked like the breath of a beast on his tail. This Begley character wants to get to Tierney just like you do, Wes continued. So instead of tearing up the mountainside on your own, why not let them shoulder some of the responsibility? As much as Dutch hated to admit it, Wes made sense. If something bad happened up there, for instance, if Tierney sustained a fatal gunshot wound while trying to escape, there would be inquiries and review boards and paperwork out the wazoo. Why not let the Phoebes bite off a chunk of that? If this doesn't work, Wes said, nodding toward Hawkins, who had emerged from the restroom looking like a walking cadaver. The feds have choppers, trained rescue teams, high-tech tracking equipment, all that. But if I use them, I answer to them, Dutch argued. That galls big time. Besides, when I get to Tierney, I hear you and I'm with you 100% on that issue, buddy, Wes said in a low voice, especially if he's our woman snatcher. All I'm saying is, use the FBI up to a point. Wes slapped him on the back and gave him the grin he used to give him in the huddle when they'd agreed on the play that would leave the other team bum-fuzzled and beaten. Let's get this show on the road. But as they walked toward the sanding truck, he frowned. Is he all right, you think? Hawkins was in the driver's seat, but his arms were draped over the steering wheel, hugging it like a life preserver. He'd better be. If he fucks this up, I'm going to kill him, and then I'm going to keep him in jail for the rest of his natural life. Dutch opened the passenger door and climbed in. I'm right behind you if you need me, Wes told him. When Wes closed the passenger door, Hawkins flinched. No need to slam it, he grumbled. Start her up, Hawkins, Dutch said. He cranked the ignition key. I'll start her, but it ain't gonna do no good. I've said it 1,000 times, and I'll say it again. This, it knucking futs. Dutch eyed him suspiciously. Do I smell liquor on your breath? Last night's recycled, he replied, as he checked his side mirrors. Dutch looked into the mirror on the passenger door and watched Special Agent Wise back up the sedan. Then Wes backed his car into the street, leaving Hawkins a clear route. No more than 10 seconds out of the garage, the windshield became blanketed in snow. Hawkins's glance toward Dutch said, I told you so. Muttering to himself, he turned on the windshield wipers and shifted gears. With a great deal of reluctance, or so it seemed to Dutch, the rig chugged forward, the plow attached to the truck's front grille cleaved a temporary path for the cars following them. Hawkins also laid down the mix of sand and salt. It helped, but each time Dutch looked into the side mirror, Wise and Wes were searching for traction, so he stopped looking. He had set his cell phone to vibrate rather than ring. Knowing it hadn't, he checked it anyway to see if he had a voicemail. He didn't. He dialed Lilly's cell number, hoping that on a fluke he would find a signal. He got the expected no-service indicator. She would call if she could, he told himself. Her cell phone was as useless as his, otherwise she would contact him. He leaned into the windshield and craned his neck to look toward the crest of Cleary Peak. He could see no farther than a few feet above the roof of the truck. It was total whiteout beyond the point where individual snowflakes were distinguishable as they kamikazed into the windshield. If it was this bad down here, it would be far worse at the top of the mountain. Not wanting to spook his driver, he didn't say that out loud, but Hawkins read his mind. Higher we go, the worse it's going to get, he said. We'll take it a foot at a time. More like an inch. After a moment, he said, What? I'm wondering. Dutch looked over at him. What? Does your old lady want to be rescued? What do you think, Hoot? About what, sir? Specifically. Hoot was focused on the center of the car's hood, trying to keep it in the middle of the chute that the sanding truck had opened for them. Dutch Burton, what's your read on him? Extremely sensitive to criticism. Even when it's only implied, he immediately gets his back up. The common reaction of one who perpetually fails and or has low self-esteem. What else, Hoot? He wants to get his former wife away from Ben Tierney, more from rank jealousy than a conviction that Tierney is blue. He's reacting like a man, not an officer of the law. Begley beamed at him as though he were a prodigy who'd given the correct answer to a trick question. What did Perkins unearth about the lady? While waiting for Chief Burton to arrive at Ritt's store, Hoot had used the payphone to call the Charlotte office. He had his laptop with him, of course, but the computers in the office had faster and better access to more extensive information networks. He'd asked Perkins to see what he could find on Burton's ex and had warned his counterpart that Begley was in a hurry to get the information. Perkins had said, Damn, okay, give me 10. He'd called back in, under 5. She's editor-in-chief of a magazine called Smart. Hoot told Begley now. You're shitting me, he exclaimed. No, sir, Mrs. Begley swears by that magazine. I've seen her spend a weekend with an issue. She redecorated our living room to match one she saw in it. Are you married, Hoot? The sudden question gave him a start. Sir, oh no, sir, why not? He wasn't opposed to the idea. In fact, he favored it. The problem was finding a woman who wouldn't become bored with him and his ordered life. That had been the pattern with him and women. There would be a few dates, some of them overnighters, before he and the woman drifted apart for lack of enthusiasm. Recently, he'd begun exchanging email with a woman he'd met on the internet. She lived in Lexington and was pleasant to talk to. She didn't know he worked for the FBI. Women were often more infatuated with the macho image of the Bureau than with him. All Karen, that was her name, knew of his work was that it involved computers. Miraculously, she was still interested. Their last chat had lasted an hour and 38 minutes. She actually had him sitting at his computer in his immaculate home office, laughing out loud over an anecdote involving her one and only attempt to save money by coloring her own hair. She assured him that the disastrous result had been remedied in a salon and had been worth every penny spent on it. It had got him to thinking that maybe he needed a little zaniness in his life. More than once she had mentioned to him how pretty Kentucky was in the spring. If that lead-in resulted in an invitation for him to come and see the splendor of a Kentucky spring for himself, he would seriously consider going. He got nervous thinking about meeting her face to face, but it was a good kind of nervousness. Hoping that Begley couldn't see the flash he felt in his cheeks, he said stiffly, My focus the last few years has been the pursuit of my career, sir. Fine, well and good, Hoot, but that's your job, not your life. Work on that? Yes, sir. Mrs. Begley keeps me sane and happy. Don't know what I'd do without her. I'd like you to meet her sometime. Thank you, sir. It would be an honor. Lilly Martin. It's safe to assume that she's a savvy lady. Hoot's brain tried to shift tracks with the agility of Begley's. Yes, sir. She holds dual degrees in art and journalism. Started out as a golfer at another magazine and came up through the ranks to her current position. Perkins passed along some websites we can look at later. He said photos show her to be quite attractive. He cast a glance at Begley before continuing. And there was something else, sir, about Ben Tierney. Perkins said that on one of his credit card statements there was a charge to a catalog that sells paramilitary gear. He purchased a transponder and a pair of handcuffs. Jesus Christ. How long ago? The charge was on his August statement. Begley thoughtfully tugged on his lower lip. Mr. Elmer told us that Tierney had met Lilly Martin last summer and that he was attracted to her. What we don't know is whether or not the attraction was mutual, Begley said. Maybe they've been seeing each other since last summer, as the ex, Dutch Burton, wouldn't necessarily know about it. Correct? On the other hand, Begley began, if Ms. Martin was not attracted to Tierney, and if he is blue, yeah, Begley sighed. He wouldn't like being rebuffed. He lapsed into a glum silence for several minutes, then thumped his fist against his thigh with aggravation. Son of a bitch, this just doesn't gel, Hoot, according to Ritt, and Wes Hamer agreed. Women are naturally attracted to Tierney, so tell me why he would kidnap them, huh, Hoot? Any ideas? Although Begley was impatiently waiting for an answer, Hoot carefully thought it through first. When I was in law school, speaking of that, Begley interrupted. I learned only a short while ago that you had a law degree. Why didn't you become a lawyer? I wanted to be an FBI agent, he said without hesitation. For as long as I can remember, that's all I ever wanted to be. His ambition had been ridiculed by the tough guys in school. Even his parents had suggested that he have an alternative in mind should his first choice of career not pan out. He hadn't let the skepticism of others dissuade him. The problem was, well, sir, I didn't serve in the military. I had no police training. To look at me, you wouldn't immediately think that I would be a suitable candidate for the best criminal investigation agency in the world. I don't fit the image most people have of a federal agent. I was afraid the Bureau wouldn't accept me unless and until I distinguished myself in some other way. I figured a law degree would help, and obviously it did. He glanced at Begley, who had been handpicked by the Bureau because of his outstanding military service record, leadership qualities, and, most important, his set of brass balls. Their qualifications were so disparate it was laughable. Begley was assessing him thoughtfully, although not harshly. Hoot thought that maybe, hopefully, he had passed muster in Begley's estimation. That was no small thing. In fact, it was huge. It was the big bang of approval ratings. You asked me why Tierney takes women, sir. I was about to give you a correlation that may apply from my first semester in law school. A classmate and I were in a dead heat to be top of our class. He looked like a young John Kennedy, athletic, charismatic, dated a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model. In addition to all those attributes, he was brilliant, positively brilliant, but he cheated. Rampantly. In just about every class, through every year of law school, he cribbed on every assignment and test. He wound up with a grade point a fraction higher than mine and graduated in the #1 spot. He was never caught. No, sir. That must have been difficult for you to stomach. Not really, sir. He probably would have outscored me anyway. The point is, he didn't need to cheat. So why did he? Law school didn't present a challenge. Cheating and getting away with it did. Up ahead, Wes Hamer's taillights blinked on once, twice, 3 times. Hoot took that as a signal that he would need to brake soon. He let up on the accelerator. Beyond Hamer, the sanding truck's brake lights came on, and with them, the right turn signal. Gently, Hoot applied his brakes so he could slow down gradually. Begley seemed oblivious to anything beyond the windshield. He was ruminating on Tierney's motivation. So here we have another overachiever who's run out of challenges. He's taking them to see if he can. But why these women? Why not? Suddenly, he unbuckled his seatbelt and turned toward the back seat, making Hoot awfully nervous. Reaching between the seats, Begley picked up the 5 file jackets containing the countless bureau forms and investigative information that Hoot had compiled for each missing persons case. Facing forward again, Begley stacked the files in his lap. Hoot breathed easier when he was buckled back into his seat. Last night, as I was wading through these files, I kept thinking I was reading the same story time and again, Begley said. I just now figured out why. I'm not following, sir. Hoot took the sedan into a careful turn. By following Hamer at a safe distance, he was able to roll to a stop, coming short of ramming into Hamer's rear end when he braked. Ahead of Hamer, the sanding truck was laboring to get traction on the incline that rose sharply just beyond the turn. Begley slapped his palm on the top file. The abrupt noise startled Hoot enough to make him jump. These women had something in common, Hoot. No one working the cases has found a common thread among the victims, sir. Not a place of employment, body type, background, neediness. Not sure he'd heard correctly. Hoot risked turning his head to look at Begley. Sir? They were all needy in one way or another. Millicent, we know, was anorexic, which is symptomatic of emotional and self-image problems, right? That's my understanding. Begley took them in descending order. Before her was Carolyn Maddox, single mother, working long hours to support her diabetic child. Lorian Elliott. He opened her file and scanned the contents. 5 feet 3 inches tall, 240 pounds. She was overweight. I'll bet if we investigate her, we'll learn that her weight had been a lifetime problem, that she'd been on every fad diet ever invented. She was a nurse working in the medical profession. She was constantly reminded of the health risks associated with obesity. Maybe pressure had been placed on her to lose weight or lose her job. I see where you're going with this, sir. Betsy Calhoun's husband died of pancreatic cancer 6 months prior to her disappearance. They'd been married 27 years. She was a homemaker. What does all that indicate to you, Hoot? Depression, of course. Betsy Calhoun was married immediately after high school. She never worked outside the home. Her husband handled all their personal business. She probably never even signed a check until after he died. Suddenly, she's having to fend for herself, and besides that, she's lost the love of her life, her reason for living. Begley was so wound up that Hoot didn't have the heart to point out this was all conjecture based on sound logic, but still conjecture that wasn't substantiated and would never hold up in a courtroom. This is key, Hoot, Begley continued. He hasn't taken a woman who's secure in her career, who's in a solid romantic relationship, physically fit, or emotionally stable. Before they disappeared, all these women were dodging the slings and arrows, so to speak. One's depressed, one's obese, one's working her fingers to the bone trying to make ends meet and keep her kids semi-healthy. And one binges on junk food and makes herself puke then. He said with a dramatic flair, enter our perp, gentle and understanding, compassionate and kind, and looking like fucking Prince Charming to boot. Warming to the theory, Hoot said he befriends them, wins their confidence and trust. Gives them his broad shoulders to cry on and holds them in his strong, tanned arms. His mo is to help needy women. Not just help Hoot rescue deliver, looking the way he does. Being the rugged adventurer he is, he could get all the sex he wants whenever he feels the urge. That may be a component, a fringe benefit, but what gets his pole up is being their savior. Then a thought occurred to Hoot that toppled the whole hypothesis. We forgot Tori Lambert, the first. She was a beautiful girl, straight-A student, popular with her classmates, no major hang-ups or problems. Besides, Hoot continued, Blue didn't seek her out. He stumbled across her when she left the group of hikers. He didn't know she was going to be wandering alone in the woods that day. She was taken because she was available, not because she was needy. Frowning, Begley opened her file and began flipping through the contents. What about the men in that group of hikers? Present and accounted for the whole time she was missing. They were questioned at length. No one left the group except Tori. Why did she? In interviews, Mrs. Lambert, Tori's mother, admitted that they'd had a row that morning. Nothing serious. Typical teenage angst and attitude. I would guess she resented being on vacation with her parents. That's precisely where Mrs. Begley and I are with our 15-year-old. We're an embarrassment. She's mortified if we acknowledge her in public. He brooded on that a moment before continuing. So Blue happens upon Tori, who's in a pissy 15-year-old mood. He chats with her, sympathizes, takes her side against her mother, says he remembers what a pain in the ass parents can be, and she's his in a New York minute, Begley said with finality. Eventually, she'll start to feel uneasy with him and try to return to her parents. He asks her, "Why would you want to go back to them when I'm the friend you need?" Creeped out by now, she tries to get away. He loses his temper. She dies under his hands. Maybe it wasn't his intention to kill her, Begley continued. Maybe things got out of hand and he didn't realize until too late that she was no longer breathing. But all the same, whether he raped her or not, he got off on it. He closed his eyes as though following the actions and thought processes of the perpetrator. Later, when he isn't captured and no one's even looking at him as a suspect, he realizes how easy it was. Now he's got a taste for it. Dominance is the ultimate ego trip. The quintessential rush is taking someone's fate into your own hands, controlling her destiny. While he's off ice climbing or some damn fool thing, he realizes it's just not as thrilling as it used to be. The adrenaline isn't pumping as it once did. He starts thinking about the high he derived Horn killing that girl, and suddenly he's got a hard-on to do it again. He decides to return to Cleary and see what kind of aid he might render to some other needy female. See if he can recapture that particular exhilaration. He comes back here because the risk of capture is slim to none. He thinks the cops are hillbillies, not nearly as smart as he is. There are lots of places to hide, acres of wilderness in which to stash corpses. He likes it here. It's the perfect place for his latest thrill-seeking pastime. By the time Begley concluded the imaginary scenario, he sounded angry. His eyes sprang open. "Why aren't we moving?" Wiping the foggy windshield with his coat sleeve, he asked, "What the fuck's taking so long?" Inside the cab of the sanding truck, Dutch was rapidly losing patience. "You can do better than this, Cal. I could if you'd stop yelling at me." Hawkins sounded close to tears. "You're making me nervous." "How do you expect me to drive when you're cussing me out with every breath? Forget what I said about your old lady, about if she wanted to be rescued. Didn't mean to make you mad. I was just asking. Lilly is my business." Hawkins mumbled something under his breath that sounded like "not anymore, she ain't," but Dutch didn't address it because, factually, Hawkins was right. Besides, they were approaching the road's second hairpin curve, the one that they'd been unsuccessful navigating last night. He wanted Hawkins to give the switchback his undivided attention. He downshifted, and as he did, Dutch noticed that the man's hands were shaking. Maybe he should have allowed Hawkins one pull on a bottle of whiskey. From his own heavy drinking days, he knew that sometimes even a small hit could make all the difference between having the shakes and a steadier hand. But it was too late now. Hawkins went into the turn, or tried. The front wheels followed the command of the steering wheel. They turned to the right. The truck didn't. It continued going straight, heading unerringly for the drop-off, which Dutch knew was at least 80 feet. "Turn it." "I'm trying." As the treetops loomed large in the windshield, Hawkins screamed and reflexively stamped the clutch and brake pedals, then let go of the steering wheel and crossed his forearms in front of his face. Dutch was helpless to stop the momentum of the skid. The plow on the grill struck the guardrail, which crumpled and gave way to several tons of momentum. The front wheels went over the edge and seemed to hang there for several seconds before the rig tipped downward. Dutch remembered the movie Duel, where during the climactic scene, an 18-wheeler went off a highway and plunged down a mountainside. The sequence had been filmed in slow motion. That was what this was like for him, watching and experiencing their inexorable descent in agonizingly slow motion. Vision was a blur, everything ran together, but the sounds had a stark clarity, the windshield shattering, boulders knocking against the underside of the chassis, breaking branches, tearing metal, Hawkins's terrified screams, his own animalistic roar of disbelief and defeat. Actually, the trees probably saved their lives by slowing them down. Had the slope not been so heavily forested, their plunge would have been swifter and therefore deadly. After what seemed like an eternity, the rig came up against an immovable object with brain-rattling force. Inertia propelled them forward, although they went no further. The truck surrendered and came to a shuddering standstill. Miraculously, Dutch's brain hadn't been instantly liquefied by the impact. He was sentient and was surprised to realize that he was alive and basically unhurt. Apparently, Hawkins had also survived. Dutch could hear him mewling pitiably. Dutch unbuckled his seatbelt and, putting his shoulder to the passenger side door, shoved it open. He rolled out, landing several feet below in snow that came almost to his waist after he struggled to his feet. He tried to get his bearings, but was blinded by the wind-driven snow that seemed to be aimed at his eyes. He couldn't even see what had stopped the truck's descent. All he could make out was a forest of black tree trunks against a field of white. However, he didn't have to see it. He heard it. He felt the vibration of it in the ground, in the trunk of the tree he had propped himself against for balance in his balls. He didn't bother to shout a warning to Hawkins or try to pull him from the wreckage to safety. He didn't attempt to run and save himself. Defeat had robbed him of initiative, immobilized him. The futility of his life culminated in this single moment. He would just as soon die here and now because his hope of reaching Lilly had been crushed. Wiz watched in disbelief as the sanding rig disappeared over the ridge. He leaped from his car and stood in the wedge of the open door, as though being outside would give him a dearer understanding of how this had happened. He could hear the rig plowing its way down the slope. A tremendous crash was followed by what sounded like a metallic sigh, the truck's death rattle. Following that was an eerie silence that was even more horrific. The hush was so absolute, Wes could hear snowflakes striking his clothing. The quiet was broken by Begley and Wise, who approached as quickly as the slippery incline of the road would allow. Their vehicle had been far enough behind Wes's that they hadn't had his vantage point. Begley reached him first, huffing and emitting plumes of vapor from his mouth. "What happened?" They went over. "Holy shit." Begley didn't even chide Hoot for his whispered expletive, because at that moment the three of them heard another sound, one which they couldn't identify but which they knew portended a continuation of the disaster. They traded mystified looks. Later they determined that what they'd heard was the splintering of wood. Trees that three grown men couldn't reach around had been snapped as easily as toothpicks. At the time, they couldn't see it happening because of the whiteout. Speaking for all of them, Wes said, "What the hell is that?" Then they saw it, dropping out of the low clouds, snow and fog, destined for Earth like a landing spacecraft with its red warning lights still flashing. The power line tower struck the ground with such force that even the deep snow didn't cushion it. Later, Wes swore to those to whom he gave an account of the bizarre event that the repercussion caused his car to bounce off all four tires. He and the two FBI agents stood in speechless awe for several moments, unable to absorb what they'd just witnessed, unable to believe that they'd survived. Had the tower fallen 30 yards closer, it would have crashed on top of them. Dutch's fate was unknown. Wes could only hope that he and Hawkins had survived. But the other casualty was Mountain Laurel Road. It was now blocked by tons of steel and forest debris that formed a barricade 2 stories high and almost that wide. No one could go up that road now. It was equally impassable to anyone hoping to come down.